up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late-night logical, plausible, probable. We're going to be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up. But I will say you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to this stream here tonight. I was going to do something a little different, and then the video I was going to review, something is going on with it. The audio will not play on it. I'm not sure if the individual in question who I was going to review heard me talking trash about it, because magically the point where I was calling them out for being way off base, suddenly the audio no longer plays in that video. So I'm wondering if they may have either been informed or heard what I said and, trying to cover up their own stupidity. However, the one and only Godless Engineer it seems like he is just destined to create content for me to review, because it's like a never-ending supply of just over-the-top, like ridiculous assertions by this guy who claims everything's just debunked, and at the same time is the same as an individual who thinks that Jesus Christ never actually existed and it's just pure myth, even though that's been debunked for quite some time. And only people on the outlier extreme like him actually think that the most influential person in the history of the planet never actually existed. So in line with that, I decided to just peruse through a few of his videos, and lo and behold, I found this one where he's going to supposedly just completely annihilate the worst proofs for God ever. And we should get a little bit of entertainment out of that. For those of you who are joining the stream, thank you so much for coming in. We got Andrew Kaufman just arrived. What's up, man? He's an awesome member. Kijaro's here, Otangelo, Narrowpath Ministries, Young Earth Creation, the one and only George Bond, Kelvy's here. Man, we got Hurricane Havoc has arrived, and we got a bunch of folks here who are going to help us make this fun. And yeah, it should be a good time. At help the XO of the RO is here as well. And I know Kijaro, this is one of his favorite. I know George Bond likes this one as well. So before we get into this, just to put into context for the audience and for those who are unaware of Godless Engineer and the level of interesting positions that he takes on a variety of concepts, let me just play a very short clip that was actually in his initial response to me a year and a half ago when I first started my channel, and what really catalyzed my interest in analyzing his content. So for a little bit of humor to kick things off, here you go, folks. Let's check out one of the steadfast positions still held by the one and only Godless Engineer.
But it is not a code. It's a chemical. It's deoxyribonucleic acid. It's an acid. I don't understand why you think it's a code. DNA is no more of a code than Diet Coke and regular Coke.
Okay, so now that we've kind of put that into context, let's now begin to analyze this very entertaining exposition by Godless Engineer as to just why any and all concepts in favor of God just need to be completely, debunked and never even considered to have a remote semblance or even just a minuscule amount of credence into the overall points that are put forth. And anyway, I don't know what to do with these folks, man. It's gonna be fun. Let's get into it. But last thing before we do that, got approved for memberships recently. If anybody wants to join, click the join button down in the description, or there's a join button next to the subscribe button. You can be a side chat brawler, an evolution and destroyer, or an ID gladiator, and some things that are happening on those fronts. I really appreciate everybody's support, and enables me to sit around and mess around with some of this stuff. But enough of all the promo. Let's now begin the crazy review of the one and only Godless Engineer.
God exists, I am only going to expect the best evidence within this video. Hopefully he won't disappoint, but we'll see. If you want to fuck around and find out if Alan Parr can prove that God exists, then please stay tuned.
Okay, so if you've ever wondered the question, I can't see God, I can't smell God, but how do I know if he really exists, or this whole thing that we see in our universe is just happening by chance? So here are 6 proofs that I want to give you, and 2 of them come from the Bible and the other 4 do not.
Oh, great. So we're starting with 2 proofs from the Bible? The Bible can't be used as a proof for God because 1, the Bible is a claim to a specific God, and 2, any argument using the Bible is pretty much just, for the Bible tells me so. Nothing in the Bible is substantiated with evidence. It's just ad hoc speculation with a little bit of historical information in order to justify the God of Abraham. This book simply can't be...
I really don't understand how Godless Engineer seems incapable of figuring out the premise that you could use something that's put forth as history in the Bible, for example, and then if it can be substantiated by exploration, scientific analysis, philosophical and logical deductions, things of that nature, then you might want to reconsider the fact that you would be just substantiating a point, not necessarily. It's like, dude, do you not think that forensic evidence follows the logic of like looking at the evidence to be like, I wonder if this equals a foreknowledge component and leads me to the most rational inference to the best explanation overall. Like, this is not that complicated, Godless Engineer. I know that you just want to dismiss everything by default, but this is it's getting ridiculous. However, before I continue on, man, I'm going to get in super chats. George, thank you so much, sir. He says that's worth it. Staying for Truth says LPP, the After Show King. Man, appreciate it, guys. Andrew Coffin tossing some super stickers. Appreciate you guys very much. Thanks for getting this kicked off with your support. Greatly appreciate it. And I will attempt to. George says, will you take 1,000 pesos? All right, let's get back to this. But just pay attention to what Godless Engineers here is saying, and just kind of keep your mind open to the obvious, just on the face dismissal of any point that's being made. He's not actually analyzing the concepts or the premises that are being put forth. He's just dismissing them out of hand.
Be used as evidence of anything other than what this one group believed. But okay, let's hear your first two biblical proofs for God.
The first proof is what we'll call an internal witness. Now, this is the idea that deep down inside of every single human being, there is this deep internal sense that there must be a God who exists.
Okay, I've cut a lot of stuff out here because Alan goes on to provide biblical references as well as a diatribe on how atheists really know that God exists, but they suppress that knowledge. He speculates that atheists are either lying to themselves or just lying in general. His only solution to this is telling people what they think, thereby denying them what they really think. I kind of feel like when an apologist does this, it's purely because they can't handle the fact that atheists exist. This would be a classic example of cognitive dissonance. To cope with the fact that atheists do exist, the only recourse they have is to deny that atheists even exist. Personally, I find this to be a truly sad position to take. Another position that Alan seems to simultaneously take is that everybody in the world is inclined to believe in a God. Of course, he takes this as meaning that there has to be a God in existence. Religion has pretty much dominated the world since the first occurrence of a phenomenon that we couldn't explain. And this, yet again, is another instance of cognitive dissonance. We don't understand how something like whatever phenomenon it is could happen, and the only way to get around this uncomfortable feeling of not knowing something, we make up something that already fits within our preconceived notions. Apparently, a magical bearded man in the sky that controls everything is easily believable. I wonder what his next proof from the Bible is.
So the second proof we'll call.
So, like most atheists, at least on YouTube, he can't resist the, magic man in the clouds, magic bearded man in the clouds, sky daddy, those kinds of, immature, myopic, moronic the scriptures, I guess they want to apply to God that they claim cannot be anthropomorphized. But anyway, it's like you do realize that at least the type of theist that you're currently addressing in this context, a Christian theist, he doesn't operate from the perspective that God is like this flesh and blood old man in the clouds. Actually, it's spaceless, timeless, immaterial, so on and so forth are the standard descriptors that are used by the individuals that you are supposedly analyzing and debunking. But they don't apply the descriptors that you're using in any way, shape, form, or fashion. If anything, it's the polar opposite. Yet you claim to somehow be just utterly annihilating the positions that are being put forth. I don't really know if that makes any sense. And beyond that, per your own admission, you deleted all of the underlying support points that he was making for his case, and then claiming it's just like has no relevance or substance or validity, or even to be contemplated from a intellectual perspective, necessarily versus a empirical standpoint, in terms of like the traditional physicalism that he's so obsessed with. It's amazing how this kind of stuff just seems to go right over his head. Oh, whoops.
Internal sense that there must be a God who exists.
Okay, I've cut a lot of stuff out here because Alan goes on to provide biblical references as well as a diatribe on how atheists really know that God exists, but they suppress that knowledge. He speculates that atheists are either lying to themselves or just lying in general. His only solution to this is telling people what they think, thereby denying them what they really think. I kind of feel like when an apologist does this, it's purely because they can't handle the fact that atheists exist. This would be a classic example of cognitive dissonance. To cope with the fact that atheists do exist, the only recourse they have is to deny that atheists even exist. Personally, I find this to be a truly sad position to take. Another position that Alan seems to simultaneously take is that everybody in the world is inclined to believe in a God. Of course, he takes this as meaning that there has to be a God in existence. Religion has pretty much dominated the world since the first occurrence of a phenomenon that we couldn't explain. And this, yet again, is another instance of cognitive dissonance. We don't understand how something like whatever phenomenon it is could happen, and the only way to get around this uncomfortable feeling of not knowing something, We make up something that already fits within our preconceived notions. Apparently, a magical bearded man in the sky that controls everything is easily believable. I wonder what his next proof from the Bible is.
So the second proof we'll call the external witness. And this is the idea that not only has God placed it in the heart of every person, deep down intrinsically, that they know that there has to be a God somewhere out there, but now God has left enough proof externally, specifically in nature, to be able to look around and anyone.
Look at the trees! This is by far the worst argument ever. Of course,
Well, dang it, I keep hitting the wrong button here. But his point on look at the trees. So, yeah, I don't know if Godless Engineer really recognizes the point that's really being put forth there in relation to the I can find out where the heck I was. Let's see here. The point that's being made in relation to where the heck do these freaking trees go? Hang on a second, folks.
We make up something that already fits within our preconceived notions. Apparently, a magical
witness. And this is the idea.
But that would just be a presupposition. This is just a poor tactic to get around the need to prove that God is required for nature to function. Alan just, back to his whole look at the trees argument. Nature does not require.
Okay. So we are talking about, folks, a individual who thinks that DNA is no different than Diet Coke and regular Coke, that there is not actually codified information that is necessary for our very existence. He doesn't think that the nanomachines that are recognized by secular institutions around the globe actually exist. It's just a bunch of freaking molecules bumping around. There's not actually mechanical function that's being necessary for life to exist, and for him to open his mouth and to have all of these, create these videos. No. There's no technology that's necessary other than the computer and the software that you're using. No. There's no technology happening in your body. But hey, the fact that trees are extraordinarily complex and amazing organisms, but self-replicating organisms that have the most advanced technological components, that have quantum coherence controlling aspects for capturing of solar energy and at a nearly 100% optimization rate. I mean, just the plethora of things that are in place in order for that stupid tree to exist. And he's like, oh, it's just a tree, no big deal. It's like, dude, that is just showcasing you don't actually think, you don't actually go deep into the underlying necessities for your very existence. No. You're going to regurgitate the same talking points over and over again that have no real substance to them in relation to our very existence, while simultaneously claiming that, oh, you're just saying God did it. It's like, well, I'm looking at what is the underlying root necessities for it to exist, which you claim don't actually exist and are not necessary to be accounted for. And then you're claiming that I'm the one that's making things up when you're actually refusing to either grasp, you lack the capacity to grasp, you refuse to grasp, or you just did grasp and reject in order to maintain your worldview, while simultaneously claiming that anything that a theist says in support of theirs is nothing but circular reasoning. It's very ironic how you obviously have the atheist fantasyland projection complex on an extreme level. Let's continue.
A God to function, so it's quite irrational to state nature as a proof for God. Now, Alan could claim that nature requires a God in order to function, but that would just be a presupposition. This is just a poor tactic to get around the need to prove that God is required for nature to function. Alan just circumvents the entire need to prove this connection by presupposing that God is needed. Ultimately, at least for Alan's case here, this is just another example of for the Bible tells me so. Now, with all that biblical bullshit out of the way, what are your real proofs for God?
Okay, so now these next 4 proofs are what we'll call the traditional proofs that people have.
I really wonder if Godless Engineer is also like Aaron Ra and thinks that the axioms that are utilized in science and then the scientific method are not also presuppositions. I really wonder, because I mean, if Aaron Ra got exposed as to not grasping that premise, and not only not grasping it, rejecting it, the fact that Godless Engineer is, like many atheists on YouTube, continuing to act like there's no presupposition in any other aspect other than the concept of, is there a God? Therefore, the only way that can even be remotely plausible is if you are a presuppositional addict. But hey, I am superior to this. I am beyond the concept of presupposition. Everything I do must be empirically proven. Oh, wait, except for the axioms upon which I am founding everything that I claim is the only thing that matters in my materialist worldview. Oh, didn't think about that one, did you, Godless Engineer? But hey, that would actually require you thinking on occasion.
have given over hundreds of years, centuries of years.
Oh, so just regurgitated shit that we've heard for many, many years now. Let me remind you, this is supposed to be Alan's definitive list of proofs for God, and he's just going to feed us the same bullshit that's been refuted time and time again. Well, fuck me.
And the first one we'll look at is what's called the cosmological argument. And this word comes from the idea of cosmos, or the universe. Now, I'm going to go ahead and read an excerpt from Wayne Grudem's Systematic Theology book, which describes it in this way. He says, every known thing in the universe has a cause. Therefore, it reasons the universe itself must also have a cause. And the cause of such a great universe can only be God.
So normally, we experience a cause preceding an effect. The inclination is that that is how it always happens. We could somewhat compare this to the flow of time. One unit of time precedes the next unit of time in an orderly fashion. And this would be the normal way that we experience time. But we do know that that's not always how time flows. Einstein, for instance, has proved that space and time are linked. Time would either speed up or slow down depending on the speed that you're going relative to some other object. Also, gravity can bend time. Time is therefore not some uniform phenomenon that is accurately represented by our normal experiences. In much the same way, cause and effect is not a uniform phenomenon that is accurately represented by our normal experiences. For example, radioactive decay gives us a really good way of measuring long time periods. The rate of decay for isotopes is constant, and we know why they decay. What we don't know is what causes an individual atom in a sample to decay. For all we
one of the things I always find very fascinating about these talking points is, he made the concession that, just the observation, that based on speed, mass, etc., then this flow of time is altered. Yet, from an inflationary period perspective and the expansion of the universe different rate, there's everyone's just avoid their concept of, well, what if that would have affected the flow of time, I wonder? Oh, no. Let's go back to uniformitarianism, because this whole thing I'm talking about in terms of decay rates is 100% necessary for my worldview. So I'm going to be 100% uniformitarian in every other aspect, except for the time after the Big Bang, and then anything that might happen before the Big Bang. Well, that's not subject to the uniformitarianism that I rely upon for everything else, and all the other the natural laws upon which I am dependent and worship like they were edicts from a divine being. None of those, even though we recognize that those would have broken down at the singularity, I'm still going to claim that, well, that just means there was no cause necessary, even though I'm going to worship the natural laws in every other context. So, it's very interesting, folks, how this kind of stuff just gets, spewed out without much analysis, obviously. And then the vast majority of the folks that follow people like Godless Engineer don't actually contemplate the underlying issues with the talking points that they're hearing over and over and over again, yet are buying into with 100% certainty.
We know there is no discernible cause that would indicate which atom would decay next. Another example is on a quantum scale, the effects can precede the causes. This is especially significant because the inflation of our universe is best explained by the fluctuation of a quantum scalar field that moves from a false vacuum state to a true vacuum state. And when it does this, it releases an immense amount of energy that inflated the universe and transformed from inflaton particles into what would eventually become normal matter. After that point, the universe continued to expand. So my contention with a traditional cosmological argument is that not everything that exists necessarily has a cause. 2, I agree that something happened to inflate our universe, but because nature doesn't require a God in order to function, I think that it most likely happened naturally. 3, there's no logical reason to think that infinite regresses are impossible. And 4, the argument is ultimately just special pleading. The cosmological argument specially pleads that God didn't need a creator or didn't need a cause. And so therefore he is the ultimate cause for everything. Even if you grant that everything has a cause and we come to the conclusion that the universe has a cause, it would be a giant leap in logic to suppose that a God is that cause. And if everything requires a cause, why doesn't God require a cause? You see, you have to leap from the universe has a cause to God is that cause. You need to build a bridge using evidence that connects the beginning of the universe to God.
So let me get this straight, Godless. You insist that God would need a cause, but that the universe doesn't need a cause. Have you actually thought about this? I'm guessing not. But your argument is your conclusion that a external agent would be necessary for this to take place is completely debunked because you can't tell me how that entity would come into existence. However, I don't need anything to explain how the universe came into existence. Huh? Have you actually thought about that? Have you actually thought about the talking point that you are putting out there? That's like saying, yeah, the rules for you, but not for me. Hello, this is a very basic premise to contemplate here. I mean, seriously, dude, you really need to think about the words that come out of your mouth. I mean, you obviously wrote this down. While you were writing these arguments down, did you like think about the the argument you're making there? And at the same time, it's well, if that can't be what happened, if you can't tell me who made that. Oh, okay. Well, we wouldn't apply that logic in any other context, but I guess in the ultimate root of our very existence, we can just suspend baseline common sense and things that are, evident in basically every other aspect of our existence. But let's just remove all of those for the root necessities for the formation of the cosmos. Yeah, let's just toss all that out the window and then claim that anybody who says we shouldn't toss all that out the window is the one who's being irrational.
Apologists simply never do this.
Now, let me just kind of break that down in layman's terms. Let's just say we have this phone right here. Well, as we look at this phone had to have a cause of some sort. Something had to cause this phone to be here, right? Or this cup right here, or these glasses right here. Something had to cause this to come into existence. And so if we keep tracing the cause back and say, okay, well, what caused the plastic to be on this set of glasses? Okay, then what caused the plastic to be able to be created? Or what caused the resistors in here to be able to be created? And we keep tracing that cause and that cause back to that cause. And who caused that? What caused that? We're basically going to end up with a universe with nothing in it except stars, sun, moon, or whatnot.
Right. We can trace everything back to the inflation of the universe, and beyond that, we don't know what happened. And that's okay. It also doesn't mean that the regress of causes stops right there. That's an assumption that apologists make. In this section, I feel like Alan has exposed his ignorance of the scientific explanation for the inflation of the universe. There was a period of about 300,000 years after the inflation of the universe of immense heat that permeated all throughout the known universe. It was so hot that not even light could travel through it. The subatomic particles did not form atoms until the universe was able to cool enough. Alan seems to indicate that this regress of causes only goes back to the formation of our solar system. That only takes us back about 4.5 billion years. There's another 9 billion years prior to that.
And then at this point, we have two options. Option one, God caused the universe that we have today. If you get to that conclusion that God is the source and the cause of everything, then you've already gotten to the place that you need to be. Now, the other possibility in terms of how we got our universe is this idea of the Big Bang Theory. But then you're stuck there because if you go with that route, then you have to come up with some sort of conclusion or explanation, if you will, on what caused the Big Bang. And then you have to come up with the explanation of who was the person who actually caused it.
This is basic begging the question. First, we have a more plausible explanation for the inflation of the universe. The universe doesn't need a creator any more than rain does. And just like rain, the inflation of the universe was a natural process. Assuming there needs to be some conscious being in order for the inflation of the universe to happen only begs the question because you're assuming the conclusion in the question. This is also a false dichotomy because he presents it as either his God or a natural explanation. If we are going to include a God hypothesis, then you would also have to include all other creation hypotheses. God did it.
Okay, again, Godless Engineer, it's like you start this off and you dismiss like, oh, you're just arguing for the Christian God. And then now you're saying, oh, you have to apply this to every little creation myth. Oh, okay. But ultimately what's being argued is that there would have to be a necessary entity, which we can call God, we can call the primary, the first mover. There's a plethora of different words that can be used synonymously with, determining is there or is there not a external cause that is not bound by the laws of space and time and the natural laws that we're bound by, and therefore would have the capacity to create them. Like, this is not that complicated. I don't understand why he continues to regurgitate this stuff. And then in the context of like, well, rain doesn't need a cause. Oh, okay. Did you get me? Okay. Well, again, that would be something just like the atheist always love to claim, make the puddle analogy of if you're inside of if you're water and you're inside of a hole, the hole is going to seem shaped for you perfectly. Therefore, it would seem fine-tuned and all the things that would just be necessary for it to happen, which is a talking point that this guy likes to spew. So you're saying that the rain doesn't need a cause, even though there are documented causes for rain to happen, but we don't have to account for the origin of the causes that cause the rain. Like, this is where we're at.
no different than a snake vomiting out the universe, which is another creation myth. There isn't any evidence that either of them occurred. What we do have evidence for is a fluctuation in a quantum scalar field that inflated the entire universe.
And then who was the person who created the two things or however many things that came together to make the Big Bang? And so if you keep tracing those things back, you'll ultimately get back to there has to be a cause for this. And that cause is God, who we call the uncaused cause.
Nobody caused the inflation of the universe. Alan is still just begging the question. And the way that Alan describes the Big Bang makes it sound like some caveman was banging two rocks together and then this happened. This is such a bad understanding of the inflation of the universe. Our education system has obviously failed here.
Okay, so the fourth argument is called the teleological.
Ladies and gentlemen, the guy claiming that the education system has failed somebody, well, I mean, seriously, folks, that this guy is making that claim.
But it is not a code. It's a chemical. It's deoxyribonucleic acid. It's an acid. I don't understand why you think it's a code. DNA is no more of a code than Diet Coke and regular Coke.
Okay, now in line with that, so I'm just going to share something real quick. And just to kind of put into context the assertions that are being made by Godless Engineer. So this is from August 28th of 2020. So 13 and a half months ago. No realistic possibility of false vacuum collapse for billions of years. So it's like, so yeah, it's interesting. Interesting. Anyway, these sorts of things I find them so fascinating. How there's ongoing assertions about all this stuff, and then it's like people don't bother to go and Google it and actually look for themselves and see if the talking points that they're spewing out are true or false. But let's continue.
Theological argument, and that comes from the word telos, which is from the idea of end or purpose. Now, this argument, basically, I'm going to read back from Wayne Groom's Systematic Theology book, and he says it focuses on the evidence of harmony, order, and design in the universe, and argues that its design gives evidence of an intelligent purpose.
I would love for him to explain how it does this. I would also love for him to explain the difference between designed and undesigned objects. Is the water cycle designed by God? What about the rock cycle? Because both of those things seem to just follow the laws of nature. I guess at that point, he would have to say that God is necessary for the laws of nature to function, but he doesn't have any evidence to suggest this. If something seems to be complex, that doesn't necessarily mean an intelligence is required for that object to exist. If there is no natural explanation for how something came into existence, then it could be designed. But the problem is that we have natural explanations for everything that he would list as needing a God in order to explain them. If we have natural explanations, then we don't need a supernatural explanation.
So the idea of this is what I love. Basically, the idea is if you look at the universe that we have today, it necessitates that there had to be an intelligent design or designer, that everything that we see didn't just come from happenstance, right? The sun being in a position that it is, it's not just happen, it doesn't just happen to be there. If it was further away, we would freeze up. If it was closer, we would burn up. There's an intelligent design that placed that sun right in the ideal situation.
The sun wasn't placed anywhere. That's very geocentric of you. You see, the sun formed, and then due to the gravitational effect of the sun, planets formed around it. The sun was not placed specifically for the Earth. If anything, our planet would have been placed in the right position around the sun. But that statement is also begging the question, because you're assuming that planets were placed at all. It's true that our planet did form in the Goldilocks zone around our sun, the same as 5 billion other planets in the Milky Way galaxy alone. We aren't so special that it requires a God.
Now, whether you want to claim they were placed by an intelligent agent, or whether or not they're in specific positions that are necessary for us to be here, are 6 to 1, half dozen the other. But it is not questioned that the planets, the order of the planets and their positioning, their mass, etc., is not relevant to the formation of life in our planet per the standard or the conventional paradigm recognizes that Jupiter's got to be there, or otherwise, and be really close to its size. Otherwise, we have major problems. there's just so many different aspects to it of the overall solar system as a system that is necessary for the overall existence that we have. Yeah. Anyway, it's kind of interesting how everybody just wants to kind of just dismiss these things and, spew, oh, it's all chance. Let's not even talk about the improbabilities of all this stuff. Well, it's fine.
Another thing to consider here is that the Earth has about a 1.5 million mile deviation towards and away from the sun during its yearly rotation. He seems to think that we orbit around the sun in a perfect circle. We don't do that. In fact, no planets do that. All planets travel in an elliptical orbit around the sun. Our orbit would have to drastically change in order for our planet to become uninhabitable. It's also true that there are several conditions required for a planet to support life. Again, these conditions don't make us any more special than the other 5 billion possible habitable planets in the Milky Way galaxy alone. It just means that in comparison to the 100 to 400 billion other planets in the Milky Way galaxy, life-supporting planets are very rare.
There's an intelligent design that knows just how much rainfall needs to come down on this Earth, where if it's too much, we'll drown. If it's not enough, we won't be able to survive. There's an intelligence going on that's sustaining everything.
Okay, so you've regressed backward into thinking that God controls rain. Like I've said plenty of times before in this video already, the water cycle is controlled by physics, not God. That's why flash floods and other natural disasters happen, Alan. Also, as a side note, there's not enough moisture in the air where if it were to all come down at once, we would drown. If God is in control of all of this shit, then that means that God specifically sends natural disasters to kill 60,000 people a year. Does anyone really want to say that God is in control of this shit?
Now let's break it down into simpler terms. Let's once again go back to the cell phone. This cell phone is made of batteries, resistors, capacitors, and who knows what else, plastic, if you will, whatever. So if I just take a whole bunch of parts from a store, if you will, Radio Shack, I get a whole bunch of parts, batteries, resistors, and I throw them all in this cup, and I just shake them up. Right? I'm not going to be able to take all those parts out and, whoa, pops a cell phone that I can call people all across the world, right? It doesn't work like that, right? So this idea of just throwing things together and causing them to bang together doesn't necessarily result or will not result in something that is going to work, right?
Well, not for cell phones, genius. Cell phones are man-made objects, so obviously they do need an intelligence to put them together. We don't have a natural process that would explain why a cell phone would come into existence all on its own. This is an example of an equivalence fallacy. He compares man-made objects to the natural world and then suggests that we also need an intelligence in order to explain the natural world. You cannot compare those two things. Because if we have a natural explanation for something, that means that we don't need a supernatural explanation. I know that he thinks that God controls the water cycle, but normal people understand that physics is what governs the water cycle. We don't need a supernatural being in order to make the water cycle operate. The same can be said about the rest of the natural world.
So the idea is that as we look at our world, as we look at even childbirth, how babies are.
Before we continue on, it's amazing to me that in a different video, Godless Engineer makes this whole thing like that the Earth is not that rare, not that big a deal, so on and so forth. We found other exoplanets, etc., etc. So I wonder if he's actually read any of the stuff on this. So case in point, Earth may be a 1 in 700 quintillion type of place. And if you, by the way, I have this in my folder for people who want to go and read up for themselves. Let's see here. This is a paper on the topic, and they basically get into great detail about the necessities for life to exist, and what's necessary for the planet, so on and so forth, and then basically extrapolate this out to a 1 in 700 quintillion chance that you're going to have all of the necessary components in a solar system for a planet like Earth to exist, and it's not nearly as likely as people like Godless Engineer like to assert, and the talking points of the YouTube atheists claim on such a regular basis.
Born, the miracle of childbirth, and all sorts of other things, there has to be an intelligent designer that is behind all these things that are making it work.
I know a lot of people out there think that childbirth is a miracle, but he seems to have never seen a child being born. And I don't suggest that you watch a child being born if you have a weak stomach. I really don't know why people think that God is required for childbirth.
Oh, get out! Oh, no! What are you looking? I shouldn't have gone in there. Don't go in there. Promise me you don't go in there.
Me go in there? That's the last fucking place I want to go. Like, I'm gonna go in there.
Oh, did you know that you could potentially shit yourself during childbirth? Childbirth is a perfectly natural process that has occurred for millions and millions, if not billions of years. And no supernatural deity is needed for natural processes to work.
Now, the fifth argument is what's called the moral argument. And this is the idea that basically inherent in every single person who has ever existed is this idea of right and wrong. Now, do some people go against their own conscience and do wrong? Of course, we all do. But inherently, let's be honest, we all have a common sense of certain things being right and certain things being wrong.
We do this, but it's because of societies and how societies have evolved. Successful societies have this common moral foundation that allow them to survive and thrive. Social norms established by societies change over time, and those in turn will change that common moral foundation. There's never been one moral foundation to rule them all. That's why our common moral foundation has changed over time. We see drastic changes in our morality with slavery, women's rights, and the rights of LGBTQ individuals.
We understand that it is wrong to molest a child. We understand that it is wrong to take the innocent life of somebody. We understand all these things are wrong. Where did that come from? Where did this idea of this is right and no, this is wrong come from? It had to have come from God.
This is yet another mindfuck. How can you sit there and say that it's only because of God that we know not to take an innocent life or to molest a child? Let's take a look at Numbers 31, 17 to 18. Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourselves every girl who has never slept with a man, for totally not sex slave reasons. Now, that seems like God is commanding his chosen people to take innocent lives and then abduct young girls for sexual slavery. Now, tell me again how God is required in order for us to know that these are shitty things to do. Seems to me like God has no problem with killing innocent people and molesting young children. Well, I guess as long as God tells you to do it, it's perfectly fine. These two things are societal norms that are geared towards the survival of humans. We know that sexually assaulting anyone, let alone a child, is severely detrimental to them and does only harm. We also know that killing innocent people in a society is not only harmful for that society, but for individuals within that society. God is not required to understand these things.
Because if it didn't come from God, then that means
Okay, so real quick, since Andrew, as usual, is not picking up on the bigger picture of things that are being put forth. So regarding false vacuum states, so this has relevance. The Higgs has relevance to the inflation on the front end, by the way. And what I find hilarious is in line with this. And this is where we get into the what is actually nothing, right? So in 2014, researchers at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it's Wuhan, haha, significant about that, folks, suggested that the universe could have been spontaneously created from nothing. No space, no time, nor matter, by quantum fluctuations of metastable false vacuum, causing an expanding bubble of true vacuum. I mean, let's just think about that for a second. So there's nothing, but we have quantum fluctuations, which aren't actually nothing, a la Lawrence Krauss, that are then creating something from nothing as something that's not there becomes something that is there, and the false becomes true. And it's like, let's actually contemplate this. I understand that they come up with all these hypotheticals and the theories of these things, but this is nothing but like hypotheses. Like, that's it. And to argue that this somehow explains the existence of the universe, when on the flip side of it, we don't expect it to ever happen again until basically towards the end of the universe. So it's not really plausible in any other context except for this. But then we're going to claim uniformitarianism in every other context. But then this could never happen again until you're like at the end, which we also can't prove. And we weren't there at the beginning. We claim that we can't know what happened in the beginning. So we're going to come up with all this stuff that we also can't prove. But then we're going to ignore the fact that we all agree that it couldn't actually happen now. So it's not actually plausible in context of existence, except for in these extreme instances, which we claim have no potential necessity for an external agent that knows how to make all this stuff happen perfectly in order to reach the end outcome that is necessary for us to exist. Like it's amazing how, and then we're going to come up with stuff like, oh, we have puddle analogies, which completely debunk all of this on its face, and we can just ignore every other piece of logic that's put forth in trying to analyze the necessities for our very existence. And then we're going to accuse anybody who disagrees with us of, just being, blinded by faith and such.
means that every single person on earth would have their own separate standard of morality versus there being a general common morality that is shared amongst all human beings, and that could have only come from a morally perfect being, i.e. God.
Every single person on earth has their own standard
Well, it's probably a good thing that I was on mute as I was ranting, and I'll just allow patience to override. We shall continue.
of morality. It just so happens that everyone living in one society generally has these overlapping standards that we call the common moral foundation. This would be the foundation that includes most people in the society. He also seems to have this idea that everybody on the face of this earth has this one singular common moral foundation. They don't. Psychopaths and sociopaths certainly don't. Generally, with this moral argument, an apologist will tell you that God has written these things on our hearts, so everybody on earth knows these things implicitly. This fails to explain why psychopaths take joy in inflicting pain on others, or why sociopaths can't empathize with their fellow man. Claiming that God has given us this common moral foundation only causes more questions than it gives answers.
Okay, and the sixth and final proof is a difficult one to wrap your mind around, and it's the ontological argument. And the idea here is, if you can imagine some great maximal being, if you will, right? If you can imagine that being in your mind that can do all these things, that's all powerful, all knowing, that is all sovereign and in control of all things. But if that being only exists in your mind and you're only able to just imagine him, but he doesn't really exist, then that means by default, he can't be the maximum being, i.e. God. There has to be another being out there that is greater than the one that you've actually imagined, because now this being not only exists in your consciousness, but also exists actually in reality as well. And so therefore, there has to be a greater God.
Okay. Well, I can imagine a maximally great house with 15 movie theaters and a garage full of vintage cars, but that doesn't make it real. It also doesn't mean that there is some other house out there with 16 movie theaters and 2 garages full of vintage cars. Just because I can imagine something that I think is awesome does not mean that that has to exist in reality now.
If there, basically the argument is this: if you can imagine that there is a possibility of there being a God, then that means there has to exist the fact that there is a God.
Are you fucking serious right now? Does this work for anything, or?
Okay, so Godless Engineer, I know that this goes over your head, but the point he's making has relevance in relation to the whole multiverse hypothesis of this out and explaining the fine-tuning and the other aspects of the anthropic principle and such, that this is the logical extension of, if you're going to cling to that to potentially explain how our universe exists and we exist, then anything that is possible in that model, then God is also possible in that model. Like, this is a very well understood concept that has been analyzed over and over and over again, and people recognize this to be the case if that is true. So you can't have your cake and eat it too, and then act like having your own the end result of your own talking point get thrown back at you. Then you're just showcasing again the superficial aspect of your analysis.
Or is it just your God? Which, by the way, would be special pleading. I can imagine a T-Rex walking around downtown Huntsville. Does that mean that there really is a T-Rex walking around downtown Huntsville? You can imagine a whole ton of shit. Fantasy and science fiction primarily rely on this imagination. Does that mean that anything in fantasy or science fiction media is real just because somebody thought about it? This is such a ridiculous argument.
Yeah, I know. That's a tough one to wrap your mind around. I get it. Okay, my friends, so there are 6 proofs of God's existence.
Ooh, that last one did throw me a little bit. I mean, by far, it is the dumbest argument that I've heard for God. As far as I can tell with this video, the first 2 proofs are just, for the Bible tells me so, and then the other 4 proofs failed to substantiate the conclusion that he came to. Like he said at the very beginning of the video, these are the exact same arguments that have been regurgitated for many, many years, and they have been refuted for many, many years as well. I'm not sure why these arguments are convincing to anybody when they use an archaic understanding of reality.
Can we touch them? Can we feel them? Can we smell them? Not necessarily, but God has left enough proof internally as well as externally of his existence. So
He really hasn't, though. If God had provided us with enough evidence to indicate that he definitely does exist, then we would have situations that would only be able to be explained by a supernatural deity. The problem is that what we're left with are natural explanations for everything that we've explained.
And this is why Godless Engineer clings to concepts like there is no code, there is no design, there is no machinery, there is no arbitrary value assignments, there's no things that are necessary for our existence that are so improbable that it is more probable and more plausible to conclude that the intelligent agent was necessary. He just acts like none of them even exist, and the ones that aren't explained somehow have been explained, even though the people who are attempting to explain them admit they haven't explained them, and they don't actually have an answer for how they are there, other than, oh, we'll figure it out at some point. Therefore, the ramifications, if we don't, have no relevance to the analysis of whether or not there is a external necessity for our very existence that we can call God, and doesn't necessarily have to fit inside of the it doesn't fit inside of the magic bearded man in the clouds talking point that he loves to spew ad nauseum. And as he analyzes this stuff like a fifth grade boy who's just now learning how to tie his shoes or something. It's getting bad listening to this stuff, and the superficial, juvenile, and incredibly myopic supposed analysis they're doing of the positions that are put forth. And I mean, I would say one of the primary things I would say against the theist here is he shouldn't use the word proof. I think that opens the door for atheist hyper-literalist disorder to, run down that black hole and never be able to actually analyze the point, because you said proof, let's freak out. There's no such thing as there's no proofs. And it's like, yes, we all know he's using it colloquially as evidence. He's not saying it's proof beyond all doubt. He even said that you can't know it beyond all doubt. I didn't say exact words, but he's saying, like, you have to think about this, you have to look at the evidence and, reach the end conclusion for yourself. It's not like saying, oh, we're in a, the court of law and it's, proven, and we've got tangible evidence everywhere that's saying this. Like, no, we have circumstantial evidence in many cases and forensic in others that ultimately can give you a good conclusion as to, from a probabilistic perspective, which one is the more sane conclusion to reach. All right, before we wrap up this portion with Godless Engineer, we'll say what's up to everybody that's joined us. Andrew Coffin, what's going on? Great member, appreciate it. We got Keith Colvin has joined us, also a member. Appreciate you very, very much. Shuffler Bluey is in the house. What's up? It was great talking with you last night, even though that was interesting as we got towards the end of the dumpster fire that was last night. Sandy Pigeon, how are you? Good to see you. Greenie, we got Neuropath Ministries. A lot of folks have been joining. I appreciate you all for listening. Hellbound Heathen, good to see you. Tony, what's up? Tony Maurice is in the house. Cheryl, I appreciate all of y'all for watching through this whole deal. Utopia Buster, what's going on? And Dell, also another member. Dell's in the house. And we go, Emery in his image. How are you? Good to see you. And okay, so let's get back to wrapping this thing up. And I guess I will open up the room for a few minutes to if you want to have a quick discussion, and then we'll wrap her up. So let me finish this.
Experienced in reality. I don't see how that could ever hope to prove that God exists. Thank you, heathens, for joining me for this video today. If you will, please go down below and let me know what you think of Alan Parr's proofs for God. Do you think they're convincing, or do you not? Let me know down below. And hey, while you're down there, why don't you smash that like button and subscribe if you like this kind of video. Don't forget to stand up and use your voice. Bye, heathens.
Well, I didn't realize I was quite that close to the end. All right, well, that was interesting. Puts forth so many concepts here of the things that kind of seem to just be glossed over by the standard YouTube atheists and their talking points. All All right, I'm going to open this up here for a few minutes, maybe about 20, 30 minutes. We're going to have some combo if anyone wants to join. And then I am going to call it. Andrew Cummings says, no LPP, don't open up the room. Every minute turns into another hour. Well, yeah, true. All right. Well, no, Hellbound Heathen, we will not be doing another 6 hours. I cannot handle it. It was like 4:30 when I called it a night. And then apparently, I guess it continued on. That dumpster fire continued on in other channels. And I was attempting to allow there just to be a, let those two hash their drama out for a little bit. And then hopefully that could be reconciled. And, they could have a little kiss and make up hug session for all the stupidity. And it was just, that was a waste. Yes, it was exhausting. I agree. Yeah, Greeny says, thanks for posting Catherine Sterling's debate. She made Godless stutter and stammer for answers. Yeah, that one was an absolute obliteration of just like, it was bad. That was painful. The whole aspect of no, we're just talking about reality, not the universe. It's like, yeah, so you're now inserting the premise of the multiverse, which if possible, or if it exists, then all things are possible. And if all things are possible, then God is possible, which was the point that the guy you were just reviewing was making, that you claimed had zero substance and could be completely dismissed outright. But you want to claim that you're just talking about reality, quote unquote, not the universe. But then you're going to go, oh, well, we're just talking about the atoms and the particles. And we don't know what happened before that. So let's just dismiss everything. And you can't actually extrapolate anything beyond this. So only things that are actually plausible are the things that we extrapolate out, which God is not one of them. So yeah, your position is just wrong. Sorry, guys. It's the way it is. It's the way it is. But what can you say, folks? We are surrounded by individuals who want to dismiss any and all contradictions to their worldview. We have dumpster fires everywhere. We've got, I mean, I don't know, some of the stuff I sometimes get very entertained by it, but at the same time, it's kind of like, am I wasting my time even diving into these things? Because we're going to have incredible just narrow-mindedness in terms of the analysis of the big picture. People that only want to hyper focus on one little speck of the painting that is our existence, and then claim that anybody who makes any kind of other conclusion must not actually be thinking. It's amazing. What's up, Tony? How are you? Good to see you.
What's up, man? I haven't talked to you in a while. You been?
Man, well, summer was insane. And then I don't think I did a stream for like a little over 3 months. It was crazy with my move and everything. And then I see, like, in July I had my car wreck. And then first week of October, I sprained the crap out of my ankle. And so I've been laid up. My foot's still like black and blue. It's nuts. But I'm getting closer to healing, but I've mostly been laid up for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, that hurts, man.
Yeah, how about you, man? How's Florida?
Pretty good. Starting to cool down though.
Yeah, you still being able to go out fishing? You still
Oh,
fishing?
yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, man. Whenever you want to come down.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. Big tarpon.
Yeah, well, at some point we may have to get down to, might need some boats to survive when the inevitable collapse of.
Yep.
Yeah,
Food shortages and everything else going on.
Yep.
Oh
man.
Man,
so I just got a comment from last night. John, the filth words need to stop, man. Shaking my head because I guess he's referring to the very, very end of the stream when I flipped out on Smokey and SFT for being ridiculous for 3 straight hours. They and they wouldn't shut up, so I started telling them to shut the F up.
Yeah. Did
What's
you
up?
catch I just was. Did you see the Discovery Institute video? That I tried to put the link down in the chat. It was Origin of Life. It'd be something good to just do a quick review on.
Is this their most recent one, like the one that just came out?
Yeah, I think it was a few weeks ago. Yeah, did you see that one?
I haven't seen the most recent one. I have not.
Oh, okay. I'll try to send you that link.
I'll check that out. Is this a new account, like a new one? Because I could have sworn I gave you a wrench a while back.
Yeah. YouTube keeps banning me.
Okay, here.
Yeah, I got 3 accounts, so I had a sock account. It's been a mess. Same with Facebook.
Oh, gotcha.
Probably my Joe Biden comments.
More than likely, yeah. What's up, Bluey? How you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
Well, I'm slightly less energetic than I was yesterday after last night's dumpster fire.
I was in that entire conference. I guess you call it conference call. I don't know. Although, well, it was really just Smokey and SFT.
Yeah, well, for the second half of it, yeah, like 2.5 hours straight. It was the two of them being off the rails.
It started with me and Rob actually having a decent conversation. And then, I don't know, they joined, and then, yeah, we just kind of all sidelined it.
Yeah, that was... Well, part of the reason I would let them do that was there's been like ongoing drama between on the whole deal for like the last month. And I'm just like, okay, let's just let them have a hash out. It's now, they started it like 2:00 in the morning. Like, okay, whatever, let them just do their thing. And
it was funny because like SFT was almost like he just was so prepared to have at it with Smokey because he had so much stuff that obviously he'd gone away and researched and just wanted to throw at Smokey.
Well, I think some of that, a lot of that's from the streams that he'd already done about that whole debacle they were having. So I don't think it really was much of a have to go research. I think he'd already done all the research.
All right, okay.
A while back.
He definitely had a lot of things he wanted to say.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it was. There was definitely some drama going on, but at the same time, there's been pretty strong words laden by Smokey towards SFT. So that's kind of the reason I let it slide. I'm like, okay, let you guys go at it because at this point we're at you two need to have a fight at this point. Because
put them in a room together.
Yeah, but my confidence in there being reconciliation is low. It's up
Yeah, that's what I wanted to try to bring it back to that. And I wanted to say, hey guys, like let's just dial it back a bit because there's so much like anger. You're not making progress here. Like just cool it, bring it back a little and try to find some common ground, which did eventually kind of start happening. But then someone will say something and it will just escalate again.
Yeah, there was like
a lot of ad hominems.
Yeah, I think there was like there might have been 2 instances where it seemed like they were having a very brief, like, okay, maybe there will be some kind of, like at a minimum, a truce. And then, as you said, no, it's like, nope. Then one of them would toss an ad hom and it was like, spin the dial on the Inferno is back. So,
who was those other 2 guys I hadn't seen before? Like the 2 Flat Earth guys. It was the OT or something.
Okay, Iger Television and
that's the one.
The XO of the RO.
That's the guy. Yeah, the XO guy. Yeah, he was interesting.
Yeah.
He was very challenging.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's what I was finding interesting about the folks who don't like why would you let that kind of stuff go on in your chat? I'm like, so are we not here to have if it's an open discussion? Are we not here to open discussion? And,
exactly.
Hey, if people want to put forward just because you're having a conversation with somebody, that doesn't mean by default you well, I just accept everything that they say, and that's what I believe too because I'm having a talk with them. It's like if you operate from that perspective, then why do we have any conversation with anyone?
whenever any of these guys come out and they say, no, you have to understand my doctrine and live by my doctrine. If not, you're a heretic and devil possessed and blah, blah, blah. I was like, whoa, dude, you just need to flip and calm down for a second, listen to what other people are saying, and try to be a bit open-minded.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. What's up, O'Dirth, also known as Jamie Russell? How are you?
Feeling zesty.
Oh yeah. You've been bouncing around today, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit. Got a lot of really nice phone calls from really friendly people saying very encouraging things, as a good Christian would.
Oh yeah. So actual phone calls or like on chat?
Actual nervous breakdown, ridiculous nonsense, horrible, cruel, sadistic, uncharitable. Yeah, I could go on.
Wow.
Spiteful, hateful, envious, without self-control, proud, arrogant, self-promoting, cruel, hateful, disgusting, despicable, evil, and that covers most of it.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun. I'm glad you got to enjoy that. And I'm being sarcastic on the glad you got to enjoy that.
Yeah, is there any guess who that would be?
There's two people I would guess that might be, but I don't know. I'll tell you the person who I've been who's been really ticking me off lately is Ryan, the whatever that guy's name is. Like, I don't even talk about him, and then he keeps doing streams about me when I haven't mentioned him. And then there's like a stream where he's like trash talking me. It's like, dude, I don't even talk with you. What is your problem? Leave me alone.
Who are you talking about? I was out of the room for a second.
Oh, Ryan, the Presbyterian.
Oh yeah.
I don't understand. Like, that guy attacks everybody. It's like, dude, go away, bro. Like, just go away. I'm not engaging.
He's trying on his big boy pants. What is he, like 27 or something?
Oh, is that how young he is? I thought he was.
I think so. I think he's a kid, so I just like, whatever, dude. Whatever, boy. Whatever, little boy. I mean, he just chimes in on stuff he doesn't know anything about, and then ends up looking foolish.
That does happen sometimes, for sure. For sure. It's getting, I don't know. I just don't understand why, from a big picture perspective, would you want to waste your time on this kind of stuff? Yeah, it's like there's no macro level benefit to just being so vitriolic against an individual you will probably never interact with personally, and causing drama. I don't know. I still don't feel like there's a positive outcome on that. And the flip side, with Godless Engineer, after our debate last year, for those of you who don't know this, I live in Nashville. He lives in Huntsville, Alabama. So he's like basically a little under 100 miles from where I live, right? And he was talking a bunch of trash. So anyway, long story short, I offered to drive down to Huntsville, meet him at his alma mater, which is, well, I won't say that. Anyway, meet him at his alma mater and set up a meeting with some different experts there. And we would basically have a conversation with them and see which one of us was correct in relation to the arguments that were made in our debate. And like basically put arguments forth to the some experts and see, which one of us had substance. That was responded to as I was making threats of like harm to him. And I'm just like, in what universe is me offering to go meet you at a neutral location at a university to sit down with experts in a field and have a conversation? How do you construe that as a threat? That makes zero sense. Anyway, I still haven't gotten over that one. It was like what world do you live in? Are you like is the premise of having like face-to-face conversation terrify you so much that you think you'd like construe it as physical violence? I mean, I don't get it. What's up, Sam? How you doing? You back? Have you made it back from Vegas?
Yeah, I made it back. Now I'm just tired. Ready to go to bed already.
So, did you have to act as chaperone for your brother and his friends?
No, it wasn't that bad. I was kind of hesitant. I almost didn't want to go. You know, we're kind of on different paths in life, and Vegas isn't really a city that I find interesting enough for me anyway. But no, it was cool. We went and rented ATVs and went out and rode those out in the desert, and then we went and played Top Golf. That was pretty cool.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't golf at all. In fact, I've never played anything other than miniature golf, but it was still fun, you know. I started smashing the balls pretty good at the end there.
Up, Sam.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Good, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah, I saw the Blue Man Group there a long time ago. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, I do like the Cirque du Soleils. I've gone there with my wife, and you know we've gone to a couple of those shows, and just people watching is always interesting in that town. But everything else is not, not for me. Hey, I wanted to just talk really quick about the moral argument that Godless was making, and also his straw man of the ontological argument. So the moral argument is that if something is wrong, therefore there is a God, right? If naturalism is true and there is no God, then any moral things are just opinions, consensus opinions or personal opinions. But if we're just products of nature, nature's pretty savage, and we don't look at the animal kingdom and say, hey, what that animal did was wrong when it, chews up something or rapes something or steals another's food. So if we're just products of that, then why is it wrong if we as humans do it? Especially if it's going to increase my survival value, right? If I can go out and rob and lie, cheat, steal, kill, rape, do all of those things to increase my survival value, doesn't that just make me a superior organism, according to what they believe? So when his response to the moral argument was actually just a confirmation that the Bible is true, that God wrote his moral law in our heart, because some things are wrong, therefore morality exists, and that's objective morality. Regardless if people want to dismiss it, if everyone on earth rejects God's objective morality, it doesn't mean that those objective moral standards don't exist. It just means, just like in the days of Noah, that people, rejected them.
Well, that point you're making there is what always... It's one of the reasons I always make the assertion that a lot of the atheists, at least one on YouTube, don't seem to think more than one or two steps ahead of their talking point. It's like, well, I don't agree with all the things that the Nazis did. Therefore, it's not just, there isn't just objective morality. It's also, anyway, those kind of points. So it's like, okay, well, what if the freaking Nazis had won World War II and taken over the world? Then what? Would eventually their positions would either become the dominant view of the world, or they would collapse and be overtaken by people who stood against those the atrocities and stuff. But it's like, why would you? If there is nothing objective to morality and there is no reason to protect others, why would you not just fall into acceptance of the fact that all these demographics should be exterminated? We're the only ones that matter. If I'm in that one, then cool, and everybody else is inferior. Because it wasn't like there weren't Germans who helped Jews escape. It's like there weren't Germans who were fitted inside of the genetic profile that was acceptable for the Third Reich, that didn't help handicapped people and elderly and sick people escape the execution chambers of the Nazis, right? And if that is the case, why? What is the reason for that? If they weren't the ones that were threatened, and again, I'm talking about from the macro view. Again, if you extrapolate this out to the Nazis win and conquer the globe, if there is no external objective morality, why would you not just, eventually at some point only have the people that fit and conform with the model, and therefore it's now the new standard?
Right, and it's inconsistent. I feel it's inconsistent for a naturalist to say that what happened over there, in World War II was wrong. Because what was happening is they were trying to, for the betterment of the human race, rid what they deemed as a lesser genetically, a lesser superior person genetically. So everything that they did was, it was consistent with that whole mindset. Get rid of these people, they're inferior, we don't want them to pollute the gene pool anymore, so we can continue to breed these superior humans, more advanced organisms. So why is it wrong? And why should someone risk their life? And if this life is all there is, why should someone risk their life to help somebody else if it's going to cost them their own life? That would make the person risking their life a lesser organism, because that decreases their ultimate survival value, right? So that it's just inconsistent. It's just a mess for those people, and I've not heard a good explanation for that.
No, I would definitely agree with that. Tony, Bluey, or Jamie, you guys want to jump in on this?
No, actually, sorry. I was gonna try to push back on the morality argument, but I don't think it's very fruitful, actually.
So are you saying you don't agree with the morality argument, or you were just going to push back for the case and just to push back for dialogue?
Yeah, I mean, people say their morality. You could say morality was from a like suffering point of view or whatever, and so you would want to inflict gratuitous pain to somebody, and so like there could be objective truths that are like similar to mathematical truths or something, and so avoiding and so in that sense there's like always a better decision that can be made just objectively based on reality. I don't know, something like that. But
I just want to be clear too, because I always get this pushback. At least I'm not saying that the critic or the skeptic cannot be moral people. They can be moral people, but I'm saying it's if their worldview is true, then them being moral is inconsistent. So we're not saying that all atheists are bad people or anything like that at all. That's not the argument. So the argument is because they can be moral, their not God worldview is false.
Yeah, right, exactly. Although they are all bad people.
Well, everyone's bad. There was only one good person.
I'd say that as far as reality goes, if you have a reality that exhibits morals from obviously humanistic standpoint, right? We're all human. We all have morals. Animals don't, not in the same sense. You can't have any other explanation than a creator. You just can't, because you just don't get the same moral sense. You're always going to have a moral. You're always going to have people with differing opinions, which are just going to evolve, as they love to say. It's just going to keep evolving and changing, and it's just going to be a mess. It's never going to be consistent.
Yeah, it has to be let's say if morality is objective, then there seems to be a pretty good case for God. But of course, you can't really prove that. But it's like intuitive, the sense that certain things are actually objectively wrong.
Well, yeah. It's also situational, because if you're an atheist and you don't have this idea of who God is and even what God is correctly, you're not going to have the big picture, and so everything you're going to be seeing is just going to be based on your superficial view of morality, and that's okay, because as long as you're comfortable with, like most of these people are, then they don't have any reason to look beyond their creature comforts, and so they can imagine it. So it's not only subjective to them; it's also just totally situational, and
exactly,
for the most part they don't care.
The thing that annoys me most is when they try to use the Christian moral argument to then debunk their own moral argument.
Well,
there's a lot of circular reasoning.
if it is the case that morals are still evolving, okay, then perhaps things that we call horrible and atrocious today, perhaps those things are actually good, and we just don't see it yet. You know, it hasn't evolved to the point where we can understand that these horrible things are good. So again, if morality is just a result of evolution, then we're in a state of, well, okay, fine. Then you can't definitively say that something is wrong.
Yeah.
We can't know again. You know, maybe we'll find out that slavery actually was good, and we made a mistake by saying it wasn't, or, you know, murder or genocide or whatever these things might be. We can't know. We're still evolving.
One of the things I've noticed that they have to do is the denial of something that we basically see as something. The denial of abstracts, such as like if human beings come up with a system, so you could or they could call it the social contract, that sort of thing. Then it's like that system itself takes on its own reality, and it's like, well, it's just the system, that's why we're moral, because of our social contract, as if that system is something tangible and not something that isn't just a conglomerate of a whole bunch of corrupted human beings.
Yeah, well, but then you're back to a opinion-based morality, and that opinion could be a consensus opinion, and if that's the case, then nothing was wrong with slavery, and nothing was wrong with the Holocaust. Those things were all justified and legal. Do you see? It's a real problem for them. You know, they gloss over it like it's not a problem, but it's a huge problem for them. But they don't have an answer, so they just have to gloss over it.
It's a rubber ruler argument.
We either gloss over it or fill in your own blanks. That's ultimately what it's all about, is filling in the blanks of our ignorance. And you know, you can seek truth, which is really all it takes, as far as I can tell, or not. And
it's one of the reasons that the field of psychology has actually had a lot of hardship in the last 10 to 15 years, actually. Anyone who works in psychology would know that it's getting increasingly more difficult to, deal with, diagnose and deal with people, because the morals are the society morals keep adjusting and changing. So we're in sort of almost uncharted territory in a lot of ways.
Did you say psychology?
Psychology.
Yeah, that's an interesting subject in light of Scripture and the Bible. What do you guys make of that? I mean, I accept it as, but some people have a problem with Christian psychology. It's kind of an interesting question, I think.
Well, let me get
into the moral side of things.
Example. I asked my mother about flat Earth. My mother is kind of she's not very intelligent. I love her to death, but she's really not. She wouldn't really be able to lie. So I asked her about flat Earth, and not specifically about it, but I started asking her questions to kind of get out of her what she thought, if the planet was round, or if we were on a ball, or if we were, just to see what she would say. And she didn't have an idea what I was even describing when I was like, when a plane is going. I mean, this is she's not like brain dead. Like she still has, she still functions, but it took me a while to describe to her the concept of even the whatever she's seeing be, and then and I wasn't laughing at her, and she kind of laughed at herself. She was like, I don't care about that shit. She was like, I was more worried about trying to feed your ass, is what she told me, and I just kind of laughed. And I think that's how most people in general history that are uneducated probably function, because so people think like, well, most people in the past, they all believed in flat Earth, or they all believed in, or they all believe in this or that. Like the whole concept of a unified psychology is so. I mean, there is the unification of what God's written in all of our hearts, of course, but it doesn't hold water of the the social contract of keeping so yeah. If what we're going to be seeing again, it looks like is what is the natural state of things.
Well, I think the problem that we're going to continue to see is if it is the case that God has written his moral law in our hearts, and that would be my position, then the further society rebels against that, then the more problems they're going to have, because they're going to have this conscience that's just like, it's just like we'll feel like what we're doing is wrong, but then we're rebelling against that. And then so from a psychological perspective, you would expect that, yeah, things are going to get, of course, more and more difficult. Because how do you explain these feelings if we're trying to say that there's nothing that can be wrong, everything can be okay? Then why are we getting so messed up on some of these issues and these topics? It doesn't make sense. Not to me.
What do you mean, the division between Christians?
Yeah. I mean, how do people struggle with things if everything is okay? How is that the case?
Everything's not okay.
Right. Everything's not okay. That's my point. But how do they explain that?
Like, it's never going to get okay.
Until
Jesus returns, it's never going to get okay. And the idea is spreading the gospel. That's the only real answer. Everything else, where people are fighting from one side to the other side, regardless. If you're not doing, that's why everything is supposed to be to glorify the Lord and to spread the gospel, no matter what. And if you're not doing that, if that's not in the center of the the balance, then everything's going to get off tilted.
What I don't understand is that you can historically and accurately say that it's actually not very hard to see that if those times or whatever in history where people have done their best to follow the objective laws written to us by God in, let's just say the Ten Commandments, right? The further you get from those laws, the more chaos you end up with every single time, without failure.
Well, that's where in history you see it always seems to be, the empire versus the tribe, the Romans versus the Gauls, the North versus the South, the South with their barefoot, or the British versus the Zulus. Like, it's always like the chaos versus order paradigm.
The Australians versus the emus.
In which humans try to take the role of order, of other humans, which are taking the role of chaos there, which is just the whole Lord of the Flies paradigm, really, which is just kind of history.
I'm sure Richard has something interesting to say about this.
Peace and respect, everybody.
What do you think, Richard?
I try not to think. My dad always said, don't think, son. Either know or shut up. So I'm trying to shut up right now.
I like that. Tell your dad. I appreciate that.
He's a little dead right now. I'm going to tell him later if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah.
I misspoke. The Lord of the Flies paradigm doesn't work for what I said, because each side is actually just different levels of chaos. There's no order, chaos, people. Like, that's a little too Manichaean.
Have you guys ever considered the idea that, like, the standard Christian idea of judgment, like how God judges people, like, you can kind of look at it like, well, he's got to judge the heart, right? So it's kind of like a pragmatic thing, like, he's gonna judge you according to what you know, sort of thing. But like, on the other hand, there's things that, like, have to be the bottom line, right? To, you have to accept Christ, for instance. That's a bottom line, right? So,
are you an open theist?
No.
So you believe God already knows everything that you're going to do? and everything that you would do. Right?
Yeah, it's like a Molinist approach, I guess, maybe, but I do think he has foreknowledge, perfect knowledge, but but I'm just wondering, like, is there a conflict with the idea that God judges somebody by the idea in Scripture that he judges you by the light you have, right? So that would indicate, like,
what do you mean by judge? I mean, make decisions about you, or judge
final
you go to judging you in hell?
Right, the final judgment, right? So if it's because people will appeal to that verse to say, what about people that never heard the gospel, etc. So there's verses that people can appeal to, like, or like say you were just more ignorant than somebody else, like to he who has more knowledge, will be judged more severely based on what they, the light they had too. So there's that, but then is that in conflict with the idea that there are some bottom line things that you must believe or whatever to have salvation? So it seems like those could be in conflict.
Are you asking like the question about the native guy in like native China in like the year 500 BC?
Right.
Like,
there's that guy, and then we have
how they could possibly, like, the old lady suckling her baby. Or not old.
You're talking about accountability.
Yeah, accountability.
So those that haven't heard the word of God, are they accountable to the word of God?
That falls back into the written in your heart, and very basically, I think that because of the fact that everybody has, for reasons that I won't get all into here, I think that everybody has a possibility of believing the word of who is Christ, and when you believe his name, which is God is my salvation, and there's somehow God's going to save people, and it's however he's going, somehow Jesus is going to save who he's going to save. I'm sure they're like, because if you look in the Old Testament, you can see people like Balaam who were speaking to God. So there's clearly other stuff going on. So that kind of stuff doesn't bother me too much. Because everything I just said is complete speculation, right?
I think the key to this
God is good and fair.
I think the key to this is understanding the word judgment. And I'm not saying anyone in this room in particular is assessing the word judgment this way, but I've often seen people assess the word judgment as sentencing. No, as sentencing. They mistake the word judgment for sentencing. But if the actual word is judgment, and I've looked into it as far as I can tell that's the most correct way to say it in English, then there's something to be discerned between. Okay? So if there's something to be discerned between upon being confronted with God for that judgment, then it's not simply sentencing.
But it says all will be judged, even the saved.
Yes.
So you're saved and you're still judged after you're being saved.
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay.
But there's still something to be discerned.
Sure. I mean, that's your heavenly rewards. Because you're not all saved. We're not all saved equally, right?
I'm just trying to present something that would indicate that the idea set of being faced with God with no chance of redemption for sentencing based on your life, it doesn't seem to work well with the text itself. That's all I'm saying.
No, anybody can be saved. Everybody can be saved.
Well, I would argue that every single sin ever committed has been atoned for, except for the sin of rejecting the name, which is God is my salvation, who is Christ.
That is
that includes the Chinese woman suckling her babe, living in a cave in 5th century BC, Antarctica or whatever.
So here's a monkey's wrench. If it's true that you're judged based on your presence understanding and not on what the truth actually is, and if it's true that you're give an opportunity to repent of what you did believe based in new information at or just before judgment, and all that seems to be true within the text, then isn't it better to not testify to a person? If they misunderstand it, they can condemn themselves.
Do you mean like somebody being able to get saved after they die, or Jesus just appearing to somebody right before they pass away, like in their hospital bed or something?
Well, certainly, I look forward to the great day of the Lord and the first resurrection and all that. But anyone who has happened to have died before that, yes.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think Jesus existed before that, and his spirit and God's Holy Spirit existed before that, and the Holy Spirit is on the whole earth, and the meaning of the name of Jesus is God is my salvation, and I think that through the Holy Spirit, that they could be saved by that name of Jesus.
There's no word "my" in that definition. The word "my" is not there.
Oh, it's Yahweh's salvation then, or is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the question is, would it be better to not perform the Great Commission because it could condemn people? It's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting when you consider, like, some people answer the problem of God's hiddenness by suggesting, and I like this answer, or I think it's possible anyway, but that God is distant because of our sin, and therefore the hiddenness in some sense is some sort of protection from judgment, in the sense that if he revealed himself too much, you could that could be less merciful, I guess you could say. It's an interesting answer, and it kind of relates.
I don't mean to hug the conversation, Jamie, but could I comment on that? I'll try to keep it short.
No, please.
It's hard to judge a nickel without judging it against something. Like if I say compare a nickel, that makes no sense, right? Let's take the opposite situation, present that as a scenario, and take a look at what the results would be. What if heaven were literally parked in the sky and everyone can see it, and everyone knew that God, heaven, angels, Jesus, etc.? Why would we even be here? What would be the point?
I gotta chuff off, guys, but I'll be back in about half an hour. But I'll still be listening.
Peace.
I'll get back to you soon. Cheers.
See, so I'm saying is that without divine hiddenness, we have no opportunity of choice. We have no opportunity of suffering. We would have no opportunity. I don't know. I think we would lose all motivation to do anything but get to heaven.
Yeah, that's interesting. People have often said that that's part of like it's like a soul building theodicy kind of. Are you saying that's the case?
Soul building, maybe in a way, but I try to be more specific than that. I think that we are to suffer and find empathy and compassion for each other, our kind, brotherhood and sisterhood in love. I think that's why we're here.
I think, okay, so I kind of understood or thought about your position, considered it and stuff. I do think that sort of thing is definitely happening, like in the reality, and then God would have foreknown that, you could say.
Strong, yeah.
But I think the only issue I see with that, I would say it can't be the primary purpose for this reason. Because how do we get in this situation? Because I don't think I want to say it like it's necessary, at least primarily. Like it seems to me, like that's like saying, well, to manifest the best attributes that we.
You mean this situation?
God, yeah. Like he wouldn't. Like we're supposed to. We're made to reflect the image of God, and then under that paradigm, it's like saying, well, God had to have evil to manifest his glorious attributes.
Well, you just assumed we're complete.
Well, that may not be the case, but then that would be a result of being created that way.
We are created this way, but we are not complete. Yes.
Right.
So do we yet reflect perfectly God, or is
No.
that a future situation?
Right. No, it's future, but I would say there's something in the way I understand Scripture.
Through the last darkly, right?
Yeah, that we're in the mess we're in as a result of our own.
Well, then I have a puzzle for you.
From God, caused by humans. So
then I have a puzzle for you. Why does God blame Satan?
Well, yeah, that's where I have a particular theodicy. I think is a good answer.
I'm really asking you, why does God blame Satan?
Because it's his fault.
There you go. Which means it can't be yours. You're only ignorant.
Well, that sounds a lot like it wasn't me. It was this woman.
No.
It wasn't me. It was the snake. And I would say
it goes really well with all is forgiven but blasphemy. It goes really well with that.
Well, yeah, I would say that's what they said was true. It was for that reason that Adam fell because of the woman, and then it was true that the woman
our
fell.
sins are still our sins that we're responsible for. Satan being responsible for the fall is one thing, and Satan also being the ultimate rebel is the original murderer, and that's there's plenty of reasons for God to hate Satan.
I have no chance of pronouncing all of your name, although I'm sure you've practiced and you can. I'm going to call you Kel. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Kel, are you espousing federal headship in that because Adam sinned, that we have all sinned? Is that how you're reading that line, that idea?
No.
Okay, can you explain that verse to me, or do you want to present your position better so I can understand maybe?
So I'm trying to think of from how to approach it. We sinned. Adam's sin was the result of Adam being a person who has the capability of sinning, and from that the earth is cursed.
Okay. And we sin because the earth is cursed?
Well, no, we sin because we are also of the same being of Adam.
Yeah, I think it's in
Everybody
human nature.
Will sin. Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think it's in human nature to tentatively hold a position until proven wrong and then accept the new position. And I think we live our entire lives that way. All of our learning process is exactly that. And so long as we're ignorant, then we must make mistakes by definition.
Yeah, basically there's sin, which is the result of the fall, which is entropy, basically. Moral or otherwise, but if we're thinking of just everything falling apart and in age and death and thorns and thistles and
in like a colloquial
there's that, but then there's also the fact that when we're born and start growing old and dying and that sort of thing, then there's also ourselves being who we are, our sinful selves. So we're affected by Adam's sin, but we're still guilty of our own sin. In that regard,
do you have a plausible methodology for God's execution of that limitation on us to 120 years?
You mean why we only have 120 years?
Why we age and die?
Because otherwise we would become the most horrible creatures the longer we live.
I can quote God on that one.
Go ahead.
He said, let's see if I can remember it. I think it's like Genesis 2, later in Genesis 2, where he says, now confirming that the lie in the garden was not, shall be like gods, because God says, now he's like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now I'm going to take away the tree of life, lest he reach out and grab it and live forever.
Ooh. I don't
Yeah,
know which
sorry if I
edition
left
that
that
is.
subjunctive, but yeah, it's because it's actually a mercy that we die.
You could certainly look at it that way. Who'd want to actually be a vampire? But anyway, I mean, on this planet, I don't know which edition you're.
Well, okay, mercy might be the wrong word, but you know what I mean. I think.
Jamie, I'm not sure what you just read from, but I know it's only loosely based in the Greek lexicon.
You mean Hebrew, right? Hebrew,
No,
right?
I do not. I mean
It's
Greek
Genesis.
lexicon. Yes, I understand it's Genesis.
Why is it Greek lexicon?
Because it's based in the Greek lexicon.
Oh, okay.
The King James and the NIV, all of these, a lot of them.
What's your general position in demolished doctrine, Richard Madsen?
I believe
Hey,
that
Richard
doctrine
Madsen.
should be demolished, and it's fine if you call me Richard or whatever you like, George. I don't care what you call me. The demolishing of doctrine is what the Bible is describing, including those of faith.
You mean like ego death or something?
No, I mean death of superstition, doctrine, holding to beliefs that aren't true.
Okay. Have you heard anything from me that you think is untrue?
I don't know you. I'm not ready to assess your position. I barely spoke to you. I have no idea.
I mean, I've spoken a few things that as facts, I think, or everything I've said, I retroactively claim as a fact. How about that?
I don't know. If I found something objectionable, I'm not shy. I would have said it immediately. So I guess I haven't, although I'm guessing.
Fair enough.
If that's all right. But I did find something immediately objectionable in what Jamie read of the Bible. That you're obviously reading one that's been privatized for profit, and some of the words got changed. And I would really look into the word "yet" in the quote that you just made, because it means despite the fact. It's despite the fact that man has flesh, as in the idea of flesh should or could or can live forever. His days shall be numbered 120 years. Now, if you read it that way, it makes better sense. Well, first of all, it's more coherent definitionally. And second of all, it makes better sense within the sentence itself. Because there's no point in declaring something that's natural, but you would be declaring something that's imposed. And there are animals that are not immortal. You could kill them, but eternal animals already on this planet. And it looks like if we had proper production and maintenance of telomerase for the maintenance of our stuck on a word. Crap. Where's John?
Who's going to maintain those?
24 chromosomes. For the maintenance of our chromosomes, we also would be not immortal, but eternal beings.
Yeah, but God's put that timer in there, hasn't he?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe he did that by limiting the production of telomerase in us, quite on purpose, so that we age and die and will not make it to 130. Still true today after thousands of years, by the way.
That's the same reason that, everything is going to eventually become just a whole bunch of hydrogen particles in a flat, death of the universe.
Entropy is always true where no maintenance is done. However, intelligent interference can defeat.
Yeah, so you're talking about the eventual perfection of the universe, the new heaven, new earth, etc.
I don't know about all that, but I it does seem to promise us that.
Amen.
Amen. That was my objection, Jamie. I'm sorry if that was too long-winded.
I apologize for interrupting.
I would argue that. Sorry, I'm trying to shut off my. Okay, I would say what's implicit in the text is the fact that God makes Adam out of the dust, and so it's already hinting that God sees the fall coming, and for other reasons I won't get into. But
I know I'm a total freak, but I tend to look up every single word from every sentence I read from the Bible.
Do you think dust could mean also subatomic particles?
It actually means, it doesn't mean dust. And in Lot's wife's case, it doesn't mean salt. It actually means pulverized material, as in material so small you literally can't make out one part of it with the eye.
There you go.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. I'll just say the thing that scholarship says, and then that you can derive from the text because of later passages, right? The dust idea being made from the dust. Let's just use the word that's in the English. I understand what you're saying about it being
Sounds
probably
better
not
than bits.
yeah. Well, I presume I don't know this for sure, but I presume the reason it's dust there in Genesis and then dust in Ecclesiastes, etc., when he talks about people returning to the dust, etc.
Nowadays, you pretend it's bites.
Yeah, and then I'm just trying to draw the relationship where I think this is probably drawn from, but the idea, because it was a concept in the the minds of the people when it was written, right? And so it's like an ancient Near East context circumstance, right, that I think makes sense. And in other words, we can learn from the context of the culture around them and what kind of, from reading other literature, etc., all that. That's valid some of the time, okay, I think. So, but let's just say, then when he curses the
plus Moses was a prophet, right?
Right, exactly. Yes, I'm a fundamentalist in a certain sense, right? So he curses the serpent, right? And then he eats dust, and that's another indication of the connection there. So I would say, what was my point? Just that. Give me a second. Go ahead.
Actually, never.
You're talking about a theme throughout the text where dust means a certain thing.
Oh yes, and so I think is what's going on that fits with the fruit being taken away, because God's saying, "Hey, look, you were not immortal per se intrinsically, but that so I would say there was entropy in the technical sense as part of the design, and the implication would be that communion with God and eternal life are dependent strictly on God. It's never intrinsic, and that's something that is being taught there, is that, like, hey, you disobey God. So I would just presume Adam, it's implicated in the text that Adam had moral responsibility before he ate the fruit. I know Richard's going to disagree with that.
No, I'm going to really, really logically disagree with that. That's an impossibility, and I'll show you why I think it's impossible. Okay, let's say that the Bible declares I'm ignorant, and say it's quoting God when it does so. Okay, hey, Richard, fine.
Can I really quickly just finish the thought really fast? I'm almost done.
Sorry, I thought you had.
The indication was just that. I think is what's implicit there is that we were always from the beginning dependent, quote unquote, on the fruit that gives, the tree of life, and that's typing the idea that, like, even from our design start, we were dependent on God, and our sin separates us from God. And so it was, even from the beginning, it wasn't intrinsically immortal. It was that it's all God. It's from God and in communion with God. So that's it.
Well, that's obviously not unfair. To say it's for, with, and by, of course. But okay, the idea that I'm ignorant, right? That's a given. I'm ignorant probably of more things than I'm aware of. More things than I am aware of. Sorry.
What do you mean? You mean just have ignorance in general?
What?
What do you mean by you're ignorant? You have ignorance in general? Or is there something
I mean, of the total knowledge possible of all of the cosmos, I hold very little of it.
Fair enough.
So actually ignorant. That's what I mean.
You're not God, basically.
What? Yeah, right. I'm not. Yes, that's exactly the problem. Yeah, I'm not God. So thereby, I'm ignorant of things. Okay. And it's easy to justify grace in light of ignorance. If someone's unaware of something, they can't react to it properly. Man acts not in my ways, for he does not know them. That sort of thing, right? And is that grace just? Well, it's completely, perfectly appropriate. Apparently, if we're ignorant, we deserve grace. We should be given grace by a benevolent being in perfect justice. But what cannot, that Christians read into the text that is not there, what cannot be justified to ignorance is guilt. Show me how you can be ignorant of something and guilty.
I don't know about deserving grace. That doesn't sound right for some reason.
Well, I'm going to use those words for now. I mean, are you ignorant?
Yes, but to push back in a friendly way, I would say there is. It seems to me in the Genesis story, which is obviously very foundational, right? To however we're going to look at the Bible, but I would say I do agree that there's truth to what you're saying. I just think the text is suggesting that that Adam had moral culpability, and it was a simple, although profoundly simple, but yet it seems that the narrative is that God created Adam as a functioning, probably very high functioning human agent, and that the implication was that he was to obey, and he had the ability and the moral culpability to do that or not.
I'm certain that him who was red in the face, or him who turns red in the face, was made more perfect than I am, because deleterious mutation built up by generation, obviously better in every way than I am right now, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But I want some testimony from the Bible that says that curse has a negative connotation, because that's a presentism fallacy. If I say that because I think of the word curse as it being attached to witchcraft or negativity or something like that, that's not the way it was used in that language by those people at that time or throughout the text continuously in context, because there's even occasion in the Bible where men had adjoining property lines and were warring with each other, cursed each other in the name of God, and then it's used twice. Discovering they had the same God, they cursed each other to build an altar and meet once a year to praise him. So what's the connotation of the word curse?
I would say in Genesis, context would say, like what Kelby was saying, the idea that there was thorns and thistles added, and then, but yes, God does say, by the sweat of your brow, you'll have to, so things are going to be more difficult now. So it's kind of like you're going to have to work. Well, you're going to have hard labor that wasn't present before.
Just tell me the part that's inaccurate. Tell me, is an herb a thorn and a thistle?
Well, not necessarily, but at least the historic suggestion, or that people have always thought, was that things became less than ideal. And so, but I do think there's something to what you're saying, in the sense that it was, and I even would say I agree with Kelby in a certain degree that some curses are, in a sense, like, what'd you say, Kelby? You said like the death was almost like a mercy. I found myself thinking that before. I mean, in a way, in a certain sense, like a mercy for the sake of the the greater good in the end, or whatever, right? That man doesn't live forever in sin, right?
Are we saying that curses or something? I don't understand what
curses can be good biblically. It all depends on the context of the passages.
Okay.
Yeah, like what is good in this context, right? Like, man falls, God's trying to fix the issue. That's how I would look at it. And so you could say that it's part of the plan of salvation that God.
I'm looking at a list of every single instance of the word curse in the Old Testament.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Have I looked at every single one of them?
I said I'm looking at every single one of them right now.
Do you have logos?
Curse me, Jacob. Come and defy Israel. How I curse whom I mean if there's an instance of where if this particular word, you're saying there's like an instance where this word is used, or you just mean like God cursing people, or you mean like God making a curse is not necessarily bad? Is that what you mean?
Right. Like for instance, if I said having babies is good, but having babies is also painful.
Okay.
And I said there was a curse of an increase of childbirthing. And with that comes an increase in the total amount of pain. That makes sense. Is that pain bad?
Yes.
Okay, well then God designed women, I don't know, non-optimally?
Yeah, this gets back to the whole thing with like,
Well, I mean,
well, why did God curse
that's
it? If it's
specifically
just bad?
part of the curse. So I'm not sure what. Like it says, you're going to give pain in childbirth.
This is where Danny comes
in. It is possible for an animal to reproduce and nurse its young being less than 1/40th of its total body weight. Because there's some animals like that. So it's not logically impossible, by example, that we could have much smaller children, but we don't.
So you're questioning why that specific affliction was put upon human beings?
I mean, if we're going to look at it as a negative thing, then yes, obviously God intended an affliction.
Pain. I mean, pain in childbirth specifically, and everything unpleasant about it.
Okay, so here's why I say that.
Otherwise, you think otherwise we'd be like just repopulating like crazy because it would just be like, hey.
No, that doesn't stop it. I don't think that slows us. Childbirth being uncomfortable or even painful does not slow us down whatsoever. I don't think. But I mean, it doesn't seem to. Quintuplets and everything. Anyway, my mom had 7 kids, but moving on. Okay. Derailed. Crap. Okay. Multiplication problem. I looked up the word multiply in your births will be greatly multiplied. Okay.
It's not.
It literally means multiply, like a math problem. Okay.
What Genesis is that?
It's in the Garden of Eden. It's the curse of Eve. It's long about. Shoot, I'm not good with numerical alphanumerics, memorizing things that don't make sense, that are like completely abstract. My brain doesn't like that. You'll forgive me. But you know the curse of Eve in the Bible.
Children. A desire, a sorrow, thou shalt bring forth children. I shall multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be, and he shall rule over thee.
Okay, so the word multiply there is the same as we think of multiplication.
Greatly
that is, you take a base number,
sorrow,
you multiply it by some kind of factor, you get a sum. Okay. Christians normally I'm not saying you do. Christians normally maintain that Eve had 0 children before the curse. Now, if I multiply 0 by any integer, I get 0. That would make this a very hollow threat.
Really multiply thy sorrows and thy conception. Oh, you mean like she would be like, what's a child? Like, what do you mean? You know, and like
No. I mean, if you multiply 0 times a bazillion, you get 0. If she had no children, that whole curse makes no sense.
You're saying there's a reason to think that this doesn't mean like going forth. It says, thou shalt bring forth children. Yalad.
It means exactly what it says.
It literally says, Yalad, thou shalt bring forth Ben, children. Yalad Ben. Now you shall bring forth children.
Sure.
And their design, nice, like right after it says in thy conception. I mean, are you saying that? Well, I'm still not sure what you're specifically. If we disagree,
some of this entire proposition in this conversation is assuming Christian context, which I'm showing makes no sense according to the Bible in this particular line. Not that I have no other examples.
Are you a Christian?
I thought maybe by your definition, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Define what a Christian is, and I'll tell you.
In that sense, I think no.
You think no based on what?
Based on what you just said.
Did I deny the cross?
Yes.
No.
You just
I
said
proclaim
you,
the crucifixion,
you
death,
did not. You just
death and
refused to
resurrection of
identify
Jesus Christ.
yourself as a follower of, as a believer of the cross.
Well,
When
I said it
asked
depends on your definition. I don't know what your definition is.
it shouldn't
According to
matter.
my
You should
definition,
tell
I'm
me the
Christian.
definition of what it is. You
What?
shouldn't be like that. You should tell people what the definition is if they ask, instead of
I declare Christ crucified for the forgiveness of sin through the resurrection after his death 3.5 days later. I mean, that's what I declare. I believe that.
I think you're a Christian. You're just a heretical Christian, right?
A heretic is somebody you talk to too long.
No, I mean that's
all a
fair, and I know
heretic is.
we're trying to actually have kind of a debate and a little in a Socratic dialectic here. So
He believes the Bible.
It's all good.
He believes the Bible, and he declares Christ as Savior. So I mean, he
Yeah,
just
okay,
has.
then I can totally take that back. I was completely mistaken and wrong.
That's okay. We're human. So I see some contextual problems that make for discontinuation in authorship within the Bible, in which case a person has to say this part was written by God, this part was written by man, or maybe all of it was written by man, or all kinds of problems that people accept. I don't accept those problems. There's either a singular authorship, not penmanship, not scribal, but a singular authorship, or there isn't. And if there isn't, it's trash. So if it has value, it has a singular authorship, in which case it has to agree with itself. And if it's not coherent within self, then there's no acceptable reading frame, and any reading frame is possible. In which case, a person's writing their own Bible.
Well, I think that's reasonable, but I do have issues that I take with your rejection of, say, Ezekiel. And I think
what's my rejection of Ezekiel?
Well, I think you said that at least part of Ezekiel is probably not part of the cohesive single authorship by God, right?
I didn't say that. I never even indicated something similar to that. What I said was that Ezekiel is a truth that is the uninterrupted, unaltered word of God.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It just happens to be a truth from the mouth of God about not himself, but about his enemy.
Oh, forgive me.
Oh, okay. As long as that's clear.
Yeah, that's kind of off topic anyway. I'm interested to hear what how Kelby interacts with some of your ideas.
Well, first of all, I don't think they're my ideas because I'm not well studied and I'm not bright enough to come up with something that actually works. And I believe there's no hole in it. I mean, no holes. Okay.
I'm still not sure what. I mean, I think I totally agree with everything you've said so far. I'm not sure if I disagree with anything you're saying.
Well, that's because I haven't brought up anything really controversial yet. Give yourself a chance.
Well, I mean, I could just throw out what I think are just the fundamentals. Or just what I mean. Well,
go ahead, but we're almost certain to agree.
Is Christ. So that's a little. I mean, I totally believe that, like what you just said about Scripture, like every bit of Scripture it is the standard for any information that we have external to any working of the Holy Spirit. The Scripture, although we can't even trust our perceptions, so the Scripture still, I believe, needs to, take precedence over that. In other words, I don't believe somebody recently described to me cessationalists in a way that almost made me be like, yeah, you know what, that is kind of sounds like what I believe, but I'll never believe that the Lord won't work or can't work in somebody somewhere in some way that somebody could describe as any kind of gifts that are like described like Pentecostals and charismatic and all those kind of people. But most of the time, majority of the time, when somebody comes up to me and says, "Oh, I have a prophecy for you," or so, I think I can't stand it,
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. I'm not.
I had a prophecy come to me over prophesying over a person one time. I had no idea what I was talking about, but they knew exactly what I meant.
Yeah, I mean,
that
I
was
totally
really
believe prophecy. I mean, I believe prophecy. I absolutely believe it. But when somebody specifically starts, if somebody's giving prophecy, I'm going to know it, or somebody's going to know it. And if I'm giving prophecy, I'm not really going to know it until I'm looking back, maybe, or maybe when I'm doing it, I'm going to know it. But it's going to be what it is, and it ain't going to be me being like, "Hey, I'm going to have a prophecy at 3:00 this afternoon." For
Yeah, I don't think it really works like that.
And then when you try to spin it like, "Well, prophecy is really just, anything I'm saying that makes you feel good," like.
Let me make it a contextual statement and just keep tacking onto it further and further in depth until you find objection. It'll cause a conversation. What do you think, Kel?
Sure.
Okay. The Father is the living embodiment of Yahweh. The Son, a perfect imitator of the Father, following the guidance of the Father through the Holy Spirit, completing a certain task. You know the task of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of sins.
I could probably
so
find.
far?
You're a Trinitarian, then?
Yes.
Because
not exactly.
Specifically, the word imitator kind of threw me off, but then I'm kind of like, well,
it's to present an idea. It's not debate talk.
Well, to put it very simply, that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all three Yahweh.
Except there's logical problems in the Trinity if you're going to describe it that way. I don't think there is a logical problem from within the Bible, only within Christian doctrinal view of it. Because here's something you'll probably find objectionable.
Are you just like it's a mystery, or do you specifically have? Are you speaking against the traditional that they're all three are God?
Okay. I think the Bible describes most fundamental in your statement. The key to that statement you just made, or question you just made, is the word God right there. Okay. So I don't think that a person can conflate terms that mean different things and call it all God.
I can tell you very specifically what I think if you want.
So what is your definition of God?
Well, no, I'm not going to give my definition of God.
Well, I would give mine.
But I mean the words let's see that Yahweh is all three are God is just like our word for God. God. I mean, you could have a little case. But
it's a very general term.
So,
yes.
Yeah. So that would be. But if I say Yahweh, that is all of them, either at once or if I'm looking at each person, personhood, that sort of thing. But Elohim, I don't. Fine. So Yahweh, I mean, if you want to call that a proper name or whatever, I mean, it also has a meaning and that sort of thing. But so then if you go Elohim, plural of El, then to me that is that's not more of a proper name. That is more of a title. It's not a proper name. That's more of a kind of a title of a group of celestial beings or a celestial being. In some
so
form,
happy for you.
That's just Elohim. Okay,
that's relatively honest. Congratulations.
And what else is there? Adonai is just Lord, so that's not really. I mean, Yahweh is the only real name. I mean, if you want to talk about everything, but Yahweh is. His name is also jealous. So. I mean, he has many names, but is ultimately Yahweh, and then that's his name, and then he has a word, and then he has a breath in eternity.
Okay, so what is Yahweh?
Father, Son, and Spirit. What is Yahweh?
Right. What is Yahweh?
In what particular direction do you want me to answer that?
Biblically. I want you to answer it biblically.
The Father of all creation. The Amen. The Alpha and the Omega.
Is the Father Spirit?
Yes.
Is the Father only Spirit?
I wouldn't say so.
Does the Bible say that Yahweh is spirit, that God is spirit? When it says God there, it actually means not Elohim, but
spirits. Well, I mean, spirit is is information. So anything that's information, I suppose you could say is spirit. Anything that's not like raw information or something like that. Now, if you have information that's specifically formed up into something that's not necessarily matter, then I would call that not just raw information, but like words or data. So that's where Yahweh's form in the form of having a form is the word, is the Son, and Yahweh as just Yahweh. Yahweh information is breath. Everything that's Yahweh is spirit, and then Yahweh as Yahweh the Father in eternity, every single way that he possibly is and will be, and that's the Father.
Can you tell me what the United States is?
What the United States is? It's a nation.
Okay, what comprises that?
United States.
Now, is United States dirt, people, constitution, or individual? Is it an individual, a group, a constitution, a constitution, or a landmass?
I mean, it's whatever people say it is.
Okay. How about this? The United States is kind of all of those things and or none of those singular things. After all, if you were Captain America perfectly representing the United States and you were an attaché in a different situation, say a different country, you are the United States in that moment. For instance, the President of the United States is the United States in that capacity.
I think it's better described as you speak words to me, and I can hear them, and every word in your head you think to yourself, and they make up your mind and who you are. And
I'm going with information theory, actually.
Without them, they're not you.
Right.
And,
I'm going with information theory. I'm willing to accept that.
And now the main difference between comparing our own thoughts and our own breath to the Trinity, obviously, is that we're not eternal beings. My breath isn't its own person, and my words aren't their own persons. God can do that because all of creation is made of his word and his breath. Like form and motion is creation, and that's what they're basically shoddy mod. Well, they're not shoddy. God created it, so God forgive me. As far as we can see it, they are lesser versions of the ultimate version of or the ultimate form, who is the Word of God, who is God.
I recommend the word shadow right there. Not to put words in your mouth, but I think that's what you're driving at. Is it's a shadow of the reality of God in heaven and all that. If that's what you're driving at, yes.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, a lesser form of the light.
Fair enough. That's fair. Okay. So here's what I'm reading, and the way that I'm reading it is God is spirit, and it describes the spirits of God, which are in foundation are 7. And then there's expounding on the 7 and the repercussions of them throughout the text: forgiveness, love, empathy, jealousy, lots and lots of repercussions. Follow so far?
I'm not really well versed on the 7 thing, except for I know where in Scripture I know where in Scripture it says that. Right. But like I said, as far as how that applies to a lot of anything that we're saying, I don't really.
You brought up information, wisdom, knowledge, counsel, understanding, fear, power, and conservation are concepts that are immaterial, and has everything to do with information rather than physical substance. That is, I'm working with you here.
Okay, so you're saying each of those spirits are the embodied in the same way that form is the embodiment of Yahweh and Jesus in that particular way. You're saying that the spirit, these other spirits, or not form, because form is very specific, but as far as spirit, you're saying there's many Holy Spirits.
No, I'm not saying there's many Holy Spirits. I'm saying that
Okay.
God is fundamentally 7 spirits expressed in a unified fashion through the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit, exemplified in physicality in the Christ onto the earth. Good so far?
Okay, we'll go with that. Like I said, I haven't really put too much thought into how I view that, but yeah,
That's what
I
makes us all
agree. I have
complementary.
nothing to say against that.
That's what makes us all complementary, is we've all studied different parts and thought about it and prayed about it in different fashion, and that can be awesome.
Yeah, I don't think that you're speaking anything crazy.
Okay, so if like someone perfectly adhered to all of the United States and can be in that moment the United States, this is why this would justify in the text, in that same idea, why the word angel and God and the Father are often interchanged. Even in the recollection of the same story, those words are sometimes interchangeable. Like the story is told more than once, and this time it says angel, this time it says God.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. I totally agree.
Okay, cool.
Well, in other words, that Jesus is all over the Old Testament. If that's what you're saying, then absolutely.
You ought to hear how much. I did a lot of name translations, and I have a list of 30. By the time you get to Genesis 18, there are 30 traditional names that appear in the Old Testament. And when you read them, I think they're obviously describing the foreshadowing of the Christ.
Sure.
Like,
well, I
obviously.
I would even argue.
It's pretty crazy,
I could
actually.
probably be argued with on this, but that anytime God is actually speaking, that's Jesus is there, or anytime anybody's believing that God is salvation, then he's there,
Well, through, with, and for, and if not, then it's wrong. Throw it away.
Yeah, like when Adam first heard that the serpent he is going to get crushed by his heel, like if he believed that, he believed God is his salvation. So then he believed the name of Jesus. So he believed that word, the word. So and therefore he was saved by Jesus, just like Abraham was saved when he believed and was counted as righteousness, and everybody else who did.
It's kind of unavoidable, isn't it? I'd love to do an interview with you sometime and get into some really get into the meat of it. And Jamie, I'd love to do a continuation of the series we were already working on.
Sounds awesome.
Jamie has apparently been ascended and quickened.
Well, I would imagine Jamie is probably bouncing back and forth between all of the streams that are talking trash right now. Be my guess.
Yeah, that's why what I said was only intended as a joke. Peace and respect, John. Hey, thanks for letting me on your show for a minute.
Oh, of course, man. I'm always open to these kinds of conversations and let people have
The
dialogue.
point of interest for you, I suppose, might be that our deficiency in telomerase production could be part of the completion of the vessel, resulting us not in immortality but eternality.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, makes sense in the text anyway.
I think there's all sorts of aspects from our from a biological perspective that indicate that we could have had the eternality pre-programmed and it's been turned off. I mean,
sure looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially given the fact that there are organisms that seem to have the eternal concept that you're referring to.
Yes,
and
they
it's
do.
like, so
there's even a mammal, believe it or not.
I'm not aware of the mammal. I'm aware of the oh crap, I'm drawing a blank. I'm tired. Whatever it's in the ocean. I'm forgetting the name of it. It's a oh man,
Arctic whale.
No, it's like a
Nordic whale or something.
It's like a
Or shark.
jellyfish. It's like some kind of a jellyfish, I think. Anyway,
They call it the immortal jellyfish, but it's obviously not immortal. It actually reverts back to like a, what do they call it? A larval. It's not larval. That's the wrong word. A simple stage, and then regrows itself after it's been in some kind of hibernative state or whatever like that, something like that.
right.
Anyway,
Well, you have to assume that if our stem cells were not turned off in terms
True
of
story.
I mean, there's still some are still active. I mean, not turned off in the sense of the way they act when we're in development years.
Right.
If that was not the case, then at a minimum, dramatically extended life is extraordinarily plausible. I mean, hence why there's ridiculous amounts of capital being invested in trying to figure this out. And
people don't believe me when I say that.
Does it come from the stem, the gene, the DNA inform the telomerase to start unzipping? Like, is that information just straight up told to? It's like, yeah, do this.
No.
No.
Okay, so
Like,
you're talking about we're talking about the
encoded in there already, right? So if somebody could just uncode that, and then all of a sudden we won't be able to die, and people will be begging for death, right?
Well, what do you guys think the transhumanists are attempting to pull off? And they talk about this all the time, that like we'll have accomplished these things that we're talking about. We will have accomplished them within the next 50 years, all this kind of stuff. It's one of the reasons they talk about depopulating the planet is, we're not that far away from their perspective.
Yes,
we're not that far away from achieving immortality. Therefore, we can't have all these eaters
that's exactly right,
taking up the planet. Therefore, we must look for a way to reduce the population so that, because we're going to live forever, then we can't have all these people running around.
John, did you know that it's our discovery of that possibility within our genetic material not presently coding, that it was within months of that discovery that this whole green earth movement came out?
I didn't know that, but that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I mean,
it's really not surprising.
Yeah, but when you look at the things that we discover, like, so, man, what's the guy's name? His last name is Church. He's a researcher. He did some experimentation probably 20 years ago where they figured out how to basically turn normal cells back into stem cells. And now they weren't being able to control what they then turned into, right? But they had figured out how to basically get it to revert back to that it can become anything state. And which is very, very interesting. And there's a lot of potential in it. But at the same time, it's extrapolate to where we're at, what we're seeing right now. Like, it sounds interesting, but one of the major components that people don't want to talk about is, even if we were able to figure out how to do this, that doesn't mean we would necessarily figure out how to stop, cancers and other types of disease.
Right.
It's like, cool, we're able to keep going, but I don't know if I necessarily want to keep going if my body's being eaten from the inside by cancer and such. Right? And the irony is, we don't, in spite of the fact that the public face that's put on in relation to our understanding of the genome is, we're just like figuring all this stuff out, and everything we're doing with GMOs and synthetic biology. It's like, are we dramatically advancing? Yes. I'm in no way, shape, form, fashion downplaying it. However, simultaneously, we're realizing that we have basically, a very, very, very minimal knowledge.
That's why this atheist
how it's actually regulated.
Is the atheist? This whole atheist movement is so just well, as far as the idea of the consciousness not actually being something, in the same way that it's just some abstract thing, and if that's where I look at it kind of like fire. Fire's not conscious, but it's something that humans kind of create the proper conditions, and then this thing generates, and all of a sudden this analog pattern is happening that you didn't create, but we don't create fire, but we institute the right conditions. Like, that's the only way any kind of AI is going to be generated. Like, because we're not going to understand the conditions through which intelligence exists unless it's just totally fake. But if it's something like that, that's getting into, but once we get into that idea that consciousness is just this kind of throwaway thing, I'm thinking of the like the white tiger, like how every white tiger that they mutate and grow and breed that is actually seen in a zoo. There's like 5 of them that came out like completely deformed, and that they're just like get like just killed or whatever. And I think of the Alien 4.
Can I blurt something? Can I blurt something out before I go for a cigarette? John, don't quote me. It's probably not perfect, but it's in the ballpark. Science Magazine, September 2016, funding in the literally tens of millions of dollars per laboratory in several laboratories worldwide to research what would unlock what was then called micro RNA blockers, so that the non-coding 5 to 20%, depending on who you ask, starts coding, realizing fully the human genome in individuals. Should be accomplished within, estimated at that time, 10 years or the year 2026. Now, if that don't scare you,
it doesn't surprise me.
I don't know why.
And one of the things that people don't realize is, like, Bill Gates, for example, he is putting up more capital, okay, in medical research than the United States government.
I want to live forever.
So I mean, when you think about that, it's like, it's saying, I've talked about this before in streams, and a lot of times people are like, you're making this up, and I'm like, no, I'm not. There have been venture capital funded startups that are specifically dedicated to the acquisition of young blood, literal young blood, to be injected into older people with money, obviously, under the auspice that some of the proteins, different things that are produced in young people that stop being produced in old people, or as you get older, if we just inject this blood into ourselves, then we'll be able to, extenuate our lives by default. And I mean, it may be true, I don't know, but the point in terms of the end outcome, but the point is, anybody who wants to claim that none of this stuff is real, nobody's actually doing this, there's venture capital funded startups doing this. Now, a couple of them got shut down because like they were getting blood from, they got busted getting blood from like minors and stuff. And by minor, I mean 15, 16-year-old kids. But it's like, okay, cool. So they got shut down as a business. You want to tell me that the billionaires that were the ones that were, being the test subjects and getting the blood, you think they haven't just like hired their own people to go get the blood for them? Like, let's get real here. Like, don't be naive.
If they want it and there's money to be made, it'll happen.
Exactly. And if from their perspective, it's the premise of potential immortality, or maybe making it living long enough until the things that are being researched are to the point where they can live forever, and you think that a billionaire is not going to spend the money on that?
Plus, having no idea of God, can you imagine that there is no? They think they're doing the ultimate good, and they think that you, who is standing in the way of that with your fairy tales, are doing the ultimate evil in trying to even speak against it, because they're just trying to do the ultimate good they possibly can for the soulless.
How much I agree with you, Kel. This is actually pretty remarkable. I don't know if you guys pulled this out of what I just said from Science Magazine, but if that's a promise of heaven, God has to do it before we do, doesn't he?
I hope so. Like, any idea, like what I was saying before about AI and fire and generation of this sort of thing out of nature, out of some kind of thing that we don't really like. I think if something like that, I would really, I have thought of that, and I have thought that before it gets there, God would never allow that, or maybe that's exactly what the Antichrist is, the only one that he does allow, or something like that. Whatever it is. Anyway,
I'm gonna go smoke. Don't bring me back in unless I wave and scream, and then you might not even let me do it. But anyway.
Okay, you want me to put you in the back? Okay, gotcha.
Hey guys.
What's up, Lee? Welcome back.
I've been listening, and I have some things to say. Just give me a sec.
All right. So real quick, while you're getting ready, so I'm drawing a blank on who asked me this earlier, but I'd been asked if I had any books that I recommended, and so I have put some in the description of different ones that I find very interesting, and think if you haven't read them, then at a minimum, or if you haven't read these at a minimum, then you don't even have any true understanding of the positions that are being taken by somebody like on the intelligent design side of the equation. Jamie, are you you're old Earth now?
Yeah.
Or just undecided? Okay.
Well, I'm very sad.
Well, I may have to start calling you a heretic.
I think I'm like a milk toast fence sitter on that whole thing.
Well, it's kind of funny. Like I lean YEC. I think it is probably the more rational conclusions. However, at the same time, I think that there are, like, it's dumb to just be completely rigid and not to even at least at a minimum consider alternatives. Although what my gut tells me is, and I say gut from looking at a bunch of different sides of the equation, right, is that it's a hybrid of the two. And by hybrid, I don't mean like gap theory and all that kind of stuff. I think that there is a hybridization of.
No, the only one I've really heard go into it is Chuck Missler, where he's like, look, time is this very specific thing that happens in this very specific dimension, along with the fact that there's shape to everything. And so the way we measure time is just the way we happen to measure what we call time, and what existed before. Like, we don't even understand what before really even means, when it comes.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I remember asking a question to what's the guy's name, Hugh Ross. Because I haven't thought about it in a while, and I was watching one of his interviews, and it started getting me thinking about it again. And I was like, and the idea of the uniformitarianism, and basically, because I was like, yeah, how do you? Well, I basically kind of brought that to him, and their main argument is kind of just basically physics, because God doesn't change, physics doesn't change. Or it was basically the crux of the argument, and I was like, no, yeah. I don't agree with that. Like, physics is part of creation. Physics is, so if creation changes, so I do think physics. Now, I agree if we all of a sudden say, well, but the speed of light can change, then all of a sudden that can possibly throw off every single calculation that's ever been done. But I mean, that's a real slippery slope view of looking at it like that. But at the same time, I do agree that it's some sort of hybrid of the two.
Yeah, you could. Is what I always want to know from the staunch old earther is why and where do they draw the naturalistic line in the sand? Like, because when they're Christians, they're very willing to, it's just like, and I don't get trying to redefine the creation story it's like they're the ones always making the intelligent arguments about ancient Near East context that often young Earth creationists don't even want to listen to, which I think is a mistake, but they do take that too far all the time, for sure, I think, but they don't all the time, and that is stuff that we should take on board, but and I try to, but when it's valid as far as I can tell. But it's just like, if you're going to go with that kind of view to make your arguments, then it's kind of obvious that they didn't think the universe was super old based on the text, unless you think they were like strictly retarded.
Part of it's a real urge to never want to say I don't know, or never want to just accept that there's a vacuum there, or you'll be able to just put an X in place of the variable instead of just filling some random crap in. And the fact that we can't do that usually, I mean, it's just a natural progression to do that anyway. Like, even if you choose, like, well, I'm just going to decide, I don't know. Like, you're still going to fall into something. But I've had that same kind of question where recently with the guy Randall Rouser thing where he said where he was basically or what was it, the Amalekites and the slaughtering and all that kind of thing, and just be like, yeah, like the scripture just didn't really mean this. And it's just like, all right, well, if you're going to go there, and then they were calling people a genocide apologist for accepting that that's actually what happened. And it's like, that's that's bullshit.
Yeah. I think the gap theory is impossible because I think there's clear correlations with the creation story and literal biblical history. So
but you're right. Like, if you don't if you start questioning a part of it and just saying, well, that part's not true. Now a lot of the language in Hebrew and Old Testament stuff, you know, there's room to argue about certain views, but there's certain other things where it's like, there's really no question. Like, you either say that this is a lie, you know, or I mean, there's room for metaphors, there's room for spiritualizing, etc. But there's just you cannot question it. It's not really logically sound to question any of Scripture to think that any of it's simply false. Like, well, these guys were just wrong about this one, you know.
Yeah, you got to take some kind of just clear primary reading, or, you know, a straightforward is what I usually say, but that's complicated, of course. But like,
I'm back.
Historically, you have to look at what's historical, and then that's what's so funny about Smokey being such a hypocrite, appealing to orthodoxy. And it's like, what do you think orthodoxy thought about the age of the narrative? I mean,
well, that's what you have to. I mean, I don't think anybody is going to get saved from these matters. This is something that when you're saved, you come. I mean, maybe some people will, but the problem with that is, I've seen people say, I was saved when I learned the earth was flat. You know?
Yeah.
So again, where do you draw the line on just, okay, I believe because of these reasons, as opposed to I believe because I knew I needed to be redeemed, you know?
It has to be that.
Cried out to God for a redeemer, and, you know, and Jesus Christ is the word.
I'm all for bringing them in however they can come. So in that sense, I'm fine with Old Earth being ministries and stuff. I strongly disagree. But if it brings in people and they get redeemed, amen and amen.
Yeah,
I was joking about this. Go ahead, Lou. You've been being quiet for a long time. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the saying is, you're not saved by the denomination or abomination that you follow, just by the grace of Jesus.
I mean, at this point, if somebody's a flat earther, I look at it like they're a Calvinist. But I'm like, look, you may be, but my main argument there is, if this may work for you, and this may keep you in line with Scripture and with walking with the Lord, because this is what you choose to. I mean, to me, it's idolatry. But as far as I can tell, but when you start teaching this to your children, and then one day your children are going to learn the truth, and then they're going to question everything, then that's your fault, and that's on you.
Yep, and they'll be judged for that.
Do we even have any young earthers here?
Young earthers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm a young earther.
Eileen.
I'm kind of both.
Kind of both.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a young earther, sure.
So somebody was asking. I was making a point earlier that I didn't quite finish. I mean, for me, the time dilation problem could be an explanation. Let's say we're assuming that the universe is old, right? The time dilation can potentially explain it. There's one of the books that I actually have a link to this in my description now. One of the books I strongly recommend people read is The Quantum Enigma. And if you actually go in and take time to read the book and the implications that are being put forth, not by Christian physicists by stretch of the imagination, but the implications of it. Then you look at some of the research that's being done with retrocausality, the quantum eraser experiments, the double eraser experiment, all these different things that are being done, delayed choice, I mean, all this kind of stuff, the potential implications of...
You know what really is depressing, though? That God, everything, all of those things that you just said, God really, they all so point to God, don't they? Or so point
100%. 100%. In my opinion, they 100% point to
but
God.
you can't, and that does validate when somebody wags their finger with the God of the gaps thing, but it's not, because it's the other way around. You're validating everything that you're doing. It's so frustrating.
100%. And it's like, it's one of the reasons I kind of give atheists and materialists a hard time about how they claim that we're the ones that are closed-minded and aren't looking at science and being
it's like,
barriers. And I'm like,
you're the guy.
It's like,
I've been there. I've done the research.
Let's think about this for a second. If the implications of these things that are being experimented on, not by theists, by like just physicists in general, right? If the implications of these things are true, and you're not just dismissing them because you don't want to accept the ramifications from a metaphysical perspective. If they're true, number one, it makes our existence extraordinarily fascinating on a whole nother level, right? But then also the implication of what is necessary takes on an entirely new paradigm. And at the same time, things like the time problem, it's one of the reasons I don't like get hardcore on YAC, OEC, all that kind of stuff. Is, to me, I'm kind of viewing it through this prism, if you will, and I'm like, yeah, it's also entirely plausible that the wave functions aren't collapsing until we actually observe them. So if that's the case, and retrocausality is true, and what we're seeing in these experiments is also true, and that the actions are basically time is rewritten after the collapse, if that's true, then of course from our frame of reference is going to assume that it must have taken X amount of time to get here, even though time might not have been relevant until we observed it. And if that's the case, then what we're actually observing is instant, is actually real time, not delayed. And
when God observed us doing it, or it happening as
right.
By his word.
Right. And from obviously from God's observation perspective, right, in terms of the formation of all this stuff. And to me, if that is true, then number one, you can't circumvent the necessity of a external agent. Like, there's no way around it. And now whether or not you would say it's the Christian God or otherwise is not relevant to the implication, right?
No, I used to proselytize for my paganism, but that's still one thing that I could never get with when I talk to people. Like, how could you? Like, because I always still believed because I would talk to people that believed in ghosts, but they didn't believe in a God, and I'd be like, how does that make any sense?
Right. Well, it's kind of funny, interesting you bring that up. Like, there's this whole growth of spirituality in Western civilizations, right? Like, people are quantifying or calling themselves spiritual, but then they're spiritual agnostics and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, or in some cases, like, I'm spiritual, but I don't believe in a God, as you were pointing out. And it's like, so you're accepting the premise that there is something more beyond your physical existence, but then you don't want to accept that there might be something that preceded your physical existence, which enables you to exist. And there's obviously, that's the ramification that goes all the way down from a ontological perspective. All those arguments, right? Ultimately, the teleological argument, all of those things. It's like, what is the root of those positions? Like, that there was something that had to precede me. That's what it means. Like, something must have preceded me. And that's why with, in the video I was played earlier with Godless Engineer, he's doing the dance about, like, we don't actually need cause. Well, everything else needs cause, but not this. But then, but raindrops don't need a cause. What? What do you mean? Of course they have a cause.
He did not say that.
He did. Yeah, he tried to dismiss the fact that he tried to act like the explanation of the cycle didn't need a cause itself. Like, that was the reason that rain forms, but wanted to avoid the reality that there was a preceding necessities, i.e., the laws of nature, right, in order for that cycle to even occur. And this is why I say the atheists and the people who just want to avoid the premise of God is like you don't want to even get into like where the laws of nature come from. They just pop into existence.
As soon as they take the abstract by our perception concept of forms and just say, well, just sweep it under the rug, that doesn't exist, therefore we don't have to deal with it. And then they move on to the next argument as that's swept under the rug every single time. The concept that, well, if I can't see it, it doesn't exist. And that right there is if you're not seeing it in that dimension, then it's just going to look like it's just going to look flat. But that's where if or like Chuck Missler said, like a hologram, you can have enough information in a flat thing for 3 dimensions, but you just have to apply light to it in order for to see the 3rd dimension in it. And these people just are not in the light, and they're not going to see it.
Well, absolutely. And it's like again, it's why I find it so ironic that we're supposed to be the ones that are closed-minded and not free thinkers. And I'm like, you have willingly placed a blinders on yourself. And now you're running around claiming that everybody else is the one that's blind because you are the one that cannot see.
Do they just say there's no such thing as an argument from qualia?
A lot of them, yeah.
Are they just unaware that exists?
Well, they dismiss it from a purely materialistic worldview. Kind of, it's not something you actually have to address.
But they experience it.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's just chemical reactions.
Oh, by the way, I'm a physicalist, but I don't deny qualia is something other than. I'm not even sure how to formulate that idea, but clearly it's something. I would say it's emergence from the physical.
Okay, so you guys want to have your minds blown real quick?
Yes.
Sure.
I hate that.
All right, so what you're about to see, these are not in any way, shape, form, or fashion theists, creation researchers, yada, yada, yada. I got to issue the caveat for all the freaking atheists that'll watch this and claim that you get all your stuff from creationist websites, which I 100% do not do, actually. But they never
actually avoid that?
I do. And I had a jackass one of my recent debates who kept making that accusation, and I'm like, I'm literally quoting from atheists on purpose so that you cannot use this talking point bullshit. And you're continuing to double and triple down on it when I'm like proving beyond all doubt that's not what I'm doing. But anyway, okay, so case in point here. I think this is the one. Let's see.
Well, partly it's taken to these very strange images that are behind your head right now. These are pictures of equations. I've been, for the last 15 years, trying to answer the kinds of questions that my colleagues here have been raising. And what I've come to understand is that there are these incredible pictures that contain all the information of a set of equations that are related to string theory. And it's even more bizarre than that, because when you then try to understand these pictures, you find out that buried in them are computer codes, just like the type that you find in a browser when you go surf the web. And so I'm left with the puzzle of trying to figure out whether I live in the matrix or not.
Wait, you're blowing my mind at this moment. So are you saying your attempt to understand the fundamental operations of nature leads you to a set of equations that are indistinguishable from the equations that drive search engines and browsers on our computers?
That is correct. So
wait, I have to just be silent for a minute here. So you're saying as you dig deeper, you find computer code writ in the fabric of the cosmos?
Into the equations that we want to use to describe the cosmos, yes.
Computer code.
Computer code, strings of bits of ones and zeros.
It's not just sort of
Amen.
assembled computer code. You're saying it is computer code.
It's not even just is computer code. It's a special kind of computer code that was invented by a scientist named Claude Shannon in the 1940s That's what we find buried very deeply inside the equations that occur in string theory and in general in systems that we say are supersymmetric.
Okay. Time to go home, I think. I'm not, where are we going to go? So are you saying we are all just, there's some entity that programs?
They dictate that there are certain things that are actually strings of ones and zeros. That's just digital data, but it's not just random ones and zeros. As I mentioned earlier, let me talk about something that you probably do every day, but I don't know if you're a computer scientist or not. Most of us sit at our
Sounds that kind of fluency.
Okay, well, most of us sit at our computer screens and we type on the keyboards, and we then send these, if we're using a browser, we send these strings of ones and zeros elsewhere. But on the other hand, in the transmission process, there's always some fluctuation. So zero that you type here because of static in line might be read as a one at the other end and vice versa. And so in fact, when you sit and type on the keyboard, your computer's doing something behind your back. Namely, it throws in a bunch of extra ones and zeros, and these things are called error correcting codes. So the computer at the other end can look at the whole collection of what you typed plus what was sent and figure out if there were bits that were being flipped back and forth. And that's how you get accurate transmission of digital data. Among the codes that are used for this purpose are a special class of codes that are called block linear self-dual error correcting codes. They were first, in fact, the Shannon extended checksum.
This is so fascinating, actually.
Yeah, it is. So quick insertion here. So by the way, folks, this is one of the reasons I get so irritated with atheists I debate when we're talking about like genetic code and error correction code inside DNA and such, is the exact same type of codes, error correction codes that he's referring to right now that they're discovering in freaking string theory equations. We already know beyond doubt the exact same concepts are at play in the genome. So
and the Bible uses error correcting code.
Oh, I was unaware of that. But the people who are like we have idiots like a Godless Engineer who claims there's no code at all, when the actual research is showing that like, oh no, it's not just that there's like a code. There's like all these types of code, as well as things that are even more higher level in relation to error correction codes, which are like a whole nother paradigm, right? And we have geniuses on, Evo atheists on YouTube running around claiming that none of it exists, and that somehow anybody who claims that is just a God of the gaps, crazy creationist who doesn't actually understand the science. And it's like, well, okay, well, why don't you go tell it to these kind of people that are talking about computer code, error correction code, block error correction codes, and checksum and all this other kind of stuff written into string theory equations that describe the universe. And if you don't recognize the significance of this stuff, then I think you are living in a very closed-minded fantasy land. And hey, atheists, you are not the free thinkers that you claim you are.
Code is an example of one of these things. These are the codes that we find buried in the equations. Not just any code, but these self-dual error correcting block codes. It's quite remarkable for anyone that I've talked to. We have no idea what these things are doing there.
Any literature out?
I'm sorry?
I got to ask you something. Your discoveries of these sort of error correcting code within the laws of physics themselves at the depths that you're researching them what I wonder is, we live in the age of IT, of information technology. So we all have a certain fluency. So it's in our brains to think that way at some level. Could it be that, you know how the saying goes, if you're a hammer, then all your problems look like nails, and you solve them by hitting them. If now we are in an IT revolution, and you're finding IT solutions to your problems, maybe it's just the fad of the moment, and that you're forcing a solution that is either not real or there's a better one awaiting in a revolution that is yet to occur.
Sure. So the last time I was here, I actually misspoke. I used the name of Shannon when I meant Hamming code instead. So first, let me correct that for this wonderful audience.
Error correction in action.
That's right.
Error
Exactly. Error correction in action. Absolutely. But in our work, it's first of all, we don't know that it's the physics of our universe. There is a large experiment underway that Lisa knows a lot about in Geneva, because she has written papers about possible outcomes in these observations.
Lisa, are you flying to Geneva tomorrow?
I am, but not for that.
Not for that. Okay. So the Large Hadron Collider is going to explore more of the structure of the universe. So first, the mathematics that I have done will only become physics or relevant to nature when the LHC or some other observational device says the idea of supersymmetry is correct. Then it will kick in. So that's a big if. There are lots of physicists that don't believe the universe will be supersymmetric, in which case all I've done is an interesting mathematical fairy tale.
So supersymmetric proposes a whole other regime of particles that are counterparts to the particles we've come to know and love?
Correct.
Okay, and they're yet to be discovered, but they could be describing a whole other parallel reality awaiting our discovery.
But even that, I mean, I just want to clarify. We may or may not find evidence at the Large Hadron Collider, which is what's being discussed, but that doesn't even mean that supersymmetry doesn't exist. It means that we can't find the evidence at the scales that we can prove.
That's hilarious. When a room full of these scientists, celebrity scientists, and some actual real scientists, discover what the Bible's been saying all along about our reality.
Yeah, I think in one other that other time he spoke, he even pointed to the implications for resurrection from the dead.
Village also noticed did she say, did I hear it correctly? Well, if it's because we didn't find evidence, it doesn't exist, doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, he does, and you're absolutely right, Jamie. I've watched like the much longer version of that, of all those. It's like, I forget the name of it, some special conference. It's every couple of years, but you're right. They talked about death. They addressed the, there's a designer question. They kind of danced around it, but hey, maybe, yeah, like we can't say no because
they've discovered they're smart guys and they've gotten far enough that they know that they've discovered these things and signs of God. That's what they're finding. They're finding signs of God in the universe, but they're not allowed to use God as the answer. So they've got to somehow fill it with string theory and all these other, crazy ideas to try to justify the code of God that they're discovering all over the place. There's design everywhere.
But here's the thing that always gets me is about the implications of this stuff is like, oh, there may be all these other particles that we're unable to, observe from our frame of reference, like I said, right? Okay, let's say that's true. Let's say that string theory is correct and there's all these additional dimensions and such. The implication of that, for me anyway, is that, oh, there's additional planes of existence that I am currently unable to access. So if that is true, then why would the premise of, oh, I can't observe God from my current reference point, therefore he does not exist? That does not make sense. If you're going to argue that if there are additional dimensions that we cannot currently access, yet we think they would exist, why would it not also be rational to conclude that there's additional entities or stages of existence, so on and so forth, that we don't have access to, but yet exist, and they might be significant to our existence? And it's like people don't want to get that.
That is the premise. Like I think the main premise, and I could have this way oversimplified, is basically they see the weak force, the weak gravity force of the four nuclear forces, and they don't. Basically, it's like seeing one end of a scale really tipped and not knowing what's tipping it, and they're like, well, something must be tipping it. And so they have all of the, they create all of these scenarios in the Hadron Collider to try to see what could possibly tip that scale. So it's literally what they accuse every single most apologists of doing it, is basically making up every single thing you can to try to describe something that you have this evidence, but it's like offhanded evidence. So you're like, well, must be something, and then because everything else builds off of that from needing the Higgs boson holding everything together. If everything is so out of alignment, and it's
Hey John.
so hypocritical.
Hey John, you said I don't know the name of the conference. When that next video queued up with the same people in it, it read Isaac Asimov Memorial, and then you shut it off. Right. I didn't get to read the rest.
Yeah, it's the Isaac Asimov. By the way, people forget that Isaac Asimov, even though he's more famous as an author.
We lost you.
Lost you after the word author.
He's gone.
We lost you, John.
Peace and respect, guys. Have a great night. I'm going to cut out.
See you, Richard. Yeah,
Love you
it's
guys.
look that one up. It's good. It's real good. The guy, that black guy, he's not even a Christian. And he's like, he felt compelled to say that it opens up the door for the resurrection of the dead from religious concepts of our past.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yes, it does. Yeah. Good to see you, Richard, as always. Appreciate you,
Peace
man.
and respect. Good night, everyone.
I'm sharing a picture of the supersymmetry diagram. It's called E8.
Yeah, I'm about to share it now that my signal's back. Real quick. Thank you so much for your $25 super chat. Guys now here says I would travel and pay to see it LPP versus Neil smoking the grass Tyson. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson is definitely an interesting character. There's no doubt about it. I like him on some things, and then others, it's like, come on, dude. And the fact that his talks on flat Earth are hilarious. It's okay. So
he's still just a pimp, though. After I watched that freaking his version of Cosmos, I was like, man, screw this guy.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but in fairness to him, he was also just the talking head that was reading a teleprompter. So.
Yeah, but that whole thing was so anti-Christ, anti-religious, like the entire.
No, I agree. I agree.
I mean, you say what you want with Carl Sagan. I mean, he certainly was no saint, but this was so blatant. It was like, and it was definitely geared towards kids. As far as like, no, like look at these people that believed in this religion and look at what that did to them. So they turned to science, and then it's like, come on, man, like. It's so frustrating.
Are those fractals as well?
It's like we got some Pythagorean theorem going on. Some golden.
Yeah, I think it's like 8-dimensional or whatever. I'm trying to find it. I'll show you a different one. It's better, but
if I was crazy, I would think you're sending some Illuminati code into my brain right now.
This is the guy who made the theory. It's a theory, so. But he he'll say, I guess, if you want to watch part of it here.
The pattern that contains everything.
These physicists
E8's the number of the sign.
How our
universe
universe popped into existence out of nothing through a process called symmetry breaking. This theory is very good at describing how all elementary particles get their mass, and it predicts the existence of an entirely new kind of elementary particle called the Higgs boson. But we were never able to see this Higgs particle. It turns out they're very hard to make. To make a Higgs particle, you have to collide protons near the speed of light and create a tiny explosion that's able to pop a Higgs particle into existence. And we built larger and larger accelerators over decades, and we're never able to make one. Until now. Thousands of physicists came together from all over the world, and we made the largest machine ever made by man, the Large Hadron Collider. It stretches for 17 miles beneath the French-Swiss countryside, beneath Geneva.
I think there was a shorter one where he just shows the
and very recently
building up the model and how we're closing the gaps.
And pop a Higgs particle into existence, just as predicted 50 years ago. It's an amazing success for science. And this was announced just this past July 4th. And it's near certain that several people in this photograph are going to be getting Nobel Prizes.
No, there was too many white guys.
Wait. But the prizes aren't why we do this research. We do this research to figure out.
They heard something say, Liberate to me ex infernus. Coming from the Higgs person.
Yeah, the ramifications of all these different things that we're discovering, it's like I the more that I read and keep up to date with the new discoveries and such, the more I'm just like, I don't know how you guys are coming to the conclusion that there is zero evidence for God.
Yeah, it hurts my brain as well. Like the more research they do, the more that they confirm that we live in a digital reality. That's what I was just saying before. We're finding zeros and ones, and they're correcting codes, not just normal codes. Anyone who works in software engineering understands that to write an error-correcting code is very, very challenging. And then they discovered that our DNA also has error-correcting codes in it as well. And then you can discover that the Bible also has error correcting code as well. And because like, what's the verse? Out of the mouth of two or three witnesses, all through the scripture repeats itself, right? So you can remove pages of the Bible and still get the whole Bible.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, your point on the like software developers recognizing this stuff, I'm like,
yeah.
So I used to own a software dev shop, and my company, before I sold my stake in it, we had over 400 projects, and
yeah, good one. I run an IT business.
Okay. I had designers, developers, content creators, all that kind of stuff working for me, right? Yeah, PMs, everything. And when I look at given my experience and all this stuff, and have all the freaking team meetings and the scrums and the user stories and everything else we had to create and all the different things we had to develop for that stuff before we even wrote one line of code, right? The premise that something with code as necessarily freaking high level as what is required for life to exist, right? Even the most simple form of life is so much more intricate and advanced and has greater capacities than the best things humans have ever created. Hands down, no questions asked. You're a freaking uninformed idiot if you claim otherwise, right? And when I think about the premise of being able to, based on a real-time variable, be able to dynamically alter a pre-existing function by rearranging lines of code, or having an include there that's going to go run and grab another piece, insert it here, and now you have a real-time modification to a previous existing function that can now accomplish this.
And that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson got a freaking headache from that notion that exists already in reality,
right?
And it exists on a not just a theoretical level, but an observable level, and it exists within the biological level as well. We see it all the time in humans and other,
Well, exactly, and those concepts for me, I'm just like,
yeah,
how are we even questioning whether or not it is more plausible that the intelligent agent is necessary? Whether let's not even argue over which God. Okay, let's just come down to the conclusion that an intelligent agent is necessary.
Correct.
And if you won't even consider that premise, then in my opinion, you have an extraordinarily closed mind that is desperate to avoid the obvious, because in no other context would you be considered rational if you made the same argument. And it's like, but irony of ironies, like I've had conversations with computer scientists and what people doing evolutionary algorithms stuff, and I'm like, you wrote the algorithm that enables any of the AI functions to operate. Like, you had to have pre-existing code bases before you could write your freaking algorithm. Does this not compute? You have to have the pre-existing syntax before you can do anything. Like, I don't care what language you wrote. Congratulations, you wrote in C, you wrote in BASIC, you wrote in freaking Fortran, you wrote in JavaScript, Python, what the hell ever. It doesn't matter. It had to be pre-existing. And and it's like, are you actually going to argue that it's going, the original source machine code is going to write itself? Because if you
repair itself.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It's like, not only does it have just the raw, the raw based machine code, it also has the Hamming codes and everything else to account for this stuff. Like, what world do you live in? And
it took how many millions of hours of software engineering and how many years for us to be able to get this in software.
Right. Well, and what gets me is like things like what we're doing now with VR technology, right? And Oculus and the metaverse thing that Zuckerberg's trying to roll out right now, this kind of thing. Like, okay, I remember when I was a little kid going to freaking Disneyland, and they had like very early stage like VR stuff. And I remember, I forget which part of the Epcot Center I think it was. And I remember putting on the headset and saying a little deal, and it was like so crappy, like you couldn't. It was a joke, right? And it wasn't even that fun. fast forward to now, the stuff we can do with VR, it's pretty amazing, but it's still not anywhere close to what we observe in our real existence, right? But then beyond that, where I'm really going with this whole point is there is data encoding that is happening inside of our eyeballs that is then being sent in a digital format into our brain to be rendered into a visual output. And like
and then your brain has to interpret it, and then which it does immediately, and then you have to come up with a thought. And then where does the thought come from?
Well, exactly. But the ramifications for this, in my opinion, are, I was from the technological perspective. It's like you guys are claiming that eyeballs, which are being able to render, intake, the current projections are no less than 50 megabits per second. Okay, or sorry, megapixels. Sorry. So think about that. That is vastly superior. Actually, it's hard. I think it's 100. I gotta Google this. I may be wrong on this. Hang on. How many megapixels? I looked this up a while ago. I may have the number wrong. It's gigantic.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's 576 megapixels. Sorry.
Wow.
576 megapixels that we're rendering in video format, right? This isn't pictures. This is video. Okay. I believe the biggest video camera we've ever created was like 48 megapixels. Okay. At least what it was, and I looked it up. Anyway, 576 megapixel eyes, and we're told that our eyes are crap and they're not that good. Are you kidding me? They work for decades, unless they have some, okay, you have to get glasses and all that kind of stuff. But I dare you to find a camera of that quality, which number one doesn't exist, but a high quality camera that was going to last more than 10, 12 years. And that's if you're being very careful with it and not using it on a regular basis, like sitting in a freaking cabinet somewhere and you occasionally pull it out to use.
Yeah, use it every single day for like 40 years.
Right. Well, and not only that, you're using it for nonstop for usually 14 to 16 hours a day, sometimes more.
Yeah.
And it keeps going and it repairs itself. I mean, get the hell out of here, man. If you're going to claim that sucks, that's bad design. I'm like, what world do you live in? Like, you guys live in a fantasy land where you claim that this is somehow not like, anyway, I just it really gets me fired up when I look at that stuff. And coming back from a technology perspective, I'm like, you think that this mapped itself out? I think you're a moron.
I think anybody who really studies information science and understands what they were just talking about, the error correcting code stuff, has to acknowledge that, the more you understand about software engineering, the more comfortable the biblical account sits with you, and the more comfortable the creation sits with you.
Yeah.
It kind of has to.
I think so. I mean, to me, when you really contemplate the ramifications of what an mRNA transcript is, and the fact that it is the direct equivalent of a 3D print script. When you actually think about that, like, this is what is rendering out a 3-dimensional object, but it's in a linear form that becomes a 3-dimensional object, and it controls the X, Y, and Z axis and the time variable and the element that's being used, and you have 20 of them. Right, like most of our 3D printers can do have one. The nicer ones might get 3 or 4. Some of their really, really high end ones that are expensive as hell can do more than that. But I mean, this thing could do 20 different elements, and it's creating molecular machines. I mean, I don't know where you get off thinking that is not at a minimum. It's not irrational to think that an intelligent agent was necessary for that and for those codes to be programmed.
It's frustrating when guys like what's his name, Stephen Hawking. He'll come out and he'll talk about the Big Bang and blah blah blah, big words that no one can understand. It's like, dude, do you realize how much intelligent design went into your computer so that you can even talk, or your little devices that you use so that you can communicate with the rest of us?
Well, here's
Like-
the irony. Here's the irony though with Dawkins is he was actually a programmer and he recognizes it as code, and
Yeah.
he actually I mean he's on board with the whole deal, but he thinks that natural selection was the coder, and it's just like this is why I go back to the whole aspect of the desperation to avoid the obvious, of
Yeah.
like you know how all this stuff works and you agree that this is what it is, but
Yeah.
then you want to come up with hypotheticals as to how this could possibly have created itself. I mean, like, I don't care how much time. That's the thing that always gets me about this is why I go back to my aspect of like, in terms of debates with atheists and stuff, I don't get into the whole YEC, OEC stuff. Is I'm like, I don't give a rat's ass if you have 5.4 billion years to work with. I don't care. The premise of this type of code, like this, the amount of code that's necessary to create all this stuff happening without an intelligent agent, I just do not find that remotely plausible.
Yeah,
period.
they're seeing signs of it, but for some reason they're just completely not even open to the idea that it's a possibility. Like, I don't understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I don't get it.
And the irony is that it's recognized by everybody except for the freaking atheists on YouTube that the improbabilities surpass the number of potential search actions available.
Yeah.
And the number of functional bits, like per the recognized potential search actions available, like no more than 140 functional bits are recognized as plausible, and that's like at the extreme end of possibility, right? And a lot of people admit like 40 or 50 functional bits is like really more realistic, right? But let's say you've got 140 functional bits possible through random search. And that's accounting for every single possible action that's occurred. Okay. At a minimum, you're needing like 256,000 functional bits. And it's only plausible to get 140 throughout if you account for the entire timeline available. And I'm like,
it's not possible.
I'm like, that is, you go away. Like, if you guys aren't recognizing this as implausible, then and an intelligent agent solving this problem being the more plausible conclusion, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't actually understand the points that you and I are talking about right now in terms of like the software side, the coding, functional bits. Like, you don't even know what the hell we're talking about if you claim that this is like totally reasonable to happen. If it was, then why do people like Eugene Koonin, who's a hardcore atheist, like he publicly states the multiverse must be possible, otherwise we couldn't exist? And he's a hardcore evolutionary biologist.
Exactly. You find the ones at the very top are actually a little more open-minded, right? Like the ones that are at the very, very top. I'm not talking about like Richard Dawkins and stuff. As far as I'm concerned, they're more like celebrities. But, I'm talking about the guys that actually come up with a lot of these scientists, PhDs, whatever, that come up with these discoveries and theories. They seem to be more open-minded in a sense when they discover things like this. Like the actual ones looking for truth that are capable of setting aside their presuppositions.
Well, I would agree with that.
They might not admit it, but it's slapping them in the face when they discover these things.
No, it's very true. And like the PhD that Otangelo talked with a couple days ago, the guy that wrote the paper on the mesh code theory, it was interesting listening to them talk. Like, he's not in favor necessarily of intelligent design and creation, all that kind of stuff, but he also was recognizing the implications and some of this stuff, it's like, I mean, it's a pretty mind-bending crap. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, we don't really have an answer for how this came to be, right? It's just pure hypothesis of and hypotheticals as to how this. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that stuff, but the Talon protein's a 13-bit memory switch, and it's like every single one of your axons and dendrites have these things like surrounding. It's like in every cell of your body, and like the ramifications of like 10 petabytes of data storage are totally reasonable. And it's like, oh, okay. As well as the dynamic transfer of information and like the signals that are being sent to your nucleus for real-time alternative splicing of genes and like expression of different variables based on external input output. I mean, it's like, what the and it's all being executed through. And I think he said there's like 200 and something. I forget the exact numbers, like 230 something proteins that are working in conjunction with the tailend protein to execute the stage, like the states of the switches. And I'm like, huh? Like, no, I mean, like from a like, holy crap, that's amazing perspective. But like, that's the kind of crap that we're discovering. And we still have morons like Godless Engineer running around. And by the way, if you don't know this, for those in the audience, Godless Engineer has a bachelor's in computer engineering and a master's in software engineering. So the fact that that moron claims there is no freaking code, I'm like, you have to be living in denial, or you have never actually looked at this stuff for yourself and you regurgitate talking points, because otherwise it will completely annihilate your worldview. That's it. And plus, I mean, at this point, if you've doubled down and tripled down and quadrupled down on DNA is no different than Diet Coke and regular Coke, it would be very embarrassing to admit you were completely off your rocker on that one.
Yeah. No, they're just living in ignorance. They picked their presupposition. They don't want to change their mind, and so they'll ignore the facts. It's as simple as that.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't understand the stubbornness. I mean, that's their own problem. They just can't be open-minded even one bit. And then it ends up making them look dishonest. As you said, you know, that he's got a master's in software engineering. I mean, God, you should know how bloody computers work and know how software works.
They also love their sins too much, more than they care about the truth.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, even just acknowledging that there might be a creative designer. It doesn't matter which one. Just getting to the point of, yep, okay.
That's right. Even the ones that say, well, there could be, maybe, okay, I agree, but that's the problem. Once you get to that point,
then
it's like, oh, does that mean I have to stop sinning, sleeping with whoever or doing whatever, that, then it becomes, whoa. And then it's not until now, maybe at that point they're on a road. Once they hear the gospel, that's where the Holy Spirit is going to, however they're going to react to the Holy Spirit is that's their, between them and God,
Yeah. They just don't want to change their worldview.
Well, and speak of the devil, and Jamie, by the way, Danny says he emailed you. But speak of the devil, we have one of the individuals we're talking about right now is Danny is in the house. Danny knows that it is more likely that God exists. However, he is desperate to avoid it because he wants to make sure he can maintain getting down and dirty if he wants to. We all know this, Danny. Calling you out, brother. But someday, Danny's a smart guy. At some point, Danny's fleshly desires will be placated, and he'll come back, open his mind once more.
I don't want to throw stones at Danny.
Oh, I'm not throwing stones. I've made that joke with Danny before. Danny knows I like him. He's.
I'll just say g'day, Danny.
Yeah, Danny's a good guy. Danny's a good guy. I like him. He's one of the few. Well, okay, let's put it this way. Danny is rational all the way up until about like 2 a.m. and then he degenerates into normal YouTube atheist land where he wants to start denying everything and gets into complete defensive mode, because usually by then his rational mind has been, leaning towards like, okay, yeah, this is more rational, and then he goes into like full scale defense mode.
Oh well, he'll get there.
Ain't that right, Danny? Ain't that right?
Deny.
I
don't remember denying nothing.
Yeah. Yes, Danny and I have had this back and forth for quite some time.
Jamie, did you get you got my email, right, Jamie? Jamie's not there. Okay. Who's Bluey? Have I talked to Bluey before?
I don't know.
How's it going, Danny? I'm in Australia, so it is very dark right now.
Yeah, it's 1:33 a.m. here, so it is dark here too. But you can see me.
It shouldn't be dark here, but there is a big storm.
Hang on. How is it 1:33 your time? You're in Louisiana.
I'm in Michigan now. I'm in a hotel.
Oh, what are you doing up in Michigan?
My wife wanted to see some of her college friends, so I went with her.
Oh, nice.
Well, speaking of which, I need to do something, but I'm listening.
Okay.
But I've not talked to Bluey, so.
I've usually been tuning in. I just haven't normally like jumped into the chat. But actually, to be honest, the reason I jumped in yesterday, LPP, is I wanted to talk to Sky Out. I was hoping he would join. I didn't think he would, but there was just a whole bunch of things I wanted to talk to him about because he started to get me fired up, I guess.
Yeah, Sky Out has the ability to get people fired up. There's no doubt about it.
He was really starting to irk me, man. On like so many levels. Because like he was so contradictive of himself and the ad hominems and all the rest of it. And I was like,
what are y'all disagreeing about?
This was the Age of the Earth debate.
It wasn't just that I disagreed with him. It's just the way that he that was obviously a big sign of it, but it was just the way he was talking and it's just very frustrating.
He's very, very, very condescending and
Sky Out is.
Yeah. Well, so Blue, you probably are unaware of this, but long story short, I've had several blow-ups where I've lost my temper with him, and the one that really started it all was, I don't remember what the original conversation was about. Anyway, very long story short, he got into the flood and such, but we got in this whole deal where he was insulting my intelligence, my education, all this kind of stuff, right? And this was simultaneously with Blue's waving over there. What's up, Blue?
It's very dark.
This was simultaneously with him not knowing how many inches were in a yard, how many centimeters in a meter, like yards in a mile, like how many. It's like, dude, if you do not know this basic stuff, and do not ever insult my intelligence, if you cannot tell me how many freaking inches are in a yard.
Did you hear when he was debating with Kent about obviously the whole old age thing, and he was talking about the math that they use in Genesis?
But
then he couldn't actually describe any of it. That was what was driving me nuts.
So the incident I'm talking about where I went off on him was like this. It was in reference to what you're talking about right now. We're talking about the whole base thing.
Yeah, the base 8 math or whatever he was talking about.
Yeah, well, see, he was saying base 60 and anyway. But the point that was being made was, dumbass, it doesn't matter if, what started off was, it doesn't matter if it's base 60, base 10, base 8, whatever. Is the physical distance of a cubit going to be the same, whether you measure in inches, feet, meters, centimeters, whatever? Is the distance the same? Or very, very close, right? And and he couldn't grasp the point. And I'm like, if you say something is 36 inches or 1 yard, is the freaking distance the same? Like, anyway, he could not grasp this whole point.
He did the exact same thing in that debate with Kent, and it was driving me up the wall because I was like, mate, you got no idea what you're talking about.
Well, exactly. And this is what gets me. It's like, okay, you be wrong, that's fine, but do not sit here and accuse me or the other person of being dumb or uneducated or not understanding. If you cannot understand the point that's being made in this whole thing, like, and you can't grasp this, just shut the hell up with accusations of intelligence or you or lack of intelligence. You just anyway. That then catalyzed another interaction we had where he was talking trash again on my channel, actually. And I started calling him out on it, and anyway, it turned into a complete dumpster fire, and he ended up being booted. So, and then he started talking more trash in comments, and I'm like, you are like quintupling down on your own dumbassery, and then continue to insult me in comments. So I finally blocked him. I was like, I'm done with you. You're too much of a moron.
Unblock him because I want to have a chat with him.
Well, he can come in the stream. He's like blocked from comments and stuff.
Yeah.
He's still allowed to come in the stream.
I've never really talked to Sky Out.
He's an idiot. Don't waste your time.
Yeah.
Although Danny would have fun just manipulating him.
That's what I wanted to do. Oh wait, actually, Danny and I can gang up on him. There you go.
We will. What topic was it that you wanted to talk to him about?
Pick any topic really.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't really. All he did yesterday for the entire debate was talk like it was almost like he was just reading from a script.
He
And
was,
just
dude. He was reading from a script.
yeah, and every time that it ever came up, like it was a question, he would just say, "Oh well, this expert in this field says this," and therefore go argue with him or something. It's like, it's just referring to like these 2 or 3 so-called experts. I was like, well, what kind of stupid argument is that? So what? Anyone can say anything.
So now Brady says, LPP, next time ask Sky out if a pound of feathers or a pound of bricks is heavier. Listen, Brady, we all know that the pound of bricks is heavier. Okay, stop making up these little thought experiments. We all know that they're different in weight. Oh, sidebar.
Wow.
What's so ironic is I've actually busted people on that exact same concept before. I've never understood. I'm like, this thought experiment has been around for like who knows how many couple hundred years at this point. And because wasn't that one of the initial experiments he did? He wanted to see if there was a difference in the speed of feathers versus I forget the solid object.
It was a rock, I'm pretty sure. Like the ancient version of this was like, they were comparing rocks and feathers and things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Weight versus surface. It's like, come on, man. Like this stuff is. I don't know about you guys. I remember learning this very early on in grade school, like the basics of these concepts. I don't know. Hey, Danny, you teach this kind of stuff. When is pound of bricks or a pound of feathers heavier? When's that kind of stuff taught in school these days?
When is that taught in school? That's usually taught in 9th grade or 8th grade. 8th or 9th grade. I remember hearing that in 8th grade.
Okay.
Because like 8th grade, they're changing the science curriculum where I'm at, but 8th grade is usually earth science, and so you do basic physics. 7th grade is typically life science.
Okay. Sidebar. So I was talking to my daughter this weekend, and she's currently being taught how to calculate like X and Y axis and all that kind of stuff, but they have not been teaching her different things that I found much more rudimentary. I'm like, what the hell? You're being taught this? Like, oh yeah, they have not taught her started teaching about like equations and stuff yet. She's in 6th grade, but they're teaching X and Y axis calculations. I'm like, how does that make any sense from what would be more realistic to have taught first? It's all basic equations before you're getting into that. Because like her teacher's like, oh yeah, my teacher showed me. We don't have to learn how to do it yet, but she was showing me how you can we'll have to solve these problems and figure out what the y, what y is and all this kind of stuff and basic equations, right? I'm like, what the hell are you guys teaching about with X and Y axis graphs? Like, how does that make any sense? I've given up, man. The Common Core math stuff, I wanted to shoot myself.
Are they still doing that for y'all?
Well, it's kind of which she would for like.
I thought they were phasing it out.
Yeah, phasing it out. But like when she was learning like basic arithmetic and stuff, and I'm sitting there like, why are you teaching a new way to freaking add numbers together? Like, it's not any more efficient.
I hate all that centralization of education. It's just so gross.
Well, what I didn't get was like with like basic addition, subtraction stuff. Like they were having them do it horizontally versus vertically, and teaching them not to add up a line and then add 1 or 2, whatever it is you've calculated together, and adding them all up. They were like kind of do all this stuff in their head and not. I'm like, why are you making it more complicated for a little kid to learn how to do this rather than making it the most intuitive way to calculate it?
I don't really know, but sometimes they say stuff like it's the process, not the, there's something about the process that gets them to think analytically, but I wouldn't know.
Well, maybe, but given the fact that 84% of college freshmen have to take remedial math, I am just going to go out on a limb. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, maybe you shouldn't be changing shit. Just saying.
I'm almost done posting my sub work because I'm not going to be at work tomorrow.
What's up, Iger? Iger, are you doing drugs again?
Never, bro. They're gonna jump head with a guillotine first.
Man, listen, I knew you fell. I knew you fell off the wagon. It's okay, man. It's okay. You can admit it.
I'm never injecting them drugs into my body again. You know, it's funny. Somebody.
Oh, you hear that, folks? He said again. So, are you already caved once? Is that what you're saying?
Well, when I was a kid, I got injected with drugs like 3 or 4 times.
I got you. I got you.
I'm back. It is quite dark.
Yeah, it was. No, man, just hanging out. Came into Bluey, man. I wanted to talk to you last night, but I forgot what about. So I'll just wait to see what comes back.
Sure, bro. Ask me anything. Or Danny. I seem to like Danny.
Danny's cool, man. Danny's cool. He's like you said, he's one of the nice atheists. I never seen him get upset, start yelling at people.
No, I've done that.
Oh man, you haven't seen.
I'm saying I haven't. Right.
The first time I talked to Danny,
for the most part, he seems to be nice. Like, you know, you got some atheists that'll just.
I'm just like I come and just like I'm mostly dice. You know, like some just depends on. Well, I guess you can predict my behavior based on what stream I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, if he's on Speed of Pudding channel, it's guaranteed to be dumpster fire.
Oh boy.
100% guaranteed.
I'm so banned from that channel now.
Dumpster fires are kind of fun.
Are you banned? Are you banned or?
Yeah, I'm
what?
banned. Like
Okay.
like banned. He's so, and the fun is like it's just so funny that like people are turning against him because of it, or not like turning completely, but they're just objecting to the way that he's treating me.
So sidebar, I was trying to find that stream that he did the other day, and it disappeared, and then it reappeared. So I'm wondering if there was like another meltdown. But what I thought was very interesting, towards the end of it, they were all discussing how there is corruption and lack of credibility and such in many aspects of peer review. And I'm sitting there, and they're like all conceding the peer review. There's problems with it, and I'm like, hold the phone. So I know that I have brought this point up on more than a few occasions, and you guys have gone off on these long-winded tangents about how I'm making things up, I don't know anything, yada 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 yada, on this exact subject, and have dismissed any points that's ever been made by myself or anyone else on my side of the equation about this. And now in your own stream and your own channel, you guys are sitting here collectively talking about how this is true. And then Jason Torn, the PhD climate scientist guy, talks about how he addressed this in his dissertation. And I'm just like, what alternative universe do you fuckers live in? Excuse my French. To be sitting there making these arguments and assertions all the time, and then admitting that what you claim is not reality is reality. Anyway.
Yeah, it kind of, that's like something I'm trying to learn is that like it's hard to, is that if you don't like the person, that should not have an influence on whether they're saying something that's obviously right. Like you got to accept it. Like the fact that if you say something, you say X, they're probably going to reject it. But if someone on that panel says X, they're probably going to accept it. It's just so disgusting. I hope that's what you were kind of speaking to, because you were saying that like you made the same points and.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. I mean, it's the bias is staggering, and it's actually kind of ironic given the fact that several of the studies that were done on this exact topic were discussing that the premise you just made. That was one of the fundamental points they were addressing. Like, we took all these examples of papers, and they were talking about in relation to like the prominence of the individual versus the anonymity versus the institution it was coming from, all those types of variables, and like, so we changed the name and on the exact same paper, and it got rejected, said it was low quality, all this kind of stuff. You switch the name back to a high level institution. It's fantastic work, amazing quality, and gets accepted and published. Like, what the? Come on now. Okay, I've been rambling. I think Bluey and Iger wanted to all jump on you, Danny.
Okay.
Evolution is so dumb, bro. So dumb. I'm tired of evolution. I'm tired of the Big Bang. Tired of evolution. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous. I'm not that animated yet.
Bluey, are you still there or did you step away? I don't think it's, so Danny, how long are you up in Michigan?
I'm gonna leave tomorrow. I was here from Friday till tomorrow.
Okay.
Not very long.
So I assume you all are flying back?
Yes, we are flying back from Detroit.
Nice. Yeah, it'll be
I like Michigan though. It's like much better weather than Louisiana.
What?
Well,
but
right
of
now,
course this is not a snowstorm or anything.
Right now, yeah, but you would not want to be there in the next like 2 months, a month and a half from now. You're gonna be like, hell no.
I see.
Winter's coming. I flip. It got chilly here in Florida, bro. Well,
Yeah, but I agree.
70 degrees.
You guys think it's freezing. You guys put on jackets at like 65. So let's just be honest.
Yeah, bro, for sure. 65 is cold weather over here. It does freeze like maybe twice a year. I'll get to like 32, but only like overnight. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, but once in a while.
32 degrees does not count as. I mean, it's technically freezing, but it doesn't count as freezing, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it probably only lasts like an hour in the middle of the night at some point. But yeah, usually it's not that cold here. But yeah, I do wear a jacket when it gets to 65. You're right.
One of the things I love about Tennessee is you have. Okay, so we usually get snow one time, and for like a week, there's ice and snow everywhere. That's it. Then you have 2 months where it will get kind of cold, but not like bitter cold, right? And then the rest of the year, it's going to be somewhere between 70 and 95, but usually closer to the 75 to 80 period. And it's like, so you get all 4 seasons, but winter is short, and you get to see some snow, but it doesn't stay on the ground very long. And because drivers in Tennessee can't handle ice, the city basically shuts down.
Yeah.
And you just like chill out for a weekend, and it's all good. But
are you close to the Smoky Mountains?
Nah, I'm about 3 hours.
3 hours.
Yeah.
My boss told me in '96 there's the winter was so bad they woke up from one morning and they had to shovel out to get to their out of their house, like on the second story, like literally like dig a tunnel to like get out of their driveway.
Oh yeah, man. Like that's why. I mean, you're up in Idaho. I mean, you're gonna have some crazy snow.
Yeah, I think the average is 48 inches in the winter, and so but like last year they almost had no snow. So I guess it's just really weird. It's really close to the border, Canada.
Oh yeah, if you're up that far, you can definitely get hit. Yeah, it's like that whole premise of 4, 5, 6 feet of snow. I'm like, hell no, man. And obviously, if you have the right truck, if you have trucks and the right tires and all that kind of stuff, it's different context. But it cracks me up here in Tennessee. Like, I remember when I first moved here. So I grew up in England, and you don't get tons of snow, but you get some snow, but you get black ice like crazy, and it's gonna get super cold sudden snow. Anyway, so I learned when I was a kid on like being careful in ice and snow, because otherwise you might. Of course, where I grew up, you're like 2-lane roads, and there's freaking 20-foot ditches on either side with no shoulder. So you better be being careful. You're gonna literally end up in the dike, or sorry, in the ditch with I used to see trucks and stuff all the time like that. Anyway, the first month I was here, I was driving down to the office, and it was like the worst snow of like the last 20 years or something, right? And so the interstates are empty, but it's just like packed with ice and snow. I'm going like 35 miles an hour, cruising down. I'm in the middle lane of the interstate, just cruising, right? This freaking dumbass in a white Denali comes flying up behind me, flashing his lights, honking his horn for me to move. There's like no traffic whatsoever, and we're on a 4-lane Interstate 65, right? I'm like, what? Go around me, dude. Anyway, finally pulls past me, like flicks me off. He's driving by, like zooms off. I'm like, dude, you freaking idiot, man. Like, anyway, I get down to Franklin, Tennessee, and the Cool Springs exit. And it's like a 180 degree loop exit off ramp. And as I'm puttering up this little off ramp, I look, and lo and behold, there is a white Denali that has gone off the edge of the road. And dude's like standing outside of his car. You can tell he's all pissed on his phone. And of course, I'm already going like maybe 2 miles an hour anyway, coming up this hill. And I rolled my window down as I go past him. I was like, hey, so I guess this is an example of the tortoise beating the hare, asshole. And kept on going up the ramp. Made it to my office, didn't get in a wreck. And like, freaking idiot. Who kind of a moron goes flying up an off ramp that has a 180 degree turn when it's completely covered in ice and snow? Like, you're a dumbass if you're going to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like a normal day in Australian roads.
I heard y'all have a mice problem. Is that something? I just found that out.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
A mice problem?
Okay.
Is that down in Melbourne?
I don't know very much about it other than I saw lots of videos of mice.
Did they mention where? No, not in Brisbane. I haven't heard anything about mice in Brisbane, but it could be Melbourne or Sydney.
I hear they got giant rats in New York. Hey, so I watched this Tribulation movie. I just finished it. It was pretty good with Gary Busey, but it's from like 2000. It was called Tribulation, and it was pretty good, bro. They even had like the Antichrist. He puts people in like virtual reality glasses, and basically it's like mind control. But when he puts on their goggles or whatever, it's pretty good, man. If you guys haven't seen it yet, I recommend you guys watch it. It's pretty interesting. They even had like their logo was basically, you know, the pyramid with the all-seeing eye on the dollar bill, the globalist one world government, whatever it is. Danny, you ever seen any like tribulation movies, like Left Behind or anything like that?
I think I saw Left Behind with that guy from Firehouse.
Kirk Cameron.
What?
Kirk Cameron.
Yes, Kirk Cameron.
Hey, so
I used to love all that stuff.
Did you watch all three or just the first one?
I think I only watched 2 of them.
The second one was boring, but the third one was the best. If you haven't seen it, I recommend that one too. It was pretty good. The only thing is you could see how the programming kind of is. Like in their mind, in the movie's mind, it's like they all wanted this vaccine to come cure them from a virus. It was pretty interesting. Because I watched it I watched it a long time ago, but then I rewatched it again last year, and then I was like, man, that's how the devil gets you. He always gets you, like, you know, they give you like bits of truth, and then they got you expecting this thing. It was kind of cool too, but yeah, I'm in the kick of watching end time movies.
Hey,
Hey Danny, it was New South Wales, dude.
Sorry,
New South Wales.
No,
The mouse problem you were talking about.
Okay.
It's mostly New South Wales and Victoria by the looks of it.
Okay, so I'm not crazy. There is some kind of problem, right?
Yeah. The thing is, like, I don't really watch the news much because basically every 5 seconds it's go and get your COVID jab and hurry up.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just sort of like, yeah, no one watches mainstream media anymore here, unless you're like.
Hey,
Like I heard Australians are tying their pants down to their ankles so that mice don't go up their pants.
Yeah, okay, I don't know.
That actually was a thing back in
Probably.
Like in the 1800s and stuff. That like the little straps they would put around their leggings and stuff was exactly that purpose. The what was I gonna say? So, Bluey, are you familiar with the Aussie Cossack in Sydney?
Say again.
Are you familiar with the YouTube channel? The guy that goes by the Aussie Cossack. He's in Sydney.
Maybe.
Oh man, you don't know the Aussie Cossack? Oh dude, you will laugh your ass. You search Aussie Cossack, Cossack, I think. AK. His name's Simone something. Anyway, dude, he's freaking hilarious and has this
Oh, the
whole...
Aussie Cossack. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying like Aussie. Say Aussie again?
Aussie Cossack?
Aussie Cossack. Yeah. I know the bloke.
Yeah,
I've
dude,
seen this guy.
Dude, he's freaking hilarious. I can't believe they arrested him. That's freaking nuts.
I know. Yeah, that whole thing. They actually made a lot of social media here.
Oh, what?
It's pretty ridiculous.
Dude, his subscribers went up like 20,000 in one day from that. The cops have lost their... They don't realize that they're helping him. Like, they're helping him.
Unfortunately, this is happening everywhere in Australia right now. Our whole country's kind of gone into a bit of a weird, bizarre lockdown mentality at the moment. It's pretty messed up, actually.
Oh no, I've been following the heck out of it for the last couple months, and I'm just like blown away at what's happening. It's unreal. I'm like,
I was outside of Detroit, and I went to a Bob Evans, which is like a IHOP, if you don't know what that is. And
oh yeah, I know Bob Evans.
No one was wearing a mask or anything like. No one. I mean, I didn't see it, and I don't really. I asked, is there a mandate? Not because I was trying to tell them that they should wear masks, because I didn't know if it was just the fact that the COVID rates were so low that no one was worried, or whether they were just like kind of anti-mask, and they looked at me crazy. So it seems like I don't know. It was a different world to me, because everyone in Baton Rouge are wearing a mask. But apparently a lot of people are against it.
Yeah.
Well, dude, it's so weird. It's so weird, man. Like in Nashville, where I'm at, it's like hardcore. I mean, I see double fucking maskers all over the place, drive me up the wall. I'm like, okay, you want to wear a mask, fine, but when you're wearing 2 and 3 masks, you're doing this purely for show. Let's be honest.
So, just curious, because I have no idea about what's going on in America at the moment, but do you have like state laws that are saying, you must wear a mask or you're going to get arrested? Or curfews or anything like that?
But there are mandates. That's all I know.
No. Okay, so during the lockdown...
We can't have that because of the Constitution.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That's what we don't have.
Well, here's the problem. Well, Kelby,
or guns, bro. You don't have guns. That's the other problem.
So
that's the other problem.
Yeah.
So last year during the summer, there was different governors of the states here did attempt to pull off what is happening in Australia right now, and they got away with it for short periods of time, and then there was like massive pushback. Things finally went to court, and different legislatures overrode the governors and the mayors and stuff. So like in certain like New York, for example, they were like, when they had their curfews, they were arresting people for sitting on their front porch after the period, like grabbing teenagers, and it was nuts. Some of the stuff on video. But that's
how many people allow the states to have, or how much power the people allow have voted there. It depends on which politicians are voted in, because like the city might have different politics than the county.
Right.
They locked down Sydney. So Sydney was locked down for 164 days. You weren't allowed to go more than 5 kilometers, which I think is about 2.5 miles, from your house. You were not allowed to go out after a certain time. You'd be arrested. You had to wear a mask, mandatory, as soon as you left your house, even if you were driving by yourself. Like, it's just going out of control.
Does the government pay you guys when you're not working, Louis, in Australia?
Sorry, what was it? Sorry?
Does the government pay you guys, 6 months to be locked down without working? That's a long time. Does the government pay you guys?
So what happened last year? We went into the lockdown thing, and the government did actually have an incentive to help people. This is about a year ago, or just over a year ago, and it was called JobKeeper, and it helped pay your wages for that month or two. And then, all the lockdowns stopped. We went into 2021. We got more cases again. All the lockdowns came back, but the JobKeeper stuff didn't, and that's why we're having all these riots and everything that you're probably seeing on TV in Melbourne and Sydney, because people are losing their homes, and it's going out of control because they're losing their jobs and all of that.
like what Danny was saying there, where people were depending on where you go, depending on which the mask it really is as cliche as it sounds. Like it's in some places become like some sort of a symbol. Like I was talking to this guy whose friend was from Romania under Nicolae Ceausescu, and like when those types of regimes are getting started, so it's like these guys are like, this is the exact same thing, the exact same like mentality between people, like pitting people against people for these ideas, where anybody kind of with any common sense of rationality is like looking at like what the hell is going on here, you know?
Yeah. In line with that, I think
Divide and conquer.
Michigan was a case in point of the difference between like what you guys are having to deal with, Bluey, and here. So, for example, the Megan Whitmer, it was the governor of. She was trying to act like Dan Andrews, and what happened was, let's just say, when she refused to accept that the state legislature had overridden her executive order granting herself emergency powers and such, and she said she wasn't going to comply. I kid you not, probably, I say no less than 1,000 people showed up at the state capitol armed to the gills. I'm talking full body armor, ARs. I mean, I'm talking armed to the gills, right? Well, there's also a state law which allows you to enter the state capitol armed. Well, this then turned into a standoff between the Capitol Police of Michigan and hundreds of a lot of them ex-military guys that are like standing there, like just I'm talking. If they decided to go in, it would have been OV. Like they could have taken out every single member. There's not a chance they could have stopped it, right? But nobody got violent. There was no violence. There were 0 arrests. It was like everybody was yelling and stuff. But there was nothing. But the funny part was and this is what scared the crap out of the politicians, was like 5 or 6 of these guys managed to get in to the observation ring that's like above the legislature room, right? Like a look down like stuff. And there's pictures. It's freaking priceless. There's pictures of these guys in camo, guns, all 9, looking down on all of the state politicians and the governor while they're like deciding whether or not they're going to keep abusing their power. And there's like all these tweets from like politicians like, I'm so terrified. There's people looking down on me with guns and stuff. Well, guess what? She conceded, and a lot of those like completely over the top, quasi dictatorial moves she was trying to make stopped rather quickly in line with that stuff. And again, not a single person was arrested. However, what was very ironic was the day before this, there was just as many people, but they didn't come armed to the gills. They didn't come with all their guns and stuff. They just came, were holding signs and protesting stuff. Well, guess what? Tons of people got arrested. The police were throwing people on the ground, hitting them, dragging people off, all this kind of stuff for protesting, right? The next day, they show up gun in hand. Not a single person was arrested. What does that tell you about we're talking about day 1, day 2, here's the difference. And the big talk from the politicians suddenly vanished, and they, it took a little while for everything to get some of the power stuff to get removed, but like it was obvious that we will not continue this crap or we might get shot. Was basically where it was. Well, my long-winded diatribe going with all this is like when I've been watching a lot of stuff that's happening in Melbourne, especially. Yeah, and just the crap that's happening down there. I'm like, if this was being done in the United States, outside like maybe New York and some other places, forget that, but like in Tennessee, where I'm at, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, like if that was being done there, we would be in full-scale civil war right now. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah. So that should be like. So Dan Andrews is not a very liked person right now, as you were mentioning before. Sorry, I got like a big storm that's just rocked up to Brisbane, so you might hear some thunder. Yeah, he's not a very liked person right now. If you watch if you go on YouTube and look up any of our media channels, so like the Channel 7, Channel 9, Channel 10 news reports, they're like 90% dislike ratios. Like everyone, it's just basically had a guts full of what's coming out of Melbourne. There's no freedom, there's no liberties at the moment. This goes to show, you know how like I see this all the time where on American news, right, when you guys are talking about your gun laws, and if guns get taken away, it's like, oh, but you know, why do you want to keep your guns? Well, because it protects us and it gives us our civil liberty, and you know, if your government goes tyrannical, you know, it keeps the power with the people, right? Well, Australia should be like showing you guys right now what happens when one, you don't have anything to protect yourself with, and two, you don't have a constitution. Because if you get either of those two overruled, you have the same problem over there right now.
Oh,
I guarantee it.
100%.
They're working
I mean,
on it, bro. They're shredding that constitution every day.
Yeah,
every day, bro. And then they divide people. They divide people, so it works for their one world communist agenda.
Well, at this point, the problem that the United States is facing is on multiple fronts, but one of them is the current members of Congress and the president of the United States, who's not actually he's president, but he's not like running the country. There's behind the scenes people are obviously manipulating him, but when they publicly state, we know this is unconstitutional, but we're going to do it anyway. When it's like stated publicly, you know you have a problem. It's like I still haven't gotten over some of the times that Biden has been like, well, I know this isn't constitutional, but we'll just do it anyway until the court says we can't.
There's so many videos of Biden just not being able to complete a sentence, bro. It's hilarious how people think that he's the one in charge. He's just a puppet.
Yeah,
he can't even read the script properly. It's hilarious, bro. And
watching it from Australia is pretty funny.
Because Trump's a puppet as well, but Biden's like an obvious puppet. At least Trump tells you what you want to hear to your face and stabs you in the back.
I've read
Biden's an obvious puppet.
I read all 900 letters of Cicero, and that was during the time when he was basically watching the entire civilized Roman Republic, well, quote unquote civilized Roman Republic, basically get taken over, and completely foresaw everything that was happening and that was going to happen to come, which is basically the downfall of civilization as they knew it. And there's definitely nothing new under the sun. Like everything you can see, and the stuff that he says, where he's like, you know, these guys, like everybody's in everybody else's pocket, like everybody's so paid off, like nobody really wants to do anything about it, and and there's some people that are just wide open, but then it gets gotten to the point where nobody, like, and reading the letters, because it's over the course of years, so it's like watching it in slow motion, and you're going to see it getting worse and worse, and it gets to the point where nobody can talk about it, you know, and then finally he gets executed.
And what's very interesting about the point you're making, I've also read Cicero, and the founders of the United States actually referenced some of the stuff of Cicero, ironically, in the Constitutional Convention. But beyond that, the kind of the modern version of that, the prediction of those kind of things being the outcome, right, were the Federalist Papers. And anybody who has ever read the Federalist Papers and then thinks that, number one, the founders of the United States did not anticipate a lot of the things that we're told ad nauseum now, like, oh, well, they didn't account for this sort of thing in the Constitution. That's not what they meant. It's like, well, then your dumbass never read the Federalist Papers. Then you never read Madison's notes on the Constitutional Convention, because if you did, you would know that they had counted for a lot of this stuff. They predicted many of it. And were trying to account for a vast majority of it.
Don't they even say people are going to like? Or probably people will try to say that this is just used for, that this isn't what it actually is.
Yes, and I'm just like, yeah, we had some guys that were some serious intellect. They were devising this, and it's not that they didn't account for a lot of things. It's that Well, this is another thing that they actually predicted too, was that if people weren't educated, then they could be manipulated, which obviously goes back to, I mean, the Greeks were talking about this in terms of the downfall of their nation states and everything. But the point, in Cicero, like once you can buy off the masses, you give over to the demagogues. And if anybody thinks the United States, and Western civilization in general, has not fallen to demagoguery, you're ignorant of civics and history, in my opinion.
What's the name of the book, Cicero, that you guys were talking about? Cicero, the Fall of the Roman Empire?
The Letters of Cicero. He was a incredible orator, but senator and different things during the Roman Empire.
Yeah, I always heard that the Roman Empire never fell, that it kind of continued with the Vatican. That's my take on a lot of the Synagogue of Satan stuff, where really the Vatican's behind a lot of it, and they're kind of tied to Rome, and the secret society's kind of tied to the Egyptian Empire and stuff. So that's all.
Well, that's what's interesting reading. Like the point
now is Illuminati.
The point of about the 4th century or going into the 5th century, like I really didn't. I read the book How the Irish Saved Civilization, and it really kind of tied together the point between the fall of Rome in the 5th century, and then in between the Middle Ages, like everything that was happening in between that time. And now, as I am a Christian, and then am reading the church fathers starting from the beginning, and then once you get to the point, it's easy to just skip through going up to like Augustine and going into the Cappadocian people, and then but there's a thing that's really easy to miss, is that right at that particular point, all of civilization freaking fell. Like it was basically Mad Max after the point of like the 440s, 450s, going like everything crumbled. So and it's really, I guess it's up for debate of how sudden it was in some places, and you can really see the difference in the theology there.
What's crazy is how fast what's happened in Australia has happened. If you would have asked me like 5 years ago if this would ever happen, I'd say, oh, well, maybe, but it would take a long time. No one ever expected it to happen this quickly because we're not protected.
Also, how used to it people are now.
I guarantee by the end of the year, most of Australia will be fully cashless society as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's all happening so fast, bro. It's crazy.
There's already places that are cashless.
I thought I have years to talk about the Big Bang and evolution line, but no, it's all happening super fast, bro. I don't think it matters anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all about the one world government. That's their goal, and they're moving for it real fast.
Yeah,
the World Economic Forum used to be like the little horn of the Book of Revelations, where they're getting a lot of power with the World Economic Forum. Pretty crazy.
So here's one of the things I'm very concerned about. I say concerned is relative, but so Australia and Europe can be conquered without blood at this point, because you're being conquered from within, right? Sure. And you're being subjugated at this point. Sure. The United States, and what I think is happening in America right now is we are being taken headlong into a intentional collapse, because the only way to conquer America is to collapse, like not just subjugate, because you're not going to pull off the subjugation. There will always be resistance, right? So the only way to pull it off is to completely collapse the economy and the civilization in general, right? Because, and the reason I say this from a macro view is the United States is the only barrier to the conquering of the world by the oligarchs who want to dominate, right? Because China, whether or not China is actually part of the end game or not, is not relevant. China will be complicit with the conquering of the globe, right? As a military, industrial, or in a manufacturing arm.
They might as well be the new Rome.
They're already doing it.
Right. It's already been. I mean, heck,
they're already in league with. They're openly saying that they're in league with North Korea and Russia.
Exactly. And Australia is in the target sites of China right now. I mean, everybody knows it.
I think they've been trying to collapse a dollar where everybody wants to use, like Africa wants to use yen now, and Obama's entire plan was just giving all of that stuff up to like Iran on that side of the globe to make them the power to counterbalance anything going on in Iraq and Israel. It's just
The biggest-
yeah, you're right. It's completely obvious that it's a purposeful collapse. It's either that or complete stupidity. Because people are like, "Oh, they're just stupid." No, they're not stupid. They know exactly what they're doing.
The biggest issue I've noticed is that obviously America is in debt by how many hundreds of trillions of dollars. Australia just hit $1 trillion in debt, for its GDP and all that, right? So whereas, if you go back 15 years ago, we were very much the opposite. We had a surplus. So who's going to pay for it all? And China's in debt too. Everyone's in debt. Someone's got to pay for it.
Yeah, China's economy is actually in serious doo-doo right now. With their real estate market is imploding on a scale larger than the 2008 collapse. But in line with going back to America, I think that we will have a very rapid implosion. Like ours will not be drawn
Who's
out.
everybody in debt to, guys? Who's everybody in debt to? Who is Australia in debt to? Who's America in debt to? Who's China?
Who are you in debt to? World Bank.
The same
Several
person
world
who rules
banks.
the world. It's the same structure. It's the same people. We're all in debt. They're the ones behind us. The
Exactly.
same people that print the money in every country. That's the reason we had all these wars throughout the year, so they can control all the currencies of all the countries. We're all in debt. Well, I shouldn't say we as people, but the countries, the governments are in debt to these. Oh, somebody in this chat saying it. Well, yeah, it's the same. It's the synagogue of Satan, bro. It's freaking Satan. So he was the smartest angel ever, bro.
Yeah.
Ever.
Well, what
That's
really
why-
what disturbs me about all this stuff is, and this is the irony, is it's so obvious what is happening. And I never really, I've been a huge history buff since I was a little kid. I mean, I was reading the stuff about Cicero, the commentaries on the Gallic Wars from Caesar, all this I was reading all this stuff when I was 12, 13 years old and just loved history. But I fast forward to now as an adult and I'm looking at these things and I'm just like, this is plain as day.
That's what I keep saying. There's nobody
happening?
that studied history can be looking at what's happening right now and think that everything's cool.
Right. Right. But this is indicative of the fact that our education systems have been purposely manipulated as to not teach people the things that would make all this stuff obvious. Like when I listen to these people go on there, I'm just talking about normal folks, right? Go on these tangents about they're just not grasping the threat to their safety, security, freedoms. And I'm like, are you so blind that you do not recognize what's happening in Australia right now and in France and other places is greater than what caused the revolution of the United States, of the colonies against the British in the United States. If you go read the Declaration of Independence, for example, and the list of the reasons they had against King George III, right? The stuff that's happening in Australia is worse than the things that were done by George III, which were in that time frame recognized as reasons to pledge their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor.
We're back in medieval times, man.
Yeah, Germany this week. German court ruled that people without the papers cannot go to the grocery store.
There you go.
If you read, just reminded me of 1 Thessalonians 5. You guys should definitely check it out when you get a chance because it is exactly what we're talking about. Exactly what we're talking about because it's highlighting that the children of the light, or the saved, will not be shocked by what's going on because those that are in darkness will not see the light. They don't see what's going on, right? So we see it plain as day. They don't see it at all because they're just blind to it somehow.
I can read it if you want, bro. Any
Yeah, sorry. I
particular
didn't actually have it up.
chapter?
I just remember off the top of my head.
You want the
Oh,
whole
which
verse
verse?
or
Yeah, which verses were you
or the
referring
whole
to?
chapter?
Yeah, the whole chapter. Really.
First Thessalonians 5, somewhere in there.
But of the times and the seasons.
It's 2 minutes 30 seconds long if you guys want to hear the whole chapter.
Verse 4, but you brethren are not in darkness on this day, should not that this day should not overtake you as a thief. You are all sons of light and sons of the day. We are not of the night nor of the darkness. Therefore, let us not sleep as others do, but let us watch and be sober. Like, you just read the whole like passage. It's exactly describing what's going on right now. I don't know how like people don't get this stuff, you know.
Well, there's also I'm tired. I'm drawing a blank on the reference, but there's also the aspect of the great delusion that will be sent, and they will be they'll be blinded.
That's all tied into the same thing, exactly.
Yeah. They're at this point Scripture is coming. Scripture is being fulfilled before our very eyes on a plethora of aspects, and the fulfillment of it is just, it's fascinating. I was ranting about this the other night in terms of, even in the 90s when I was reading stuff about eschatology as a kid, when I was 10, 11, 12 years old, I was fascinated by that. But in the 90s, fulfillment of it, I could not wrap my mind around how the fulfillment of some of these different prophecies could happen in the modern era.
Yeah.
And then now it's like, oh.
You talk about in the 90s, even 10 years ago, I couldn't see this happening in the modern era. I struggled to see. I could see signs of some things, right? But I couldn't see it happening like it is now.
Yeah, on the cusp, like, oh, okay, I could see where we might be able to get this kind of stuff. But now
I'll say
totally
5 years,
reasonable.
I couldn't see it because there's always been 3 goals: the one world currency, and I could kind of see that because I saw Visa kind of, you can go everywhere and use the Visa. Plus, I saw like the euro forming and the pound and the dollar kind of taking over all of America. So I could see the one world currency, the one world government. I saw the United Nations. So it's like, okay, they're already setting this up. But then the one world religion, bro, I couldn't see that. I couldn't see that for nothing until I saw that the Big Bang and evolution, they're just one big religion, and everybody, even myself included, believed in it for my whole life, really, till like 5 years ago when I broke out of the spell, witchcraft spell they had me under, that they have the rest of the world under to this day.
Yeah, the currency thing, I remember. So are you guys familiar with the special drawing rights from the IMF?
No.
You know what that is? Okay, so there's been whole move. So the International Monetary Fund, they got the special drawing rights, right? And it's basically like credit lines from the World Bank. Okay, but one of the major moves has been being attempted to be implemented as a way to circumvent the dollar as the reserve currency is to basically price, petrodollars and everything, replace that with basically assigned in relation to special drawing rights from the IMF. And my personal opinion is that the macro view is going to be a crypto version of the special drawing rights that's going to be implemented. Some variation of that, right, is going to be
It'll probably be some form of a digital currency, I imagine.
Right, because the U.S. Federal Reserve is working on a digital dollar. The Chinese have already rolled theirs out in a test. The European Central Bank is doing the exact same thing. So if you have the 3 biggest players on the planet that are all doing it, obviously that's where it's going. Like, there's no, you're in denial if you don't think that's going to be the end outcome, especially with, okay. Yeah. So this is what blew me. I don't know if it's happened in Australia or not, but here in the States, during the shutdown, when nobody is going out and shopping, okay, magically there was a shortage of coins in the United States. And I remember being like, how does this make any sense?
Well, you know what they tried here? They said money is dirty and you'll catch COVID from it. So you should be basically, I don't know, like what happens in America, right? I only know what happens here. You go down to McDonald's and it says we only accept credit card or whatever. FPOS. We don't accept cash anymore. So a bunch of places have already done this.
Yeah,
so
it's
only
happening.
one extra step to go from what we are now to fully digital online. It's basically already ready to go.
Hey, I want to tell you guys something. They now that they're injecting people, your body has natural immunity. If you breathe some toxins, you're gonna cough them out, or your body's gonna try to cough them out. Whatever, phlegm builds up, and you get sick. You get a flu. You start sweating things out. That's how your body works. So your body has a lot of ways to fight any toxins that try to get into your body. But now that people are injecting themselves with something directly into the bloodstreams, then they're bypassing all your natural protectors, different natural immunity forms that you have. Even if you eat something, you get food poisoning, you poop, you get diarrhea, you throw up. So your body naturally tries to detox itself. But when you bypass all that, so I do feel that there's going to be, plus the 5G towers, bro. People don't realize radio frequencies. They've been used as military weapons for a long time. But anyways, back to this injection stuff. There's gonna be a virus. This one wasn't that deadly. It was like 99% survival rate or whatever. And some people, what kind of virus do you have to go get tested? I'm sick, but I don't know. I gotta go get tested. If you're sick, you usually know you're sick. Anyways,
crazy thing is
there is a bad virus coming. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Now that they got this shit going into half of the population, probably more than that. There is going to be a more virus, more people that are not woke to this stuff. They're gonna fall for the trap, and it's just going to be a slope that we're going to get into here in a little bit.
It's already happened. So last year we had COVID, and I said to my partner last year, I said, "You watch, next year there'll be something else. I guarantee it." Right? And then what happened? We had, what was that second strain called?
Delta.
Delta. Yeah, thank you. So Delta came out, and then that's what sent Australia into all of this crazy lockdown panic mode that you've seen on the news and stuff, right? So, and it was like, all they have to do is come up with some other name for it, and it will just keeps exponentially going into more and more control.
Well, I don't know if you followed this, but the UK, they're now very concerned about a super cold.
There's always something.
A super cold virus, like cold bug, not like temperature. And I'm just like, yep, okay. So I'll pitch it this way. My butt is eating healthy. I am making sure to be dosed up on zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C, and I'm not eating processed foods, and I'm just eating healthy, making sure to stay hydrated. And it's like, here's what really gets me. So like last year, 2020, I made sure to get very healthy. I quit smoking. I hadn't been drinking for the last decade, but like quit smoking and switched over to completely healthy food. And I have not gotten sick at all. I haven't felt bad. I mean, there was one time for like 2 or 3 days I didn't feel 100%, but I didn't feel sick, And I'm like, so basically for the last decade, I've gotten sick usually gotten sick twice a year, And then somehow in this past 18 months, I haven't felt sick at all, or just very mild, haven't actually gotten sick at all. When theoretically, if there was ever a time when I would get sick, it would have been this past year if all of the, fears and stuff have been running around. I should have gotten sick. How did I not get sick? And,
Yeah. I mean, natural boost immunity by healthy eating has been something that people have known about for bloody hundreds of years.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet I don't understand why it's not something that's encouraged. Again, it doesn't really make sense. I was switched to a whole food diet as well, probably 3 or 4 years ago. Before that, I was actually vegetarian. And that was giving me all sorts of problems. So I shifted to whole food, and I haven't been sick since. I have not had anything. No colds, no flus, nothing.
Yeah. It's like when you look at the known negative impact of processed food on the immune system.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, hang on. So we know this? And what's really been pissing me off,
It sucks that they don't teach you that in school. They teach you about freaking this Common Core that you were talking about earlier. How to
Yeah.
make things way more complicated. You got to spend 20 minutes to do one math problem that would have took you like 1 minute, you know, if you did it the old natural, regular way. But
Absolutely. And what's really been pissing me off.
anything in school, bro, it's ridiculous. They teach you come from a fish, nothing. I can't, other than to read and write and maybe like basic math. I can't think of anything they teach our kids in school nowadays.
Don't get me started on schools, man.
Yeah. But what's been driving me up the wall is, in line with what we're talking about right now, is I read a study in April of last year, and then they had identified that it was like right around 90% of people that were being hospitalized had zinc and vitamin D deficiency. That was like there was two known things. If you have just for round math, if you have a 90% variable, that's like, oh, if you have these two things, then you account for 90% of the people in the hospital that are dying. Like, and then you factor in, and this is what really pissed me off, is I don't know what was being reported there in Australia, but here in the United States, we were hearing, oh, minorities are dying at 2-to-1 rates. Okay. And which I don't doubt that was the case, but no one was talking about the why. Okay. So lo and behold, which two demographics that were the number one, the number two that were dying? It was African Americans and Hispanics, Latinos. And guess what? Those two demographics are the number one and the number two in vitamin D and zinc deficiency. And I'm like, so we have identified one of the core demographics that's at risk. We have the corollaries between the deficiencies that are causing this. And then what's the additional variable? Diabetes and obesity, and which were the number one and number two demographics in the United States for those two factors, African Americans and Hispanics. And I'm like, so we're running around not telling people about this. And then simultaneously forbidding.
What's good for zinc and vitamin D that you can eat?
Wait, hang on one second. But really pissed me off more than anything was knowing these variables that we're talking about right now, right? We are forbidding people from going outside where they can solve the vitamin D deficiency problem, right? Number two, we're literally arresting gym owners for allowing people to come to their business and exercise.
Yeah. But get your COVID shot.
So we
care so much about you. You have to get your COVID shot. But
let's not even talk about. Let's not even talk about that. I don't want to get in trouble with you two. This is before that was even possible. That's before that was even in the works, right? This is before that, when you're like, you are not allowed to go to the gym, and you cannot go. You are not allowed to leave your house and exercise. And I'm like,
yeah, bro.
So we know beyond, even not just in this context.
Choke
we
yourself.
Know
put your
lack of exercise.
Don't exercise.
If you don't exercise, that's also going to diminish your immune system, right? Like we know these things. This is not like some kind of outlier science that nobody's aware of. Like we've known this for who knows how long, at least 100 years, right? Like you exercise, your immune system does better, period. And we're going to forbid people from doing the things that we know help you have greater defense against a threat. Like I'm like, how does this make any sense? Unless it is your objective to perpetuate fear and to steal freedoms and to, initiate your, different underlying steps to take over the world, so to speak.
It's a lot easier to control unhealthy people.
Hey, what's the Agenda 21 goals, bro? I saw a meme about it on Instagram not long ago, and I'm gonna have to look it up here later. But yeah, it's like, no private property, no guns, no access to any plant or kind of like natural remedies. They want to ban that as well. So it's like, totalitarianism where you only have like the one source to go to for everything if you ever need anything.
Well, they're reinstituting the fundamental principles of communism. That's what's happening.
That's all it is. Yeah, it's like worldwide communism.
It's a hybrid of fascism and communism, which is ironic.
Well, a lot of people are fooled into thinking it's going to be the Star Trek future. The Federation's going to control everything. We'll have replicators. It's not going to matter. Everything's.
Well, hey, man, listen.
For
Is that
those
you?
inside the system, I guess it might seem like Star Trek, bro. They might think like they're doing a good thing, and everybody else is going to be the enemy. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Just
listen,
like what
listen.
for
They
the
have
Defense
been.
Force, where the aliens were the bad guys, and you know they probably just sitting around living in their land and they're getting killed, whatever. That's how it's going to be for these new generations that get raised by the state or the government or the one world communist place, whatever. And they're going to look at everybody else like the bad guy or the savages, or you know we're not civilized or whatnot. But I don't think it's going to last a long time. I think that's the devil's lie.
Make the
I think the
population
devil's
your own army. You know, you turn the people against each other. Like
I tell you what's freaking me out is the whole aspect of this 3D printed meat. You guys familiar with that?
Yeah,
The one
bro.
that Bill Gates is trying to talk about.
I think that's all beyond meat is and all that fake meat stuff, man. I'm leery about all that, bro. I think that's what a lot of it is, honestly. Because Bill Gates
Oh,
has so
dude,
much
okay.
stock and
Oh
all
no,
that.
no. I mean, I'm freaked out by it. I am not in favor of it in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I'm actually terrified of it, to be honest. And I'm really
Yeah,
concerned
I think
that
it's already
going to
out
be.
there. A lot of
Well,
vegans, like Bond here in the chat, he's like, "Oh yeah, there's so many things you can eat now. We're in 2021. You don't gotta eat cows and chickens and or eggs anymore. We got all these meat replacements." Bro, where do you think it comes from, bro?
I gotta be honest, I love his accent. Hey,
Yeah, bro, I got this.
say no to drugs, dude. Your accent's awesome. Is
Yeah.
that a Mexican accent?
I'm from Latin America, bro.
Dude, your accent's awesome. I know. I have a friend from Colombia,
Yeah,
and I guess you
grew up
sound a
with
little
lot of
like
Colombians.
him. Yeah, and
Well, see, with
it's
me, I
just
grew up
awesome.
in Florida, so I got kind of a mixed accent because well, Spanish wise, anyways. I grew up with a lot of Puerto Ricans and Colombians, and you know,
Yeah.
people from all over the world, even Asians. I had so many Asian friends from Vietnam and Cambodia when I was growing up. There's white people, black people too, bro. It's I love living here, bro. I've been here 30 years, but I'm thinking of moving to the mountains only because Ezekiel 7, verse 15, 16 talks about people in the cities are gonna die by pestilence and famine. People in the
Yeah.
fields are gonna die by the sword, and the people in the mountain they're gonna be awaiting their trials for the iniquities, something like that. So, man, for like the last 3 or 4 months, when somebody told me, I'm like, how can we escape all the 5G and all this crap that's coming our way? They're like, read Ezekiel 7, verse 15, 16. And now I'm like, I want to move to the mountains.
Yeah, I mean, moving to the countryside is probably one of the best things you could do, especially in Australia at the moment as well. If you want to be free of all this crap.
Here in Florida, bro, we got a lot of woods, but for some reason, I feel like the 5G or whatever it is they got coming our way is going to be able to get you there. So that's why I want to move to the mountains. I find like the mountains, they don't have towers like everywhere in the mountains, bro. There's no need for it. There's no people there. So that's why I want to be close to the mountains. I'm not necessarily going to live on the mountain, but I mean, I want to be close enough to it where I can just drive to it if I have to. Like LPP.
So what exactly is the thing with the 5G? What is it you're worried about with 5G towers?
Well, yeah, all right. I can tell you real quick, bro. I don't know if I can share my screen real quick, LPP.
Yeah, go ahead. This is gonna be
This
the
will
last
be
thing.
quick.
If I was gonna cut it, I was gonna stop an hour ago, and we're still going. So actually, 2 hours ago now. I was gonna stop at two and a half hours.
I blame you, LPP. Your fault.
So yeah, you're right. It is 100% my fault. I mean, I claim full responsibility.
You said you were going to open it up for a half an hour.
There's a couple things with the 5G, bro. The first thing, if you just Google up 5G military weapons, they've been using it as a military weapons for a long time.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. No, that I understand. Like I know 5G. I mean, it's obviously just a signal. Like the signal can't do anything to you, but obviously it just.
They've been using it to do a lot of things to people, bro. They can put voices in your head. They can burn your skin, make you feel like your skin is burning, to disperse crowds. They can put voice. There's something called Voice of God, where they can actually make you hear voices, and they used this in the Iraq War in the 90s. But there's another thing that's newer than all this stuff that you're seeing here on the screen. There's something called 5G at 60 gigahertz, where it absorbs the oxygen. That's why you were seeing people fall down in the China videos when we saw this whole thing breaking out at first, because it started out in Wuhan, the 5G. And so they could target you with your cell phone, because that's what they used to target you, obviously. And now that they got people injecting themselves with whatever they want, because they don't tell you. But yeah, they can probably track you with that as well. But it's got to be connected to your phone just because it needs a big power source to kind of like track you or whatever. But the other thing with 5G it's at 60 gigahertz, it absorbs the oxygen. So basically we live on oxygen, we're made out of water, and when the 5G hits you and it's at 60, it's not necessarily that it has to be a weapon, because it can be used as regular 4G technology. It doesn't have to be at 60 gigahertz. But if they do want to attack you, they can. If they want to make you hear voices, they can. You know what I mean? If they got a tower close enough.
60 gigahertz is like, okay, so I'm a network engineer, right? So 60 gigahertz is an insanely wide frequency, right? Now, LPP, correct me if I'm wrong here, but you would have to be like really close to one of these towers.
60 gigahertz? Huh?
You'd have to be like really close to one of these towers for it to be able to actually, like you're just showing there with that vehicle.
They put them up here in Florida where I live, bro. Right when the lockdown started in March, the same day we went to lockdown, like the following morning, you woke up to go to the store because that's all you could do. So it became like hey, let's go to Publix or whatever, Walmart, whatever grocery store you got laying around. That's all, that's all you were supposed to do. In Australia, I'm sure it's like that too. But yeah, they put them up here everywhere, bro. It all started right when the lockdown started last year. And I think if you just look up radio frequency poisoning symptoms, then you're gonna see a lot of it is kind of like the same as what we got going on nowadays.
I think one of the big concerns with 5G that people have is it requires direct line of sight, and I think people are looking at is it going to be a concentration being the issue? Because like if it's dispersed, like you're referring to on the wide wavelength, then okay, theoretically shouldn't be a problem. But
the thing is, however,
as we
do it, your phone has the enough power to make you 6 if it's plugged in. It work. You can use it to give Wi-Fi to your laptop or whatever. So even
but your phone doesn't transmit. Your phone can't transmit a signal in 60 hertz. In fact, your phone doesn't transmit any signal; it receives signal.
So how do you give a hotspot to your laptop?
Well, that's using Wi-Fi, which is 2.4 or 5 gigahertz. It's not 60 gigahertz.
Yeah, everything was 2.4 before 5G. Now they can go up to 100 gigahertz with the 5G. And that's recent. That's just from
the 5G towers. The 5G towers might be able to, but your phone can't. Like your phone can't transmit a signal on that wavelength. Or if it can, it's something that they haven't advertised that it could do. I mean, they're using Qualcomm chips, yeah, LPP. They're just normal networking 2.4 5G bands. They're not militarized. Like those militarized ones you were showing like way back at the start would require a huge amount of power to be able to knock someone out.
Yeah.
A phone can't do that.
No, maybe over time though. Anyways, I pulled up I just Googled radio frequency poisoning symptoms, clicked images, and you could do headaches. It's got asthma attacks, bronchitis, pneumonia. So there's all types of all these radio frequencies in the air, bro. They're not natural. They're not natural to humans. So people react to them different. But there's tremors, muscles. You can look it up yourself. Radio frequency poisoning symptoms. Click images. You'll see this image just like I'm seeing now. And there's all types of symptoms that you can get from radio frequency poisoning. So that's my concern with 5G.
Okay.
Gosh, it just never ends. Hair loss, anxiety. It almost sounds like one of those commercials where they're trying to sell a drug and the side effects. Burning skin sensation, tingling sensation, tremors, muscle spasms, cataracts, immune anomalies, ultra-sugar-metabolism, asthma attacks, bronchitis, pneumonia, inflamed sinuses, chest pain, pressure, heart arrhythmia, heart palpitations. So that's my problem with the 5G, bro. Before that, before the 5G, everything was 2.4 gigahertz. Everything, even walkie-talkies, the radio, everything was 2.4 gigahertz because it was considered safe for humans. But with this 5G, they done fast-tracked a bunch of, just like they did with this crap, they fast-track a bunch of the safety inspections, and now they can go up to 100 gigahertz. So we go from 2.4 gigahertz is considered safe to now with the 5G, you can go up to 100 gigahertz, and who knows what's going to happen. It's all an experiment on humanity. All right, that was it.
Sure, no, you're right.
Well, I think there can be potentially underlying use cases that, or utilizations of it that could be a threat. I could definitely see that. I mean, whether or not it's in terms of
that's totally, I totally agree with that.
And I can definitely see where the implementation of the towers on a mass scale could potentially enable the, you could, if you're assuming that we are not being ruled by people who have our best interests at heart.
Oh, I'm sure they do, bro. I'm sure they love us. They want the best
and
for us.
are looking for ways potentially to subjugate the masses, if you will.
Yeah, I feel like if they were militarizing 5G towers, I feel like it would almost be the least of my problems at that stage.
Yeah.
I think most people are not awake to it, like, and I think that's an issue, bro, because even the people that are supposed to be there protecting us are politicians. They're probably like, "Oh, 5G is awesome, amazing. We're gonna be able to download everything quicker. It's gonna be great." They don't know.
I tell you what, I'm less concerned about the phone stuff and more in relation to the automation of home appliances
and cars.
I've been in cars. I mean, kid grief, dude. The whole premise of self-driving vehicles, it cracks me up how they keep getting hacked, and then, oh yes, this is a significant concern of like, what if terrorists decide, hacked a bunch of cars? And like, I was talking about this a decade ago when the first, prototypes were. I remember you'd see the Google robot cars driving around doing Google Maps and stuff. And I'm like, what? And then when the whole premise of self-driving cars started getting more traction, I know for a fact I was talking about this in like 2013, going on tangents about it ever since. Of like, what world do you freaking idiots live in, where anything that is connected has an internet connection can ultimately, and is computerized, can be hacked? Like,
another thing that software engineers understand.
Right, and I'm like, and people, oh no, they'll figure out ways to stop it. I'm like, okay, if the United States Department of Defense and the National Security Agency and all this stuff, if they get hacked and they're the best on the planet and they're able to be hacked, do you actually think that people will not come up with a way to hack your freaking Tesla? You're an idiot. And what do we have happen? That happens all the time. That gets pushed under the rug. Obviously, they're very, very short news cycle that talks about it, a little story, abstract story, and it's like, oh yeah, car was hacked and driven into a building. And it's like, what? But my like I said, my major concern is China, North Korea, whatever. If you manage to hack, a very small number of vehicles, you can pull off mass homicide very easily. Case in point, what have we seen in Europe where it's like, oh, there's no guns? Well, what do the freaking terrorists do? They go rent a giant freaking truck and drive into a crowd and run people over. Like, if you're just imagine if you can hack the robot car and go driving into a bunch of people, and you can't. Well, there's no driver to take out. They can stop. You can't shoot them because there's nobody in the vehicle. You're driving it remotely. And anyway, that has me very concerned. And the naivete. Where I was going with this long-winded diatribe was the same thing in conjunction with all the home alarm systems, home thermostats that are automated and controlled remotely, and your fridge, all that kind of stuff. Well, what happens if the plans for like controlling your carbon output, and it's, oh, you don't get electricity anymore, we're going to shut down your house. Oh, your refrigerator draws too much power, we're going to turn it off and your food's going to spoil. Or, oh, we're going to subjugate masses of people and we're just going to turn off their refrigerator and take all their food. Now they're going to starve to death. Like that kind of stuff is Like,
and then they won't be able to drive anywhere because their car won't start because their car's been disabled.
Exactly.
This is already happening in China.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like
really
this isn't like fantasy. You know, it's not science fiction. It's been done. The same concept has been done by totalitarians in the past.
Yeah.
And then your point of it's already happening with the social credit score in China, and then they're trying to roll out the same logic in Europe and Australia, and it's being talked about here in the States. So,
exactly.
I mean, well, here's the thing that really pisses me off about Americans' stupidity, right? So Google helped China develop the social credit score system. And it's like, so let's think about this logically for 1 second. If a company which is headquartered in the United States helped China develop system, and if they're
banned in China,
like, why would it be irrational to conclude that they could create the exact same system here in the United States? Like, this is like, hello, they've already built it. It's like rolling out a new iteration of it on their servers here in America. Like, this is not that complicated of a concept. You've already built the software. You install it on new systems here. Like, oh, cool, it's up and running. Awesome.
So we actually have an app at the moment. Again, I don't know what happens in the US, so I only know what happens here, right? So everyone has to have an app on their phone, which is called in Queensland. It's called the Check-in Queensland app. This is mandatory. Every time you go to the shops, you go to the service station to fill up your car, gas station for you Americans. You know, everywhere you go, if it's a restaurant or whatever, you have to sign in with your check-in app. Like, legally, you have to sign. If you don't sign in, you're essentially breaking the law. Now, not really much is cracking down on it at the moment, right? Because we don't have the crazy lockdowns that are happening in Melbourne and Sydney and stuff, right? But all they'd have to do is flick a switch and have this credit system you were just talking about, the China credit system, tied into this app. You've already got it. It's there.
Yeah. Well, and for those, and what really cracks me up, again, this goes back to the little ignorance of people, is like, there's something called user permissions, you know, and what you're talking about on flipping the switch, right? Like, oh, we are now going to turn on these different functions, and people of this user status, in this context, you know, the normal populace, are now going to have these options are now going to be available. And as you said, like, oh, they're mandatory now. So you wake up the next morning, you roll down to the, you know, get some petrol, and you have, you know, it's like
petrol.
Oh, well, I got to check in, and I have to do a selfie, and I have to do like, oh, wait, what? That wasn't like this yesterday. And then you're like, you don't take the picture, and then you get an alert that says, you have 90 seconds to comply with a metadata enabled image.
Yeah,
you know, GPS coordinates require access or authorization required. You know, that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, I think the average person doesn't even grasp that technology already exists. Like, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Like turning on and off the GPS location, the coordinates and stuff that can be put into the metadata of a picture you take and all that kind of stuff. Like, oh, it's time stamped. Yeah, it can also geo coordinate stamp too. Like,
yeah, just about every photo is by default. It is like every
right.
photo.
Oh yeah, well, it's the default. You can turn it off right now, but it's the default.
Soon you won't be able to.
And my point I was making about user permissions, right, and like controls, it's like, well, you do realize on the next iteration of whatever your OS for iPhone or Android, they can turn off your ability to be able to turn off the geo tracking. Like, this is not that complicated for, especially for the level of developers that we're talking about that are writing the code for this. Like, this is not hard for them to do if they need to make a modification.
It takes 30 seconds, and so all it has to do is be mandated. Yep, this is the new thing. Like you just said, there's an app. The app absolutely requires that your location services be switched on your phone in order for the app to function. You then have to check in. So everywhere we go right now, right, if we go to the service station, we have to scan. So when we get there, there's a 3D barcode with like a Queensland logo. I should like send you a photo or something. And you have to use your phone to scan the 3D barcode, and then it says, your name has checked into this location at this time. And we have to do that for every shopping center, every restaurant, basically every public venue right now. You need to do that. It is mandatory right now. And we're not even in lockdown. We're not even like I don't understand why we even need this system. We don't have any COVID cases. We haven't had any for months. It was originally just for that. So I don't understand.
Man, I tell you what, I can only imagine the pushback.
This happened overnight, guys, in Australia. I'm saying, like, we're screwed.
Well, I tell you what, one of the things that has me concerned about here in the United States anyway, there's like mass resignations happening with law enforcement, and what I'm very concerned about is the people that are going to be left are the dangerous ones, the ones that aren't the upstanding members of society that are doing, trying to, and protect the weak and, take out the bad guys, right? We're going to be left with the corrupt ones that are anyway.
Taking out the good guys.
And because like the stuff that, like a lot of the videos I've seen from like Melbourne and stuff, especially when I'm watching these guys like driving down the road in armored, APCs, in full SWAT gear, and then jumping off their stuff, running over and like start hitting people in the face with the butts of their rifles and stuff. I'm like, in the United States, we would be in civil war right now if guys were running around doing that. At a minimum, those guys there'd be shots of being fired back at them.
Hans, are we the baddies?
Yeah, you even said it in the right accent. Are we the baddies?
It's so terrible, man.
Have you got inflation?
It saddens me to hear about that in Australia, bro. It really does. I didn't know it was that bad, but yeah, you got to check in. Well, I know it's like kind of like that in New York too already here, but damn, bro. How much are houses going up there?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Yeah, what's the inflation doing in America?
LPP. What's the question, Lucy? Louis?
Sorry.
The inflation in America right now, like just in a broad sense, has there been like a price hike of real estate and cars and stuff?
Yeah. Okay. So yes. Okay. So cars. Okay. So cars are up about 40% in the last year.
Okay.
Real estate all-time highs. I mean, it's nuts.
Same thing's going on here.
But here's one of the things really weird. So. Well, it's not weird from it. Actually, what's occurring, what's weird is the attempt to just bullshit and lie to people, right? So the report came out a couple days ago. Oh, September, 5.4% year-over-year inflation, right? Okay, but turns out they're not calculating in the increase in food or the increase in fuel cost into their overall inflation calculation. Well, why is that, you ask? Well, price of fuel has gone up like 40%, 45% in the same time frame, and real estate's like nuts off the charts. But like food prices have been skyrocketing, going up 20, like different items are going up 25, 30, 40%, but they're saying that total inflation's only up 5.4%, and I'm like, so you've removed two of the biggest items from your calculation, and then said that our inflation isn't that bad, like. Oh, well, thanks, guys. That's you're straight up lying and trying to convince people that it's not that big a deal. And
the truth is, man, all paper money is being devalued so they can move on to whatever the cryptocurrency cashless society is going to be. So that's why Australia pulled out $1 billion or $1 trillion, and here with Trump he pulled out $3 trillion, and then with Biden they pulled out another $3 trillion, and people don't get concept of the numbers, but they like the way they enlarged our debt. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous how much debt they put us in just because of COVID, and they've done absolutely nothing but create more mandates and restrictions, and that's their goal, to devaluate the dollar and create more mandates and restrictions.
Yeah. Well, and you can see it happening so much here. It's crazy.
Well, and to put it in context for you, Bluey, so the United States in the last year has spent, actually just in 2020, we spent, I pulled up the GDP of Australia. We spent right at 6x. Our government spent right at 6x your entire GDP.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah, it's insane. Like it's just so beyond the pale. And what really makes me mad about that more than anything, I remember doing the math on this last year. Let me do it again real quick. I think it came out to the money we just spent in 2020 came out to I think it was almost 60 grand a person. Let me see. And of course, we didn't get any of that. So, like, congratulations, guys! You spent ridiculous amounts of money, and we didn't get any. But you said got pennies. I felt like I was dealing with the let them eat cake type deal. Let's see, divided by 128 million households.
Well, our debt, Australia's debt, went from $500 billion in 2019 to $1 trillion. So we doubled our debt in 1 year.
Wow.
Which I know, again, doesn't sound like, I don't know, $1 trillion sounds like a lot to America, but you got to remember, there's only like 20 million people here. Right?
Well, no, trust me, I follow you completely. It's all relative, right? And a trillion, I don't care how many people you have. $1 trillion is a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, it's just stupid, bro.
It's
dumb, bro.
Iger was kind of alluding to this, but it's like it is beyond our actual human
comprehension. Yeah, I've seen the video.
We see the numbers in the commas, but like that's about it. Like we don't actually comprehend that. I honestly think that we're at the limit.
Oh, that's all right. It's okay because COVID. Well, Biden does it again. Oh, it's okay. But yeah, no, that's a lot of money, and I don't know. I think they added like 20% to our debt or something like that, just in the last 5 years or whatever, 3 years.
Oh, dude. Okay, so the U.S. debt, I believe the U.S. debt was either 9 or 11 trillion when Obama took office. Let me get it real quick. What was
they almost doubled it then? Because
more than doubled.
They more than doubled our debt since 2019, bro. It's crazy.
Okay. National debt under Obama. Okay. It was.
Obama did a lot of shitty stuff too. All these presidents have been corrupt, bro. Every single last
one.
Okay.
When Obama was sworn in on January 20th, 2009, the debt was 10.6 trillion. When he left, it was 19.9. So he almost just under doubled it in his time. And then now we're at 28. We're just a shade under 29 trillion right now.
Yeah. Yeah. So Obama and then Biden and what's his name? Biden's only been in office like not even a year yet, and these people are so corrupt, bro. So corrupt. I don't get it.
Well, you say 29 trillion?
Yeah, we're right now we're like 28.8 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when Obama left, you said it was how much?
19.9.
But it was only 10 when he went in and he doubled it. It's so crazy. I remember seeing a video like these people just write numbers just to see how much money they can take out. And what do they do with it? They hand it out to their corporate buddies. And, it's a big... It's crazy how they got us, bro. It's crazy how
one of the things I find very fascinating. One of the things I find very fascinating from a historic perspective is what we're dealing with now is it's a fascist communist hybrid in the way it's being executed, right? Like, so we have obvious collusion from the corporate oligarchy and that's going on. We haven't had true free market capitalism since the 40s, and it's just gotten nuts at this point. But the utilization by the government of the corporate entities to control the populace,
Mystery Babylon,
is being pulled off while simultaneously implementing, the government starting to take control of the means of production through other aspects, through regulation, all this different stuff, right? And anyway, it's fascinating to me to observe what's going on and the blindness of the average person. I'm like, we're so screwed.
So I did some number crunching here. So with Australia at $1 trillion divided by the amount of people, we're roughly $50,000 per person. With America, $28 trillion divided by 330
No,
million.
we're like 230 million or 230,000, something like that, right? Are we?
28 trillion divided by 330 million is 84,800. So each person is in debt $85,000 in America, essentially.
Yep.
Like
But
if you break it down to per capita.
do the math. Do the math real quick on 128 million. That's the number of households. I think that comes out to like 2 something per household, 200 something.
Yeah, it's about 200,000 per household. Yeah.
Yeah. It's nuts, man. It's so freaking crazy. And what gets me is this is the other thing, the factor you'll find interesting is that the GDP of the planet is about, well, pre all this madness, the GDP of the planet was sitting at about 84 trillion. So the United States GDP is about 21 trillion. That's what it was. It's down to 20 right now. But then we have 29 trillion in debt. And you think about that in the comparison to the GDP of the world, like, come on, folks. There's only one outcome of this, which is like epic implosion.
Exactly. So that's why it doesn't, like, if you look at what's going on right now with all the inflation, right? Why is housing prices going through the roof? Why is vehicle prices going through the roof? And I understand that there's shortages of supplies because of what's been going on, but you know what I mean? Like it's all false. It's all hyperinflation.
Lumber was $8 a 2x4. That's like quadruple.
Yeah.
And I live right next to a mill too. There's mountains and mountains of logs at the mill. So it's kind of BS.
Where do you live at, Jamie? Maybe that's where I got to move to.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Jamie, where do you live, man? Can we crash
You
your
said mountains,
place?
bro. I'm like,
yeah, man.
Yeah. He says he's got a mountain.
Yeah, where's that mountain at, bro?
I got trees and bears. There's bears and cougars and stuff. So.
Shit, natural defenses.
Yeah.
Can we move to your place?
Yeah.
I will get in a boat right now.
Wow.
Right on the Canadian-Montana border in Idaho, Bonner's Ferry. It's a beautiful town.
We are going to crash at Jamie's place.
Yup.
Old Earthers, young Earthers, who gives a crap?
At Jamie's place.
That's cool with me, man.
Hey, the only problem for Iger is that as a flat earther, his GPS might be wrong.
Bro, my GPS is more right than yours, bro.
Uh-oh.
My GPS works on
Where's Iger?
From towers. Huh? That's me, bro. My name's Iger Television.
You're a flat earther?
Yeah, bro, for sure, bro. I don't believe in this spinning ball pear-shaped model. I was here yesterday, bro. I was talking to you.
You are welcome to believe whatever you want, man.
I'm not gonna judge you, bro. Same to you, bro. We've been lied to so long about so many things, bro. That you know.
Oh, that I can agree with.
Whatever you want.
Well, shoot, I probably don't think your name's Iger.
For me, the big picture is what we're talking about right now. Is this what LPP said best? Is this corporate oligarchy is coming onto the land? That's the big picture, bro. It doesn't even matter if you're a Christian, honestly, though it does help, because if you're saved through Christ, you won't have to go through the second death, which is when you get judged and get thrown in the lake of fire. So that does help a lot. But regardless of the shape of the earth, young or old or evolution, whatever you think, bro, if you could see that there's something, there's the devil, the darkness, that was, you know, that we've been thought of. Every movie kind of has like this evilness or whatever you believe in. You know, there's like an evilness that's taken over the world, and it's gaining momentum within the last year or two, to the point that none of us believe that it could happen this fast, bro. So,
oh man,
whatever you want to believe, bro.
They'll believe it when it happens. They'll believe it. Well, it'll be too late by then, but it's happening very quickly here. Let me tell you.
It's already happening. That's what I'm getting at, bro. It's If it is the end times, then we're about to enter a 7-year tribulation period.
Yeah.
And in the devil's worldview, or in the Satanists, Luciferians, all these secret society people, in their worldview, bro, they're gonna rule for 1,000 years. But in God's worldview, they're only gonna be here for 7 years, and then He's gonna come down, destroy it all, cast them in the lake of fire, and then Jesus Christ is gonna rule for 1,000 years. So you know what I mean, but that's the lie. That's how he gets everybody,
except for
all these people to follow him, bro.
Hey,
that's how he gets all these people to follow him, because he they in their worldview, bro, they're gonna live in 1,000 years like Neo in the Matrix, where they can just download things into their brain, and it's gonna be this utopian society for them for 1,000 years. That's what they think, bro. But that's a lie. That's another lie from the Garden of Eden, where the devil tells them that they're gonna live forever if they eat of the fruit. So it's the same lie. It's just in a more advanced form where, oh yeah, you can download your brain into the cloud and you're gonna live there forever. That's a lie, bro. It's all a freaking lie.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, who'd want to do that?
It sounds great, bro. It's like even like there's a show, The Third Rock, where the guy's like, yeah, I can't wait till I can download myself into the internet. That way I can live forever.
Oh, it sounds like a nightmare. What would that feel like? What does it feel like to be bodiless? That sounds absolutely
people with
frightening.
no God and no hope. That's their only hope.
Yeah,
right there.
you got it.
I don't want to be.
You can't. It's not going to happen anyway. You can't. You can't download a brain into a bloody computer.
Hey, you guys, watch this clip, and then I want you to tell me how this is congruent with a flat Earth idea. It's really interesting because it's proof of the Bible. It's proof of the Bible.
I was having I'm not trying to be mean. LPP and the other guy, and then you just had to come here and make a dumpster fire. That's how you like to go out with dumpster fires. All right, go for it.
No, it's not an attack. It's not an attack. It's just proving the Bible.
This verse that I'm going to expose is very peculiar, and it mentions something that really astonished me when I read it. In Job 38,
he's doing the devil horns right now in slow motion for you. All right.
Arcturus, red supernova star, with his
he's never seen a supernova star. He's got a drawing of a cartoon in his blackboard. But all right.
Arcturus had sons. Now, this is very interesting because I know of nuclear.
This guy's got a blackboard and he's just talking nonsense.
But I'm not quite sure about nuclear fission happening on stars. According to this verse, Arcturus has sons, which are similar, same in nature. In the verse, the word sons means same as in nature, so they have to be stars as well. And that kind of got my attention because I've seen, I know star formation from fusion point of view, but I've never actually thought about fission point of view, which is, I'll explain in a second. Now let's see some interesting facts about the star called Arcturus. First of all, it's the fourth brightest light in the sky at nighttime. Okay, it's a variable star, and it's a giant orange star which has a K1.5. If you're an astronomer, you will know this. And it's also a substellar star formation, according to some scientists. It is a very massive star, and this is Arcturus right here. Our sun is this dot right here. So Arcturus is a massive star. And as we know, astronomers are trying to decipher how large
we know refers to him and the Illuminati cult he follows
are formed because they are so massive that they need more energy concentrated inside them in order to fusion consequently well.
Now, him and his blackboard got all the answers,
bro. Of 90% hydrogen.
If I have a blackboard and a white shirt, are you going to listen to me, Jamie Russell?
Hold on. In the nuclear core, all the hydrogen. And the hydrogen,
there's no nuclear fission going on.
Just consider what he's saying. Just listen. Hold on.
Helium.
You can't miss
helium will form other heavier elements after that, and that's how you have bigger elements in the universe. And it's because of nuclear reactions that happen. And
well, of course, nuclear reactions.
Just consider it being possible until he's done.
So he starts to burn.
Bro, I did for 35 years.
No, I know. Just wait though. Wait till he sees how he relates it to Scripture.
Is it? The difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission are one in essence. In the sun, it's more about nuclear fusion, even though there is some fission on it. It's more about fusion. What is fusion? Is that the two atoms, okay, get together and they fuse, okay. Meanwhile, for example, it's more a natural process, by the way. Meanwhile, the fission is actually that the atom the neutron hits the atom and splits it in two, okay? And this creates energy release. So the energy releases once the neutron hits the atom, and this creates an energy disperse. This is how we get fission.
I could have explained all of that in about 30 seconds, by the way.
In order for
Bro, this is so
Arcturus
dumb.
to have fission,
You couldn't
have
just
fusion,
summarize
which is,
this?
again, the most common thing.
How much
Sorry,
longer is left on this?
it's not much longer.
You need to understand
It's not an
how
answer.
this star works.
Yeah, look, everybody's sleeping in the
Arcturus
chat, bro.
has, let's put it this way, 3 brothers. Or as the Bible says, sons. Let's put it sons better because I'm not.
Brothers, sons. Okay, yeah,
But
yeah.
they are similar in composition.
That's what the Bible says.
Arcturus and Aldebaran, okay, Aldebaran are very similar. They are the same constellation, which is the Wisdom constellation, and Pollux, which is another huge red star, orange star, pretty much. They have all the same composition. The interesting part about this is the oscillations that pass through Arcturus to Aldebaran, all the way to Pollux, are relatively said to have substellar objects around them, which means that perhaps they have planets surrounding them. But according to some scientists, it's not really that there are planets, there's not any substellar objects, but what's happening is that around these 3 stars, the oscillations that happen between each other is because the forces of gravity of these 3 red giant or orange giant stars attract each other in strange ways. Now, if the Bible is saying the truth, and it says that Arcturus has sons, because Arcturus has sons, which means that Arcturus
What verse was it, bro?
have to be
Jamie?
the original source for these other consequent
Job
stars,
38.
Aldebaran and also Pollux, to be part of the same first source. What will happen is this. If hydrogen, let's say there's fusion, okay? And interestingly, gravity is a very strange force, which is relatively weak. I mean, magnetic forces are millions of times stronger than gravity.
It's so strange, nobody can explain
For
it. That's how
massive
strange
objects,
it is.
gravity seems to work perfectly.
2 minutes left.
And then there's dark matter and dark energy.
Oh my gosh,
It's the same as
bro.
gravity.
It's stupid.
I approach it this way, and I think this, in some sense, makes a lot of sense.
So I get 5 minutes to respond as
If you have a
well.
ball of gas and fire, which is pretty much what the sun is, okay, and let's say it's floating, okay, because of gravity, and I get a force and I split the force of the ball, which is a ball of fire.
Brainwash one, bro.
If the 2 forces of the ball of fire split, then that
Are
means
you?
that
That's
I
me using
have
the spinning ball.
2 sources that are
Thanks,
similar to
Jamie.
one source. So
Everything,
if I had a ball of fire,
every experiment you can do is gonna
I
prove
would
a flat
create
stationary
2
Earth.
subsequent forces
Every
of that
single
original
experiment that
ball
you
of
can
fire.
do.
So we have 2 balls of fire now.
Damn it,
And
Jamie.
2 balls of fire.
balls
This
of
is
fire,
song
by the
of.
way,
Oh,
would
This is a
technically,
comedy skit, right? Though, is this like a
not get close
Kabbalist
to
or
each
what?
other because the magnetic forces perhaps would pull them away rather than attract them.
A lot of
Like,
these
are we gonna
singles
start
are
pulling
like-
rabbits out of the
That's
hat next and chopping women in
Now, if
half
you
and throw the
did it
darts at the
once
person
again,
on the
if you
spindle
split
or
once
what? Wheel of
again,
Fortune?
one of the subsequent 2 balls
Goodness
of fire
gracious,
that came from the
balls
first
of
one,
fire.
you would still get.
Hey, what verse?
Nobody
just
thinks this is
hold
real,
your
right?
tongue.
That had to be the worst explanation of why the Earth is round I've ever seen.
Who said
And I
Oh my
think it's
gosh! And this
round.
guy, really, this guy was trying to say that explains the Earth bit. He needs to be institutionalized and medicated.
John. Help me, John. No, I'm trying to tell you that the Bible talks about. I'll read the verse, okay? And since you cannot
read the verse.
help yourself,
Can you
Yeah,
tell me what
Job
the verse
38 isn't going to help your claim, that's for sure.
you don't even know what my claim is, retard.
Oh,
Sorry, I
another
should've
perp.
called you
No.
retard. I'm
No,
sorry I
no,
called you retard.
Yeah, that's
okay?
fine. That's fine, princess. That's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, what's the verse, bro?
Job 38, like 30, I think. I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, after it says the
don't
foundations
think,
of the
just
earth
tell me
about
the
20
verse.
times.
Dude, you don't even know what I'm trying to say yet, man. You don't even know what I'm saying. I'm not trying to prove the earth is round. I got pictures of that. But the
Hey, show us your pictures, bro. I want to see the pictures. I
Oh,
haven't
bro,
done
you got
this in a
pictures,
while.
bro? How high did you
Yeah,
go,
please
bro?
show videos of the pictures.
Bro,
of the
he's
Earth. That
got
would've been
pictures,
funnier,
bro.
Jamie.
Wow, bro. Are you gonna wait? He's gonna get the Nobel Peace Prize. That's
Bro,
amazing.
no,
I can't wait to see it.
Get this video. Show me pictures of the Earth from space.
I
bro.
know all
Go
for
ahead.
some reason all other photography doesn't show a magical globe, but I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it, bro. I want to see your pictures of the Earth from space, bro.
Yeah, I'll give you
Show us the
$1,000
pictures
for
of the
any
Earth from
evidence
space,
for a globe
bro.
Earth right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
please
so-
show us the globe Earth. Or if you
I'm
can
still
come
gonna
up with a
finish what I
pear-shaped
started, if
Earth
you don't
like Neil
mind.
deGrasse Tyson
You
says,
mind?
that'd be even better.
It's a pumpkin now. They're gonna change your minds. Maybe it's a
Yeah,
hamburger.
it's a
No, it's a
pumpkin,
pear,
bro.
right, bro? It's a
Pictures of the
pear.
pumpkin better, bro.
Yeah, whatever. We'll just lie to. We'll just keep lying to children. Who cares? It's
Show
okay to
us
lie to
your
children. No
pumpkin.
problem. Yep.
Show us your pumpkin.
I can prove the globe from the Bible. You care about the Bible?
That's a lie. That's an absolute lie. Yeah, a circle is not a ball. Try first grade geometry.
Also,
Yeah,
tell me,
a circle's not a
what
ball.
about
That was
Matthew
easy.
24, how the
I'm only
stars
gonna
fell
do it if
from
you guys
heaven?
can hold your tongue and we can. Take
You can't do it. I've been doing this for 15 years, son. There's no
Hey,
such thing as a
Jamie,
ball Earth. That's
I'm
a
38.
pagan
How old are
idol.
you?
Show us
Yeah.
pictures of your
I'm
cartoon
40.
doll, bro.
Yeah, I'm
You
40.
can
Yeah.
use the picture
because we didn't have
background. You
kids
think
in
that's
here
a real
too,
picture?
So stop, please.
Yeah, I've been a
Jamie.
photographer since I was 8 years old. I'm sorry, princess. You're up shit.
So
I'm sorry, you're not
you
going to get
had
anywhere.
kids when you were 2 because you could take pictures when you were 8? Okay.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
dumb stuff
I've been a
fired.
photographer
Thanks,
for
Jamie.
30 years. I can't wait to see your cartoon globe. That's why we'll never see it.
Thanks, Jamie.
I only have I have a 3,000 mile shot over the Pacific Ocean in
We're all
2000.
blaming you for this, Jamie.
That was
damn it.
easy.
Yeah, we're blaming you for this, Jamie. We can see too far, bro.
Radar systems
forgive
from
you.
Russia go flat all the way to the eastern seaboard of the United States, 5,000 miles flat. Radar
Dude,
propagation.
I can prove
Sorry,
the
guys.
globe Earth on a
You
beach,
can't prove
on a-
anything. You
on
don't
a-
even have a
on
prayer.
Really
You don't
easy
even
to
have a
prove
claim,
it.
princess. You don't
You have a
even
guy in
know
the
when the
blackboard.
globe
You
is
can actually-
observable.
you can actually
Please
do-
stop. Wait, please. A kindergarten cartoon argument. I
You
can
can
prove
do
the
these
globe
experiments,
because I
dude.
saw it on TV. Yeah, we've been
Dude,
waiting
you
7
can
years
prove
for
a globe
evidence,
Earth
and
on
all
a
we
tall
keep hearing
building. You can
is
do
this
these
insane
experiments
claim that
on your
I can
own.
prove it with advanced technology like sticks and shadows in the ground. And my uncle took a
Yeah,
picture.
that
I'll find
too.
it for you later, bro. There's no
Dude.
claim, dude. This is
Dude,
embarrassing
what's
for you
your
guys.
most advanced math you've taken?
It doesn't matter, Jamie.
Wow.
No, it
So
does
now you're
matter.
gonna hide
It
behind
doesn't
math. Yeah,
matter.
that's
It
the
doesn't
point.
matter.
It's zero
It's not
curvature.
magic.
It
Is
doesn't matter.
0.02
Look
Not
complicated
magic,
for
bro.
you? That's how
Tyson
much
took all the math
curvature
in
has
the
ever
world.
been
Still
measured
stupid
of
as
the
fuck.
earth.
It
So
doesn't
you
matter.
have the
Park and
problem
got
with,
to
with
bed and
math,
you got
princess.
cocky
You
about
live in
it.
a fairy
Big
tale
mistake.
cartoon where math doesn't matter. That's why we can see
Oh, it does matter.
5,000 miles
Gravity
out
matters.
with
Buoyancy
radar
doesn't cut it.
systems from
It's not.
Ukraine
Hey,
all the
Jamie,
You
way
just
to
don't
the
understand
eastern
science,
seaboard
man.
of the United States. You don't even have a claim. You can't even tell me how high I have to go to see the Earth curvature start
Way up
to
there,
appear,
bro.
bro. There isn't even a claim.
Probably
Call
100 miles.
NASA,
You know.
ask NASA or the Dryden
I
Flight
got
Research
pictures of the
Center or the
cartoon
U.S.
doll.
Air Force. Hey, guys, I'm on the internet, and of course, I'm the expert on globe Earth, but can you tell me how high I have to go to see the Earth curvature? No, never happened.
I'd say about 60,000 feet. Before you
Yeah,
can
that's a
just
lie. Yeah,
start
you
doing
just
that.
lied. That's the
They
point.
got
That's not
videos
what's
from
claimed. So you just
120,000 feet.
that's the point. If this religion was legitimate at all, people wouldn't have to continuously and habitually lie. The answer is
X-ray.
not
What's real,
60,000
X-ray.
feet. That's another lie,
X-ray.
proving that there's
If-
nothing but lies
Bro,
when
you
it
know
comes
that's
to
a
this
lie.
magical
You got
globe religion.
videos.
You don't even have a
Listen,
citation.
listen.
Watch.
Hey,
Show
hey,
me
guy,
the citation that tells
calm
you
down,
it's 60,000
calm
feet to
down,
start
calm
to
down,
see the
man.
curvature of the Earth appear.
Take it,
X-ray.
dude. I know all your dumb arguments. Just
No,
wait a
you
second.
don't know any. No, princess,
Oh, I do.
bro. I could literally have a 9-year-old child embarrass you if you think you live on a ball. You have fallen for the greatest deception
X-ray.
in 2,000 years.
Dude,
You don't
dude,
even
you're
have a claim. You have no idea who you're talking to right now, bro. I
That's your
actually
problem
went
right
out into
there.
the field and had to use
Oh,
instruments in reality. And the model that we use to train soldiers is a flat earth model. So every single model that the military uses
That's
is a
not
flat
true.
model that
He works
literally
for the
says
military.
flatten
So-
on
Sorry,
rotating
sorry.
circa
How many years of
1988 Dragonflight
aviation training
research
have you
center
done?
from NASA, bro. You're
So I
way
was
out
in
of
the
your
Air
league.
Force
I could
for-
top you like a
I was in
zit,
the Air Force
and
for
you would
5
never
years.
know it, bro.
I've actually
Take
done
turns.
ecliptic training
Take turns,
on
man.
circumferences because you actually
Yours in
kind
the
of need to
military,
know
y'all.
how it
Listen to
works.
yo.
Yeah. Hey, there's never going to be a claim. We'll never get a claim that when we can see curvature.
Okay, if you discovered, if you discovered that the world was round, right? Okay, if you discovered the Earth was a ball, would it disprove the Bible in your view?
Yeah, that's the point. If you discover that an alligator is actually a tiger and a dog is actually an elephant, then you have serious mental problems. Yes, there's no such thing as, oh, I'm going to turn the earth into an object. Yes,
didn't answer my
the Bible
question.
makes it very clear. God's earth is much more
The Bible
special
does
than a
not make it
perverted
clear about the
object
earth being
cartoon on
a
TV.
round.
Yes, God makes it very
God.
clear that the earth is under the heavens and in the waters. He even says they
Yes,
are willfully
it doesn't mean that
ignorant
it's
that the
flat,
heavens
dude.
were of old and the earth is standing in and out of the water. The earth is not an object, guys. Yes, that is a perverted claim that you learned about on television. Yes, if you're lying about the Bible, that's a serious problem. No, there's nothing you
nowhere
can
in the
do to
Bible it
disprove
says
the
that
fact
it
that
is
the earth
actually
is
a
not a
flat
cartoon
Earth.
object. That's like saying, what if I proved that alligators are actually hummingbirds? Well, that's pretty insane, bro. Yeah, you might want to get some life experience. There's no such thing as a globe Earth. We don't live on a star. That's what a planet is. I'm sorry.
Every other planet that we see is round.
Okay, that's another satanic lie. No, they are two-dimensional. They are not round. They are not even three-dimensional objects. They're two-dimensional, and we are not the stars. So again, that's a perversion hiding from the Word of God. God made the stars also. He didn't put people on a star. A planet is a star. So yes, all the stars might be something. Well, I'm not living on a star. I'm sorry, I wasn't born yesterday. I have some life experience. Most 5-year-olds can tell you they're not living on a
if
star.
5-year-olds
Sorry,
can
buddy.
tell you when you look through a telescope and you look at, say,
Yes,
Jupiter,
I know you're still
and
hiding
then you
from the
look at
concept. Yes,
Jupiter
you're hiding
again,
from the
like,
Bible. And
Okay,
Oh my
everybody
God.
shut the hell up.
I
Everybody
can't
shut the
even
hell
say
up.
yes, you're
Everybody
hiding
shut the
from
hell
the.
up. Everybody shut the hell up. We're getting
Have you seen
ridiculous. We're Tiger, silence. We're turning this into a ridiculous dumpster fire. Okay. If people cannot have back and forth discourse, I'm going to kick you. Okay. So make a point. Your other person's going to respond. If you start over talking them, I'm putting people backstage. I don't care who it is. You're going backstage if you cannot shut the hell up. Okay.
Yeah,
All right, let me know. I'll wait. I'll let him go first. Just tell me what to do. I'll wait.
Wait, I want to see Butsy. Dang man, you said. Bro, by the way, this guy XT of the XO, he used to work for the military. So,
hey,
Little bit lagged.
I want to respond to what he said.
Okay, hold on. There's a problem here. I wanted to say, he said something about telescopes. Yes, if you're using a telescope to decipher the shape of the earth, you're probably possessed by demons. I'm sorry.
What?
Okay.
Yes, you're probably possessed by demons if you're looking at the sky to determine the earth. Yes.
Shut the flying F up when I say silence. Good Lord. If you cannot
Bro, I
grasp
wanted to
this,
live stream with this guy
I'm
today.
going to stick you backstage and then I'll put you back into talk and I'll put you backstage. Just like, dude, let's act like fucking adults, okay? Now,
I'll mute myself.
Bluey, go ahead and respond. Then nobody on the flat earth side respond. Jamie's going to make a point, and then you guys can respond to both of them. Go ahead, Bluey.
My only thing I was going to say was, well, Exo said about apparently all of the other celestial objects that we see, which are clearly round, are apparently two-dimensional. And I was saying that no, because if you view them in the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere, they are not the same. I know because I live in the southern hemisphere. If you look at Jupiter, it's going to look wildly different than it does in the northern hemisphere. Like, that's what we've discovered. That can be proven. That's been tested. I don't understand. Why is looking through a telescope demonic? Like, what, looking up at the sky is demonic now?
Have you ever looked through a telescope?
Okay, so can I talk now? Am I gonna?
No, I got a question.
Okay, I'll wait.
Have you ever looked through a telescope?
Okay.
Because I have.
Iger, stop. Iger, stop.
Here's the.
Iger, silence. Okay, Jamie.
That's what I want to say.
Then you guys can respond to both of them. Okay, Jamie, go ahead and make your point. When you say you yield, Iger respond, Exo can respond, and then we'll do another round. Go ahead.
The picture on there right there, Rigel. Yeah, stars are really far away, so you can't. They're really just pricks of light. That's one thing that flat earthers say that's true. Like you can't see the stars, any of the stars, any kind of detail. But they don't look like that. That's like when you don't know how to use a telescope, what it looks like. I have a telescope. I have, and just actually earlier today, I looked at Jupiter and Saturn from here in Idaho, and it looked about as bad as that did the Saturn, but that was using binoculars, like high-powered binoculars. I could see the planet. I could even see the little tiny moons you can see there on the left. That's Jupiter. It's in very bad focus, but you can see it's two moons reflecting light there on the left side of it, the second one down. You can prove the Earth is a globe by laying down on the beach, parallel with it, is really close to the ground, and right when the sun goes over the horizon, okay, as soon as the moment it disappears behind the horizon, you can stand up the moment it goes over the horizon, and you'll see it again. If you understand perspective, that proves the Earth is a globe right there.
Okay, so now Igor's going to talk.
Yeah, Iger, go ahead, and then
Yeah, bro.
Iger.
So Bugsy said he looked like, if you look through a telescope, bro, this is what you're gonna see if you go outside tomorrow, actually, because I don't think you can see Jupiter and Saturn right now in Australia, but yeah, this is what they look like in Australia as well, bro. There's flat earthers in Australia as well, because we have studied the planispheres, which is a instrument every amateur astronomer like myself and probably every Jamie Russell over there looking at Jupiter and Saturn. Congratulations. Do it for yourself. Don't take NASA's word for it because they lie. Yeah, this is what they look like, bro. And this is video. It's sad that flat earthers have more video than NASA. They don't put not one video of anything. All they do is give you these cartoon. They run it through stacking a lot of times. Even if when they do use a telescope, they run it through a program called stacking, where they stack multiple pictures to give you a nice CGI image. And that's the cartoons that you think are real, but they're actually fake. They've been fake this whole time. Ever since you were born, you were programmed to believe you lived on a spinning ball and came from a monkey 14 billion years ago from a nothing explosion. And that's the sad reality. So they don't just lie about COVID and 5G and them depleting the dollar. They've been lying to us for centuries. The synagogue of Satan is mentioned in the Bible twice, and it's sad because if you really think about it, the flat earth is mentioned in the Bible a lot of times. It talks about the stars falling from heaven to earth. That doesn't make sense if they're suns. We're gonna obliterate the earth. It makes sense when they're small and local. They're not that far away. Right above them is heaven. All right, that's all I got, bro.
Yeah, the literal interpretation, that's correct, Iger. But here's the biggest problem is that I don't care what people want to believe. But when they say these insane psychopathic things like, oh, the stars above us are balls, therefore I'm living on a ball. Again, I'm sorry, guys, but that just shows the brain damage this religion causes. Jesus makes it very clear. If I tell you of earthly things and you can't understand, how can you understand when I tell you of heavenly things? So God himself makes it very clear. There's a huge distinction of the earth under the heavens and the things that are in the heaven. They are not to be compared. So just comparing them is basically Satanism. And that's what this normal culture does. And this day and age, they literally live in this cartoon fantasy. I don't care what people believe. But as soon as you start saying that we must be on a ball because there's balls in the sky, again, you have some sort of mental disconnect. And then you say something like, well, when I sit up, I can see objects farther out. Yeah, that's how it works on a flat surface. Every single experience on a flat surface shows that when I go lower to the flat surface, I won't be able to see as far. If I lay my head down on a basketball court and I slide a penny away from my face and I wink my eyes, so I'm only opening my right eye because the right side of my face is on the basketball court, the penny will eventually leave my ability of vision. My field of view is limited, so everything always disappears on a flat surface. That's why when we have to see farther, we use these things called binoculars. And they help us see farther straight out. They don't help us see around a ball. So yes, I believe in binoculars. I believe in reality. And that's all I'm claiming. If you think you live on a ball, it just destroys your mind. And you're just going to get embarrassed when you talk to a Christian that knows what the Bible says and has life experience. I'm sorry, guys. You've been fooled. And that's why you'll never even address the fact that you have no earth curvature measurements, because this religion destroys your brain, you have to go to the sun, moon, and stars. And what does Acts 7:42 say? When Stephen was being stoned to death, he said, and God turned and gave them up to worship the hosts of heaven. So if you want to worship the hosts of heaven like the Pharisees and Sadducees, good on you. Not my problem.
Plus the Illuminati, bro. They worship Mars, Venus, all these other entities, and yeah, it's crazy how they've been worshiping these pagan gods. If you really think about it, the stars in the sky.
Can you already go?
You've had your
All
run.
right,
Okay,
all right. God
so,
bless y'all. I think we should move on to common ground, where we were talking about the New World Order, Illuminati, the globalist communist government. I like that conversation better, and I think we're all on the same page, by the way.
Jamie,
So we're actually brothers.
Which one do you want to go first?
Thanks, Tiger.
Can you share my other thing real quick? I just wanted to finish that first thing I was trying to talk before they couldn't help themselves to interrupt it. Yeah, so Job 38, let's see. Right here, this verse right here. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of the Pleiades or loose the bands of Orion? Okay.
Yeah, the earth isn't hanging on anything, is what the Hebrew says. Yep.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
It's the
no interruptions.
It's the one with maybe where is it here? Where he said the one the guy was talking about in the video. Anyways, I can't. Oh yeah, right here. It can now bring forth the Mazzaroth in its season, or can thou guide the Arcturus with his sons. So what the guy was trying to explain to everybody was this: can you guide Arcturus with the sons? The idea is that God does, right? you Arcturus with the naked eye is just a single star. That's all we can see now, what anybody could have ever seen. But with modern cosmology, they know there's evidence from all the stuff that you guys think is fake and satanic. It said they've discovered that Arcturus is a rogue star. Okay, that means it's not bound to a system nearby any other stars. It's literally like flying along like what they call a rogue star. It's going like probably 20 to 60 kilometers a second, right? And there's evidence with their satanic technology that it's dragging along these other stars with its behind it as it's flying kind of rogue through space. And that evidence suggests, and they're the same type of material as Arcturus. So the point was that its sons are suns that are suns as in SUN being dragged along by its gravity, made of the same composition star as the father star or the parent star. Okay, and the same thing with what it says here. The sweet influence of the Pleiades. That's the constellation up where there's 7 stars really close together. With the naked eye, you see 7. There's many, many more you can see with modern technology, but they're all gravitationally bound. They're not drifting apart, which you can't measure with the naked eye, but somehow it's in the Bible here. And the bands of Orion, those are the 3 belt stars of Orion constellation. And what we've learned from modern cosmology is that these are actually drifting apart. They're not gravitationally bound. And the Bible predicted that. So there you have it. Satanic technology confirmed the Bible.
Who said it was satanic technology?
Well, you've been saying that.
Yeah, you just have to keep perving. I said if you compare the stars to Earth, that is a satanic doctrine. But because you're possessed by demons, you have to twist that and just call it all satanic and add hominy and make up shit. It's normal.
Dude, can you stop calling everyone else possessed other than you?
Yeah, yes. If you just stop lying, can you just stop lying? Is it possible for Globers not to lie for 5 minutes? Is that possible?
We're not lying.
It's satanic to constantly lie. Yes, it is. That's a perverted lie to say there's balls in the sky, therefore I'm living on a ball. When God says heaven is separate from earth, that's a satanic lie, bro. That's the problem. Literally, every time I talk to Globers, I don't care what they believe. Why do they have to habitually lie over and over and over again? That's all I get from 7 years of this. Everybody just lies to protect their satanic balls. It's disgusting.
I will add for the Glover side that they've been brainwashed just like I was. So Jamie's quoting gravity, Isaac Newton's or Einstein's, whoever's gravity he believes in. He's also quoting we could see the suns now. Not Jamie, not Bugsy. NASA can see it or whoever can see it. And I don't doubt, just like Jupiter has moons or whatever, they say, that there's some reflections around there. It could be the case. But the whole problem is you're taking all your information from one source. It's NASA.
It's not even just taking information from one source. I'm just saying, like right now in Australia, it's coming dark, and in America, it's probably going to be light soon.
Yes, exactly. Yes, that has nothing to do with the Bible's true. Yes, the sun goes in a circuit around the earth. When it goes away, it gets dark. Yeah, that's what the Bible says. Amazing.
I could share my screen real quick since I just want to show you something. It's called.
Real quick, I got a question. Real quick, I got a question there. Real quick, Bluey, what are the stars for, Bluey?
What are they for? To give God glory.
They're for signs and seasons as listed in the Bible. Signs and seasons, you understand? Right, that's the point.
Yeah.
So we can all see them. We all see the stars above us, and that's what I accept. I can look at the stars and you. Okay, just let me finish. I can use a telescope and say, "There's the stars above us." That doesn't change the fact that there's no outer space. There's no space missions. There's no satellites up there. We don't use satellites, and we use AWACS and J-stars in the military. All communications done with cell towers. There's no outer space travel. That's the deception. Well, you gotta let me finish.
Really?
We all see the stars. That has nothing to do with the fact that there's a massive outer space traveling deception that you believe in because of cartoons on TV.
So you're saying the International Space Station isn't in space. It doesn't exist.
Correct. It's filmed in a water pool.
So
yes, it's filmed in a water pool. Yes. You can't even let me finish. Bro, you're so triggered. You're having these seizures and these conniption fits. You won't even let me answer. You asked me a question, and because you're possessed by this demonic religion from cartoon balls on TV, you can't even let somebody talk. You literally just keep vomiting. You ask a question, and if somebody starts to answer you 2 seconds in, and you have to vomit on them. I'm sorry you're fooled by television cartoons. Yes, they film them underwater in a wake pool. A 7-year-old can tell that it's in water.
Can I respond, please?
Wait, before you respond, let me show you what I'm showing you right now. This is called the AE map, which is the Common Flat Earth map. And it's basically live weather data. So if you wanted to know if there's a hurricane approaching or whatever, you could do it on this website right here. And you could do the globe model, or you could do the flat Earth model, which is the AE azimuthal equidistant map, and they both work. Everything works, just like Exo Renier, who used to work for the military. I don't know what he did. I wanted to talk to him tonight on my channel, just for me and him to talk, because I like him a lot. But and I only met him yesterday.
Let Blue respond to.
All right, Louis, respond. But yeah,
and then
everything works the same. Everything works the same on the ball or the flat Earth, basically. Everything.
I'll be quiet.
Just about everything works the same, bro. It's just your perception of reality.
Go ahead, Bluey.
All right, just give me a sec here. I just want to screen share, just really quick, guys.
And that's the thing, is that when they show these signs and wonders, the Bible even talks that even the elect will be deceived. What really cringes this conversation is that I know most of you don't trust the government. You know they're lying about evolution. You know all of politics is a lie. But then they show you magical space things that nobody can verify, but we believe them. It's really sad.
So just quickly, just talking from personal experience, all right? So 2019, I got married in this church here. This church is called the Church of the Good Shepherd. It's located on the southern island of Lake Tekapo, the southern island of New Zealand, at a place called Lake Tekapo. There is no natural light in this town, so you get to see the entire sky, right? So you can see here, that is the Milky Way, right?
Yeah, we all see it, yep.
Okay, so while I was there, they have 6 observatories on a hill up here. While I was in the observatories, I looked through the telescope and saw with my eye, you could see the International Space Station. You could see it clearly. And now you're going to tell me that NASA actually... I can't
believe how gullible you are.
Okay, hang on.
You poor thing.
You saw it came exactly when they said it was going to come.
You poor
It arrived
baby.
on time.
Yeah,
when
you
it
poor
said that it was
baby.
going to
Yeah,
arrive.
they put a plane
You
in
could
the air.
also
Yes.
see it.
Yes,
You could also
princess.
see it outside.
Yes, they put an airplane in
Dude.
the air. When I saw it in 2015, I could tell what it was. Yes, I saw it
An
in
aeroplane?
2015 myself.
It didn't look like
Yes,
an
that's
airplane
why
when
it
I
looks
saw
like
it.
it's at
You
70,000
think it's an
feet because
airplane?
that's what a U-2 flies at, and it looks like
Dude.
it's going literally not even Mach 1. If it was going 17,000 miles an hour, it would go pew! It wouldn't be right there in the sky for me to look at continuously
It
for
went
literally
from
30
one
minutes.
side of the sky
Please
to the
grow up and
other.
get some life experience, bro. It's
It went from.
embarrassing.
I've seen a lot of airplanes go across the sky. They don't take
Yeah,
like.
bro, you're not
10
listening.
seconds.
That's why we can take pictures of it and it looks the same size as a 747. They literally list the ISS size and the dimensions are literally that of a C5 Galaxy or a 747, and they have the same apparent size. One vehicle is supposedly at 8 miles high and the other vehicle's at 250 miles high, but they appear to be the same size. Bro, I'm sorry you were fooled
It
in
went
this
from
cartoon.
one side
You
of the
are
horizon
way out
to
of
the
your league, bro.
other
You have no
in
idea what you're
probably less
talking
than
about.
a
I'm sorry.
minute. It was a lot faster than an airplane.
You have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
I'm
That's the
telling you,
point.
this
You
is what
believe
I
in
actually
cartoons
saw with
on
my own
TV,
eyes.
and you're still
You keep
hiding from the
saying-
topic, looking
I'm
at
not
the
hiding from the topic.
sky.
I'm telling
Yes,
you,
the
this is what I
ISS has
saw.
been debunked. They can't even show you photos from the ISS during a live event. If it was real, why can we never see live streaming from the ISS during any event that would be witnessed on the ground? Oh, and they also forgot to put in the other airplanes and supposedly 20 other thousand satellites, bro. If you believe that's real, bro, you have a long way to go in life. I'm
This
sorry
is
you're
in
that
the middle of
person.
nowhere.
The other funny
This is in the
thing
middle
is,
of nowhere.
the other funny thing is you know, the ISS orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, but you can only see it when they advertise it. So you got to take that into account. If it's orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes, you should be able to see it every 90 minutes.
Exactly.
But no, you can only see it when they advertise it. They tell you to go out and look at it, and that's the only time you're ever gonna see it.
Yeah, there's no claim still. That's the problem, is that we're talking about is this construct of this plane of existence that we're on. Is there any consistency to curvature over water or land? No, there isn't. And that's why all these globers have to hide from the shape of the Earth. They have no choice.
Always say NASA figured that out for us, so we don't have to.
Right. Exactly. Yep. It's just literally, it's the largest group of Scientology, just insane, just religious zealots you'll ever meet, bro. This world is
And
so
that's the one
deceived.
word religion that I was talking about earlier. It's
You're
not
damn
Big
right.
Bang and
Amen. You
evolution.
nailed it.
It's
Nailed it.
Scientology.
You
nailed it. One world religion. Absolutely right. Yep.
Way beyond your ability.
Yep. Absolutely. One world religion. They have no idea.
Where they worship
Exactly.
Fauci, or they worship NASA. They worship you know, whatever Bill.
I could have been better than Michael Jordan, but
funny
just
science
Yep.
they got with their
Yeah, they have no
That's who they
idea. Yeah,
worship.
yeah. Satan is so smart. Satan got everybody to break the 10 Commandments, not even knowing it. Yep.
Your turn, ballers.
There's a commandment that says, "Thou shalt not look at the earth and see that it's circular."
See, now because he's
Look at it
triggered
for
and has no
yourself.
evidence, now he's making another
don't let
false
NASA,
accusation again. I said 10
JAXA,
commandments,
ESA,
and because
the
he's
other
possessed
six
by
government
demons,
space
now he's
agencies
making up a
tell you what it
commandment
looks
that doesn't exist.
No,
That's
I
what all
just said-
perverts have. I know you're just perving, bro. You're turning
No,
into a
I'm telling
pervert
you,
because
which
I'm taking your
commandment did I
magical
break?
spaceball religion away,
Which commandment
and now
did I
you're
break?
blaspheming the Bible. This is what Glovers do.
commandment did I
Glovers
break?
get so triggered when they lose their cartoon,
I'm not triggered, I'm
LGBT
confused.
NAMBLA ball religion, that they immediately, they don't attack you, they have to start attacking the Bible. You're now making fun of God, insulting God, and slandering his 10 commandments. I don't
just
remember
asked
that
which
being one of the
commandment I
10
broke.
commandments, bro. So please try to stop the demonic seizures and get some life experience. Stop attacking the Bible just because you live in a Gumby cartoon, bro.
I
don't
got a
know
question
how
for
I
the
attacked
ballers.
the Bible, but
Wait,
okay.
I got a question for the ballers. Matthew 24 and then Revelation starts falling from the earth. How does that work on your spinning ball cartoon with the big sun stars? If the big sun stars are falling to the earth, all of them.
They
it's
can't
not
answer.
just one. It's
I can handle that
all the
one.
stars fall from heaven to earth. It's not
I
just
can handle
one.
that.
It's all of them.
If you want, I'll give you the answer.
Yeah, I want to hear the
It's
answer.
called figurative. It's because you can see through the Bible. there's
Yep,
a
see, it's
theme.
figuratives.
Hey,
Exactly. Right away, he
hey.
denies the
Hey,
Bible.
you
I
want an
love
answer
it.
or not?
Amen. Thank you.
I'm
He
gonna
denied the Bible right
educate
off
you
the
in the
bat.
Bible real quick.
He doesn't want to hear the truth.
This is insane. This is just pure Satanism at this point. This is
Hey, do you
literally
believe in a
pure
seven-headed
Satanism.
dragon?
The Bible's
Wow.
always wrong
Dragon's gonna
because
be
we have
a
mass
Jackie.
murderer,
You're just
LGBT,
ignorant,
NAMBLA
man.
Satanists
Shut up.
telling us we live on a
You are
ball.
ignorant.
So the Bible was just kidding, bro. You guys are literally out of your
Do
minds,
you want to
bro. It's
learn or do you want to be
embarrassing.
an idiot? Because
I'm
look,
muting myself
you don't
for
believe a
5 minutes.
seven-headed
I gotta
dragon's
use the
coming out
bathroom.
of the earth, out of the sea, and on the earth, right? The Bible is not a.
We're not talking about that. Yes, that is a literal description of something that's figurative and allegorical. Yes, that's not God's
you're gonna switch
construct.
to
God
literal.
says he literally measured the earth with a line. He says there's waters above, there's waters below the earth. You have no claim.
There is
You
water
literally
above and
have to
below the
throw
earth.
out the
I understand the
entire
Bible.
Bible,
There is water
bro.
above and below
It's
the
so
earth right now because
embarrassing.
it's the
It is
circle.
so sad.
There's water on the North Pole. There's water on the South Pole.
Yeah.
Hello?
Again, see that you're just blaspheming the Bible again.
No,
Yes,
I'm
there's
using
water
logic.
under the earth. There is no under
And
on
there's
a
water
ball.
underneath
Can you
the
show me
ground
the
as
above
well.
on a ball? Can you show me the under? No, it's such a satanic paradigm
Hey, wait,
that
wait. Let me
literally these
Really?
people can't even make a claim. They're literally
Can I
throwing
answer
a
the
get rid of the
question?
whole Bible. The Bible was always joking. The Bible's
No, you're
never
missing a
literal
lot,
unless
man.
we
You're
wanted to
missing a lot.
support our LGBT ball earth religion. That's when we
Oh
can
my
trust the Bible,
God.
which that never happens. And now we start turning
Now-
circles into balls. Yep.
I'm going to answer the question now. Okay. I mean, I
Because
can
we
show
live
you.
in two
I can take a
dimensions,
video.
apparently.
You can track.
You
the
can't do anything. You guys are literally walking
think we live
dead.
in
You
two
can't do
dimensions, dude.
anything.
You don't even
Literally,
know
you
what the third
cannot
dimension
do
is.
anything. Someone said we used to track Mir. Yeah,
Dude, you
the
can't even
Mir, the
control
Russian
yourself,
space
man.
station that also has no footage of any other satellites in
You know what?
space.
You know
Yes,
what?
the other scam. Yeah, because the Russians would never lie. The Chinese would never. They only kill their own children. They only kill like 10,000 babies a day in China. They'd never lie to us. Yeah.
Okay. There's things in the Bible called types and themes and stuff like that. Okay. And so there's an idea with the stars. You remember what God told Abraham? Your descendants would be like the stars of heaven. He tells Abraham, he goes, look up, count them if you can, right? He knows them all by name.
Yes, John Smith, you were fooled. Yes, we use J stars and
Wow.
AWACS. Thank you.
I'm trying to show you something beautiful, really, but
There's just no
How
claim.
did
I
you
just
bring
can't even get a
Mormonism
claim.
into it, dude? You are so triggered.
No, I just want you to stop lying about God's creation. You're literally promoting a
quoted
child abuse
Genesis.
religion. Please stop lying to children and telling them because there's balls in the sky, we must also live on a ball. That's child abuse. This is the largest child abuse.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's what I'm saying.
the ball earth religion is evolution. I'm sorry, guys, all you Christians that think you're smart, you've been deceived. You literally don't know what the Bible says.
I'm not.
I can't tell if he's trolling, just with saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, you're just perving. You just keep lying over and over again, bro.
See?
Bro, you're
He just
possessed
does
by
it over and
demons,
over.
dude.
This is why
That's
you got.
no
This
one
is why
cares what you have to
scholars
say, and you're never
matter.
going to change anybody's
Scholarship
mind
matters.
because thank God they're already deceived by these satanic claims. So you're
look,
not
I
going to
checked
do
it. It
anything
proves
else
the
to help
baller.
them out, and that's why God hires
Bro,
His
why we
children
share
that
this
actually
video?
know
How
how to
come-
read, and
how
we
come
don't
I-
need hooked
how
on
come I can't
phonics,
share
and we
my
know the
videos
difference
and this
between a
guy's sharing all
circle
his videos?
and a ball, and words
we live
have
in two
meaning.
dimensions as
And
well.
God trusts us because God knows that I'm not going to just pervert every single part of the Bible because I need to protect this LGBT NAMBLA ball earth society where we murder millions of unborn babies, but trust us, we won't lie
How
about
do you
this.
put us
That's
in the
it's
same camp as
literally the
that? That's
biggest
what I want to
blood-shedding deception in history. This is the evolution occult times 10. The entire evolutionary paradigm
So
is
you think
dependent
every
on this
person that
outer
believes
space
that the
ball
Earth
religion. It is the largest
round
mass murder religion in
automatically
history. I'm
supports
sorry, guys.
every other dodgy thing in your eye as well? That everyone's a part of this.
No, bro, you just keep lying. You just keep proving my point. You just keep perving. And as soon as I said the 10 commandments, then you slandered God and you made up one of your own commandments. That's the
I
thing.
said to you,
this
which
outer
commandment
space
did I
ball
break?
religion
You've all been
destroys your
brainwashed by science,
personality,
that's
You
bro.
told me I
And now
broke
you're
the
like
10
a
commandments. I'm
cartoon
asking,
character
which one
stuck
did I
on the
break?
internet and you're scared to death of
Which
the
one did
claim.
I
You don't even
break?
have a claim. If I asked you for earth curvature measurements, you can't give me them. You're going to go back to worshiping the stars just like the Satanists. And when I point out where the Bible says that's not right, you'll ignore the Bible, bro. That's the point. This is getting out of hand. It's 2021.
Hey,
They're releasing
you're
the
a
mark
Christian,
of the
then have
beast
some
in the next
self-control.
5 years, and you guys are
Yes,
still
yes.
defending the
Exo
largest
proves that
satanic
he has
religion
zero
in
self-control.
history,
To the
guys. It's
spirit.
embarrassing.
you're not
You're
being
embarrassing.
submitted to the spirit because you're not being sober-minded and
no, bro. You guys
you
are
don't have
possessed by
self-control.
demons. You don't even have a
No,
claim.
you're
You're
possessed by
promoting
demons. You have no
Satanism, and you're
self-control.
saying that the Bible's always wrong because they showed me balls on TV, bro. You guys don't even have a claim.
Hey, maybe that's
you guys
why
are
God took one of
suffering
my
from
testicles.
Stockholm syndrome.
Not
You've been
testicles,
imprisoned by Satan for the
It was
last
flat the whole
35
time.
years, and you guys invested too much time into Star Wars and Star Trek, and you probably collect Star Wars action figures and costumes, and now your life is literally worthless.
No,
and
actually,
you can't even read the
hate,
Bible.
so
You
how dare
literally
you watch
can't
Star
even
Wars.
read the Bible
In
now
the Bible
because your
defense,
cartoon
I will
religion is
say-
so important, bro.
I will
It's
say I
literally
collected
the
Star
most
Wars figures
insane
and
Scientology
Star Trek
religion
figures.
I could ever even
Actually,
experience. It's just pure insanity. And then when
Stargate
someone comes up and
SG-1
says,
was
"Hey,
my
stop
favorite
being
show."
insane
Hey, you're
and stop
conflating
pushing this
stuff,
child
dude.
abuse religion where you're telling children they're on balls because we see balls in the sky," then
Dude,
we're
you're
the
the one
ones
with
that are
balls on
accused
your
for
mind, you know
trolling
me.
because we're
Yeah.
trying to talk sense into the people that are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. It's
Hey,
really sad.
hey, Bluey, when you flush the toilet in Australia, which way does the
Uh-oh.
water spin?
I can go
The
check.
Illuminati's in my toilet.
Yeah,
Pretty sure it's
that's gonna.
counterclockwise, but hang on,
If
let me go
somebody
check.
thinks that's gonna prove something, again, that's another perfect example of demonic possession. Now we have Christians staring into toilets. Now we have Christians staring into toilets, and that's probably their greatest life accomplishment. I guess this is the highest echelon of science is looking in toilets. So you can tell me that God was kidding about the Bible. He really didn't mean what he was saying.
Hey, you know what's
It's
funny?
amazing.
Okay, it's counterclockwise.
So,
I just checked.
Friend, what's
You guys want
funny
to see
is
video footage
you can
of the
actually- you can
counterclockwise
actually
toilet?
Google,
Oh
can
boy, I
actually
can't wait.
Google if
Well, I'll
toilets
give you
spin in a different
$10,000 if
and they
you
don't.
can
They don't.
prove that proves
Hey,
anything
dude.
about the construct of God's existence. I can't wait.
I'm in Australia, therefore I'm an actor, so you actually can't believe me.
So nothing. So just more perversions and making up stories. Yeah, this is what Globers do, bro. I'm sorry to say this, but that's the point. Is that so-called Christians turn into Satanists when they need to protect their satanic religion, and God shows
only got
us who
one
these
ball
people
left,
really
man.
are.
I only
You
have one
see,
left.
outer space and Star Wars and Star Trek is important to you, and that's why God hired me to be a Bible teacher, because His word's important to me. I trust God
I've
in
never
my own
seen Star
eyes,
Wars.
and I was just lucky enough to work for the government and to realize everything is based on understanding the difference between up and down and above and upon, and the fact that things are always based on line of sight. There's no such thing as earth curvature. There isn't one pilot or one soldier or one sailor that has ever adjusted for earth curvature or spin in history.
That's
And
wrong.
because of that, it turns these Globers into psychopaths, and they start acting like this, where all of a sudden they turn into Satanists and they start making up their own Bible, and all they can do is insult the person that's actually reading the Bible correctly. It's just amazing.
You know what, XORen, I did like, man, Genesis made a lot more sense to me once I accepted the fact that I didn't live in the spinning ball and come from a monkey.
Amen.
Amen,
Right,
bro.
you can read the Bible.
And
Right,
that's
face the
part of
deep.
scientism.
No, I agree. No, I agree. There's
It's
a
part of
difference.
scientism, but it doesn't end there.
I agree. There's a differentiation between coming from a monkey and living on a flat Earth.
Yes. Yeah, can we get some
Is your house flat?
No. That's hold on. Iger,
flat?
hold on. Iger, wait a second. Here's the problem: is that the evolution religion is based on balls gathering in space. That's evolution. That's the dawn of evolution, guys. I'm sorry.
God created stars and He created planets, and they're balls, aren't they?
Yes, no, they're not balls. No, that's the point. They're not
So they're
balls
flat?
because they all look two-dimensional. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We all see them as
They don't look
two-dimensional.
two-dimensional.
You're not even letting me talk, bro. I know you're so
Okay,
possessed.
sorry, go
You
on.
can't even let me talk. Yes, we don't
I'm
see
listening.
balls.
Okay,
That's why. Hold on. The moon is the moon a ball? Do we always see the same? Okay, go ahead, guys. It's fine. I'll wait.
Okay, listen, XO, don't please. Like, I'm letting you guys have your back and forth here, but don't act like you're not being allowed to talk because you've been talking over people for like.
No, you're right. I'm not saying that. You're right. Go ahead.
So don't make those assertions while you're simultaneously accusing everybody else of being demon possessed, when you're the one that's actually misconstruing what's been going on here from a
when people keep lying, yes, that's a form of demon possession. If you want to believe something, that's fine. Stop lying.
So you're literally doing what I just said you were doing, and then you're denying doing it in the context in which I'm describing. So stop fulfilling the prophet. I'm being prophetic right now, and apparently you keep fulfilling my prophecies. What's up, Rob? How are you doing? What the hell was that?
He's not allowed to be on this channel, bro.
Okay, XO, he's demon possessed, just so you know. That's what it sounds like.
Wait, I mean, yeah. I mean, if you just have to lie to protect your cartoon religion, yeah, you are.
Well, hey,
Listen,
yes.
Oh,
Rob,
sorry about that.
Rob, did you just have an exorcism? Did you get the?
No.
the
That was, for some reason, that's your Aussie internet for you. So blew your
Yeah,
mind, son.
sorry about
Oh, Rob, you believe in evolution, right?
Yeah, he does, bro. But according to Revelation 6,
I
bro,
came on
the
purely to
seven
talk
horsemen
about
bring strife,
the flat
and
earth
that's
stuff.
what
Yeah,
we're
he's
at,
scared
you know
to.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
it's exactly. He's scared
They
to
keep
death to
us
talk
fighting
about his own
each other,
religion.
that
Okay, so
way-
what about your ball Earth
Listen, the
religion?
two problem,
I'm sorry,
bro.
Rob.
The problem is not people that believe in the spinning ball or evolution or the young Earth or the old Earth. The true problem is what we were talking about earlier before we got sidetracked. It was the New World Order, the one world communist government that's trying to take over the Earth. That's the true problem, bro. But they keep us fighting
I
amongst
agree.
each other. And this is nonsense, bro. We should go back to talk about that, and you'll see we all have we have a lot of common ground, and we had a great conversation going to Jamie Russell broke it up.
Can I just say, like, actually, I completely agree with Igo. We were having a really good conversation, and at the end of the day, like, it's good to have civil conversation, not just like call everybody demon possessed because we don't agree with their like.
No, you are demon possessed because you can't stop lying. You just can't help it. You are literally demon possessed.
Well, he
When
doesn't know
somebody
any
said
better.
the word
What's the
flat Earth to me
definition of a
7 years
lie?
ago, I didn't just start yelling at the person and say, "Well, all the stars in the sky are balls, so we must be living on a star too." And have you ever looked at a telescope? Or if I sit up, I can see farther. That would be a perversion. That would be some sort of demonic possession to claim that the stars in the sky mean the earth is something else. Yes, that is demon possession, and that's what happens when you believe in the television religions. I'm sorry, that's the truth. Someone's got to tell you the truth. And if you just want to walk through life going through this insane mental suicide, that's your choice. But if you want to believe something, that's fine. But stop lying to me. So, Rob, if you just tell me one time, Rob, just give me one example of Earth curvature ever being measured in history, ever, I'll shut down the entire flat Earth conversation.
In fact, I can show you from God himself, his own lips.
Oh gosh,
it'll never
This is
happen.
gonna get boring. I'm gonna
Do
go
you want me to
bed
do it?
soon.
Can I do it without you butting in? Is that possible?
You can't. You won't. You won't answer.
I will answer, but can I answer without you butting in?
Go
You
ahead,
can't.
Rob.
You said
You won't.
Can you see where the curvature of the Earth has been measured?
No, hold on, Igor. Yeah, it has to be measured without a presupposition.
LPP,
which
is it
irrelevant.
possible
Yep.
that I can answer without him butting in?
I'll go on mute right now. Go ahead.
All
go
right,
ahead, Rob.
excellent. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay. Let's go to Job.
Okay, so he's not gonna answer my question, so I'll let somebody else take. I knew he couldn't anyway, so thank you for proving my point.
I'm about to answer it.
I'm sorry, but you can't. I said measuring the curvature of the Earth.
I'm about to show you.
XORen,
from
I would
God's
like to
own
have
lips.
a stream with you tomorrow, maybe, if you want.
Yeah.
Around. Where are you at, XORen?
Yeah, I'm in
What the heck's
southern
going on here?
Arizona, just north of Mexico.
Rob's in Perth,
West of the
and
Rockies.
the toilet flushes counterclockwise in Perth as well.
Oh boy, what does that prove?
I knew myself. But
Circumference.
Okay,
That's
so
another
can I
lie,
answer?
another demon-possessed, perverted lie. That's insanity. How you could say something that stupid?
I know, I'm going to tell the toilet next time I see it that it's lying to me.
Yeah. Can I
Oh,
answer now?
oh my goodness! So you're saying the toilet told you the circumference of the Earth? Wow, you might not be demon possessed. You might be possessed by Satan.
Rob, are you ready to respond? Are you ready to?
Yeah,
make
I'm
your
ready
point?
to respond. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So God himself comes to Job and summarizes Genesis 1 to Job. And he goes straight into the laying of the foundations of the earth, and he speaks about how you can measure this planet, that there's a boundary line.
Stop lying, bro.
with
Stop
respect
lying,
to it.
please. Stop lying. There's no planet mentioned.
But
I'm sorry.
what I want to show specifically is that now that there are enclosed seas right? So who encloses seas with limits, and then he makes clouds to be its clothes and thick darkness its swaddling blanket. Now, swaddling blanket and clouds to be its clothes, literally this verse is saying that it's a wrapping around. So you have this earth being wrapped around by clouds, just like how you have a swaddling blanket wrapping around the body of a baby.
So no answer. Okay.
And then he speaks about a prescribed boundary. And then he goes and says, let's see here, when you come down here.
He can't even attempt to make a claim.
Have you ever commanded the morning at any time during your life? Do you know where the dawn lives, where it seizes the edge of the earth? Now, you're talking about the horizon, right?
Nope.
But then, interestingly, verse 14 clarifies that the horizon
So just one perverted
moves.
lie after another. Okay.
So I asked you if you could stay quiet while I'm giving the answer. And
No, I
this is the
can't.
key
I
verse.
can't stay
This is
quiet
the
because you're
LPP.
just perversely
Mute him,
lying
please.
over and over
Just
again.
mute him.
There's no planet and there's no edge of the earth.
I want to show you here that this particular verse, so not only do you have swaddling clothes wrapping around this earth, but then God himself says that just like you have a clay that is molded by a signet ring, the earth's hills and valleys then stand out like the colors of garment. And this clay molding stuff in the ancient Near East was basically you have a cylinder. So if you know anything about cuneiform and how cuneiform works, they would write in clay, and then that clay would then be wrapped around the cylinder, and then that would take on a spherical shape. And so what God's saying is, just like how you have imprints in clay with respect to a signet ring that rolls over, so the earth rotates so that the hills and valleys, as the morning rises, the hills and valleys start to emerge, because guess what? As the earth rotates, morning happens, like the sun rises and sun sets. But it's only respect
Does
to
not say the earth
when
rotates.
the sun.
You that's like the 10th lie you've said.
It's saying
the earth is fixed and
it's
immovable.
saying the earth is like that clay model being molded by a signet ring, and then in that sense, the earth's
Have you
hills
seen
and
a
valleys
ring?
stand out.
Have you seen a ring? Back in the days, they used to put a ring.
So there you go.
They used to
You
put a
have
ring
God
on
himself
top of a
speaking
letter.
about a
Yep,
spherical
God says the earth
in
is
Job
flat
38.
again. Yeah, that's amazing. That was easy. So no measurements of earth curvature still. How did I predict that? Another prophecy came true.
Seal of a ring.
All right, I rest my case.
Another prophecy came true. No
ring,
curvature
it makes a
measured.
big
It was so easy.
Ring.
Yep.
It's like the picture that's showing right now. That's what it's saying. But
I know these guys. I mean, it's like I'm talking to
I will
Jeffrey
say
Dahmer here.
the sky is moving, not the earth. Whatever.
Okay, so we got Jeffrey Dahmer, Rob, who can't read, who doesn't know what a seal pressed in clay is. Okay, that was easy. Measured with a line. Job 38:5. God stretched a line across the earth. Oh my goodness, how did that work? That was easy.
It must have been a curvy line.
Yeah,
So,
I know. That's the thing. Yeah,
okay.
in Satanism, there's
Okay,
no such
hang on,
right.
hang on,
Exactly.
hang on. So we have somebody new.
So that
just
was
joined.
easy.
So
So he
Sheep is-
conceded. So he
so-
conceded.
so we
Igor,
have a
we'll
new
talk
guy.
later. I got to go, guys. So it's been fun. LPP, thank you again for putting up with me. I know it's difficult, and trust me, I'm not harping on you. You were right, and I appreciate the
The line
moderation.
got to the edge of the earth and then just fell off, didn't it?
Oh, another perverted lie. Where's there an
talk
edge
to
of the
you tomorrow.
earth? Oh, another
Exo.
satanic lie. That's awesome. So that's my point. If you believe in this globe religion, you literally turn into one of these sycophant, psychopathic, perverted retards that can't even hold a conversation. And that's how we know the globe earth religion is
Which
so
commandment
dangerous,
did I
because now
break,
all of a
Exo?
sudden
Which
lines are
commandment did I
curved,
break?
and God was joking the entire time he wrote the Bible, because clearly we can't believe in an up or
Exo,
down. So yeah,
can
send me
you-
a message on my
can you
channel, Igor, and then
chronologically
we'll talk
read out the
later.
10
But yeah,
commandments?
thanks, Rob, for admitting that
No, it
there's
doesn't
no
do the 10
curvature of the earth
Can you
ever been measured
chronologically
in
read out the
history.
10
That was
commandments?
so
Yeah, what's the
easy,
10
and I knew you'd do
commandments
that. I knew you were in no danger
Just
to ever
go
answer the
straight
question. I
through
predicted you will not be able
commandments
to
1
answer
to
the
10.
question when earth curvature was measured. Thank you again. That was too easy. So God bless, guys. Have a good night.
God bless.
Man,
Oh.
I want to talk to
Okay.
this guy on my channel, bro.
Okay, so Sheep, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Hello, good to see you again.
Oh, well, this has been an interesting evening.
We were doing
Did he
LPP,
say,
I would be
stretch
exhausted.
a
I
cross?
would have just kicked him out.
No, I like him, bro. I like him a lot. I like his passion, bro. I used to be that passionate about it, but you know, after seeing the New World Order taking over our
Iga,
economy,
Yeah, but
how are
Iga,
you even
Iga, do
live?
you think I'm demon possessed, Iga?
Bro, I
Honestly,
think we're
Iga,
all
how do you even
brainwashed
live?
by the devil since we were born. You could just tune into MTV or
Okay,
whatever
but-
your local news station is.
Yeah, but like,
so we all been
okay, maybe
brainwashed.
I'm deceived, right?
And I'm not
Maybe
saying
I'm
I'm not
deceived.
brainwashed still.
So
I'm
so
still
Iga,
brainwashed. You
so
know what I
let,
mean?
so let, here,
But,
this
but
is
I woke up
going to
a
be
lot of
quite
things.
interesting, Iga. So when you take a shit, are you thinking about flat Earth?
No, bro, that's what I'm saying.
Like what?
I'm
Give
thinking more
me
about
give me
the
your morning
vaccine
routine. Like you
situation
wake
in
up,
Australia,
you make
how they're
yourself
trying
some
to
coffee.
vaccinate kids that are 5 years
Not
old
Buddhist
here in
body,
America.
though.
That's what I'm
Do
thinking
you,
about.
do you go, like all the morning routine stuff, and then like you plan your day. I'm going to do this today. I'm going to do that. Maybe go for a jog along the coast. Like at least Bluey and I, because we are Aussies, so we everything I just described as like the Aussie lifestyle.
Yeah.
But man, it's so sad. Honestly, it's so sad and heartbreaking to see someone like yourself, a human being that has a potential, that has everything at your fingertips, compared to the world, say 200 years ago, 300 years ago, that didn't have the things that you have, and you just wasted away with this nonsense.
The thing is that the way I see it is, Iga, by the way, we had a really good chat. We agreed on a lot of things, didn't we? Yeah? And
bro,
the thing is, exactly, right? And so we can have civil conversation. Now, if you read the scriptures and you come to the conclusion that, okay, I think that the earth isn't spherical, cool, okay, explain that to me. Explain to me why that's the case.
Well,
and we can have a good
before you
conversation
do that,
about that.
because Jamie's just asked me to give another example.
It doesn't affect anything that we
Hey,
believe
Rob,
in.
So
Rob,
I'm going to
do
share
you
my
think,
screen again.
People believed in the geocentric flat Earth model before we came up with the heliocentric model. You agree with that or no? Do you think people before they lived on a spinning ball, that 14 billion-year-old Big Bang that a Jesuit priest made up? Do you think people believed in the flat geocentric model? I would like to see your best explanation of the geocentric
In fact, the church. Like if you like LPP, you can actually look this up. The church
They didn't even
came
think
up
of the
with
baller to Pythagoras back in 500 BC, even according to mainstream science. So before that, people obviously believed in the flat Earth geocentric model. You could go all the way back to Pythagoras if he even existed, because then we have Christopher Columbus, who supposedly thought he was going to fall off the edge, and
That's a lie.
not him, but everybody else thought he was going to fall off the edge, and that was in 1472 or whatever.
Yeah, because
that time.
they were uneducated though. That's
You
why.
found Australia.
So before that, people believed in the flat Earth model.
Yeah,
When
well, not
people wrote the
compared
Bible,
to
they
the globe
believed in
model.
the flat
Though.
Earth model.
It wasn't a
I wanna hear your
concept.
what's the best explanation for a flat Earth geocentric model? That's what I want to hear. And
Wait,
and
did
none of
you
guys
say
have the
that
answer to
Pythagoras
But
was
you know what?
a
I
flat
looked
earther?
into it. No, Pythagoras is the first one that supposedly believed the Earth was round, but he was the only one, because nobody else talked about it till the days of Columbus and
Okay,
Copernicus
so
around the
in what
1500s with the
world?
Copernican Revolution.
In what
Okay.
world does it
1500.
hold on? In what world does it necessitate that because the majority of people say it is so, that therefore it is factual?
Funny. That's very funny, because look at the world we're in
No,
today.
it's just an honest question, because you're actually making an epistemological claim,
My question was,
right?
can you
And then
explain
if science
how
is
they believe
only
the Earth works?
provisional, right? Excuse me, I've been waiting to talk to you. If science is only provisional, right, and they're making a provisional claim, does it necessitate that because most people of that time agree with that claim, that it's now factually true?
Nope.
Okay, so then what is your argument?
I was asking what is Rob's best explanation for the geocentric model? How did they think it worked before Pythagoras and the Copernican revolution in the 1500s?
Oh, I can
how did
answer
people
that.
think the Earth worked? And that's what's
I can
interesting
answer that.
about it. When you start looking
I can give
as
I
to
can give a
how
lot of
they believe
answers.
they worked, it actually works.
Yes, they did.
'cause
They did know how.
had great
Let
astronomers in those days.
if you're going to ask the questions, allow the answer to take place.
Okay, go for it. How does the geocentric model work?
Oh my, for goodness sake. So the first thing I'm going to show you here is this is an ancient Christian symbol. This is within, this is a 2nd and 3rd century symbol where Christians advocated for when the, you know, when Jesus says go into all the world, go into all the nations and preach the gospel, the Great Commission. This became then the symbol moving forward into church sort of setting when you have bishops and deacons carry this within the church.
Trying to brainwash people is what that is.
I'm starting with this. All right,
Yeah,
I'm going to go back.
But really, that's when it started. It's when they started trying to convince people that they lived on the globe. That's what that is.
This is early Christianity.
You're
It's called
not
the
answering.
Gnostic.
You're not allowing him to answer the question.
So early Christians, well before any organized church, like say the Roman Catholic Church and so on, basically spoke about the spheres and the worlds, and specifically God's feet being rested on one particular sphere, and that is the Earth. The fact that they even use the word sphere means that they
use
have
the word footstool, bro. They didn't use the word
the
sphere.
perception of.
The other guys.
Allow me to answer.
Lying, bro.
So now,
They calls it a footstool,
with
not
respect to a
sphere.
flat Earth model, here's a little bit of an observation to make from a very interesting piece of scripture, and that is in Nehemiah. So, in the flat Earth model, you know how you have, like, you guys present a certain size to this flat Earth. Well, in Nehemiah chapter 1, there's actually a very good, very interesting phrase that ironically makes your flat Earth model much, much smaller than the model that you propose, if you take this scripture literally. So Nehemiah is all about from the exilic period when the Jews are in exile and they're just coming out of exile. Okay.
I don't
So
know why
you have
you're
this.
sharing this.
You have this. The statement say, in the month of Chislev, while I was in Shushan at the palace, Hanani, one of my brothers, arrived with some of the men from Judah. I asked them about the Jews who had escaped, about those who had survived the Babylonian captivity, and about Jerusalem. So here, this is the post-exilic context, and we know where Shushan is. Shushan is in west-north of Arabia, and Babylon is more towards the east. Now, when it says, when I heard this, I sat down and cried, mourning for a number of days while I fasted and prayed in the presence of God of heaven. I said, quote, please, Lord God of heaven, the great and fearsome God who keeps the covenant, showing gracious love to all those who love you, and so on. Please turn your attention to observe carefully and listen to the prayer of your servant. And so, in other words, there's this cry out like, okay, we've just come out of captivity. Babylon is back over east, and now we are more to the west, and Jerusalem is just ahead. Okay, because you migrate westward from Babylon to get to Israel. And then he quotes from Deuteronomy. And notice what Deuteronomy says about the size of the earth. Okay? So it says, we have abandoned you by not keeping your commandments, your ceremonies, and your judgments that you prescribed to your servant Moses. And then he quotes from Moses, and apparently Moses says, God through Moses, if you rebel, I will scatter you among the nations. But if you return to me, keeping my commandments and doing them, even if your exiled people are in the, and here's the phrase, are in the farthest horizon, I will gather them from there and bring them to the place where I've chosen to establish my name. Now this turned out to be true. Yes, they did go to the farthest horizon in that ancient Near Eastern context. But the farthest horizon from Israel happens to be, guess what? Babylon. So Canaan, which is Israel, is merely 1,000 miles west of Babylon, and that 1,000-mile length happens to be the farthest horizon.
So you're saying they didn't know about Asia back then? That's
No.
what you're assuming.
No.
Okay.
They didn't know any of those things. The known world was the Mediterranean. Why is it called the Mediterranean?
Middle Earth. That's exactly what, if you literally translate it, Medi means middle, Terranean
Yes.
means earth.
So Mediterranean Sea, exactly. It's the middle.
So they knew
sea.
that they were in the middle of the earth.
Well, where is the middle, the actual middle of the earth? Where do you think it is?
Down yonder.
Jerusalem for them. But I think it's in the North Pole.
Australia.
I think that's where the Garden of Eden is at. No.
Okay,
It's for them it was Jerusalem.
Okay, exactly, for them. And where do we see this? Which scripture says that?
I don't know.
Which scripture in the Bible says that Jerusalem is the navel of the earth or the middle?
You tell me, Rob.
Ezekiel 5. So, and you know why Ezekiel says that? So here we go. Here's Ezekiel 5 where it says, God's telling through Ezekiel, this is what the Lord says, this is Jerusalem, I placed her in the center of nations, with many nations surrounding her. Why does he say this? Is Israel the center of the earth?
I don't think so.
You don't think
I think it's the
so,
North
but
Pole.
God's saying it is.
It is.
You know, it's funny because there's a flat Earth map that has Jerusalem in the earth
center of the
section.
land mass.
So that's kind of interesting.
Okay, now before we go too far off tangent, there's a reason why God's saying this. Okay, and here's why. Here is, I'm going to reshare my screen to, let's see here. So LPP, I'm going to reshare it.
I think you put him to sleep, bro.
Okay, what is this?
That's one
What
of
do
the
you think
oldest
this
maps
is?
in the world. It's one of the oldest maps in the world.
And from where?
China.
Nope. Where is this?
That's
Or where's it from?
Australia?
It's Jerusalem, bro.
No.
It's Israel.
No.
Oh well.
Oh wait, no, it's gonna be around Turkey. It's gonna be like
No. What is this?
it's
Like,
the
where
oldest,
is it?
one of the oldest map of the of.
I
the
mean, for
earth,
goodness
and,
sake, look at the writings
it's
on
the
either
Middle
side.
East, bro.
What does it
It's the Middle
say?
East. I can't read
What
that.
are the
It's like
writings
in
on
the-
either side?
I said China. China. What?
I've already. Can't you guys see? Look, can't you see my mouse? What is all this?
Yeah,
It's a basic local map from the Chinese, I'm guessing.
Middle East.
No,
I'm going
oh
to
my,
assume
for
it's
goodness sake.
Mesopotamia. Is it Mesopotamia?
This is not Chinese. This is cuneiform script. This is Ugaritic.
Is it Mesopotamia?
Yes, this is the Babylonian map of the
it's
world,
Babylon.
and this
Yeah,
this
I
is
see it.
this is their claim that their city or their kingdom was the navel of the earth. So when God, in Ezekiel of all places, he doesn't say this anywhere else in the Bible, only in Ezekiel. When God says Jerusalem is the center of the earth, it's a polemic against Babylon. That's all it is. Because the Babylonians, that's all they knew. Their known world. Like, see, this circle here is the water that surrounds this region, which is Arabia. How do we know it's Arabia? Because, see, there's all these little circles over here. Look, the Babylonian writings show which region is involved. Assyria, Urartu. Urartu is where Noah lands his ark in the Armenian mountain range.
Yeah, that's
And then you
their
have this
known
great
world.
wall. And then these mountain figures, right, these peaks, because in Arabia, the surrounding mountains, the Hijaz mountains to the west, the Armenian mountains to the east, that's what they saw in the horizon. And they knew that, that there was an ocean that surrounded them, because guess what? Yeah, the Indian Ocean to the east, the Mediterranean Ocean to the west.
Well,
In
it
Ezekiel
starts in
5,
Turkey.
God is
If
basically
you really
telling
think about this, Rob,
the
I want to
Jews
respond real
in exile
quick.
that Israel is the
I
navel
wanna,
of the earth,
I
not
wanna
Babylon.
expand on this map real quick for you guys. Real quick, I want to respond before Rob puts everybody to sleep. I want to say that map that he did show.
Well,
I can share the screen
if
again real
you
quick.
the fact
It's
that you're
a-
even
it's a map.
admitting
It
that
is one of the
apparently I
oldest
put
maps.
people to
So
sleep
what's
shows
interesting
that your
about it,
attention
if I can
span
if I can finish responding
is
to you,
absolutely
bro.
shocking. That's for sure.
Can I finish responding to you?
I quite
To
like
Matt,
the
if you can share
demonstration,
the
Rob.
screen again. But anyways, listen, it started in Noah's Ark, which landed in Turkey. We know that. Check
Where's
out
Turkey?
Google Noah's Ark Turkey. You're gonna see it. Ron Wyatt found it back. They found it before Ron Wyatt. They found it in the 50s, but then Ron
No,
Wyatt
they
went
haven't
there,
found
measured
Noah's
it,
Ark.
whatever.
I'm sorry, and it's not in
And they found
Turkey.
it. Anyways, that was the known world after the flood. That's all they knew about the world. So it was the center of the world for them. That was the center, but that's not where the Garden of Eden was. The Garden of Eden was not on that map. If you look at the map, honestly, there's actually a point on the map that points to the Garden of Eden to the north of that. And that's
Garden of
why
Eden?
I think the Garden of Eden is in the north, known as Shambhala, all kinds of names. If you look through
Garden of Eden was destroyed.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, well, that's the truth, bro. Check it out.
Everything was
You can
destroyed in the flood.
watch Ron Matt's video on Young Earth Creations channel, and he goes over the maps, and you're gonna see that there's always a little point to the north where it says that's where Eden's at. It's to the north of this map. I think.
Right, just quickly, my mate just joined the chat. Rob actually works in aviation. Rob, did you want to? Yeah, Robbie actually works at an Air Force base, and actually works as a engineer on the training simulators, and might be able to shed some insight.
Hey man, that's awesome. Hey, I actually have a desire and a plan to get into the RAF myself.
Oh, that's good.
If you and I can sort of get in touch outside the stream, I would love to ask some questions.
Yeah,
Rob making friends with Rob.
The Rob
man,
squared.
that's awesome. That's quite timely. I actually applied back in 2019, but I due to certain pressures I wasn't able to do it. So I kind of I passed the aptitude test, and they recommended me a pilot role. And
well, so you didn't just pass it then.
Well,
Rob,
it was one of those initial, those
pilot,
initial,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all good,
so-
man. We'll talk offline.
Yeah,
It's all good.
yeah.
Do you have to when you're landing somewhere, Rob?
Yeah.
Do you take into account where you're let's say for example you're landing at the equator, where the Earth is supposedly spinning 1,000 miles per hour, as opposed to landing in Australia where the Earth is spinning supposedly 700 miles per hour. I don't know the exact number, but something like that. And when you're landing an aircraft, do you take into account how fast the Earth is moving under your feet?
Most of the speed differences for landing wouldn't be particularly noticeable. They can be, but you worry
So
more
if you're
about
landing
wind
an
and everything else.
aircraft with 300 miles of difference, you don't take that into account. The simple answer is no, Rob.
No. The thing is, though, what you do take into account is because it's a globe, there is a massive offset for magnetic north and all these other things. If magnetic north was just on a plane, then you could just go, oh, I'll just aim towards that, and you're good. But because of the rotation of the Earth, because of all kinds of other things, you actually have to put in, there's mathematical offsets that are in every single INU system, every single GPS INU system that calculate where you are on the globe, so that it was actually accurate. Because if you didn't have that, it would drift. That's what they call a INU drift. It's an inertial navigation unit,
So
basically.
you're telling me if you're trying to fly an aircraft to the North Pole and you see the North Star, you couldn't do it? Are you telling me the North Star moves?
Well, it's a star will probably move at some point, but
the North Star never moves, Rob.
Well, relative to us, it doesn't move much.
You can go outside and look at it, Rob. It doesn't move, bro. Ask the North Star forever. That's why they call it Polaris, because it doesn't move.
Yeah, well, a guy walking slowly on the horizon doesn't seem to move either, does he? But he is moving.
Bro, you can literally go look. Well, you're in Australia, so you wouldn't know, but you can literally look at the North Star any day of the week, and it doesn't move. It's there.
We also have the
All
Southern
other
Cross.
star moves
It's
except
very
for
similar.
The North Star. All the stars seem to rotate around the North Star. That's why they call it Polaris. But the other question, since you're a pilot,
Anyway.
yeah, the other question, since you're a pilot,
technician, but yeah.
yeah, I know you had computers that got to calculate for curvature or whatever, with according to you. But when you're
the
flying
absolute
an aircraft,
disrespect is just out of this. I was just to say out of this earth, right?
yeah, I'm gonna leave soon, bro. I'm gonna leave soon. But the other question, since you're a pilot, Rob, I wanted to ask you: do you know the Earth is curving, right? So when you're flying an aircraft and you reach an altitude of 20,000 feet, I don't know what that is in kilometers, but let's say you're like 7 or 8 kilometers above.
So we'll just stick with feet.
And that's where you want
It's
to
all
stay
good.
at.
We've got international freedom units all over the place. It's all good.
Let's say at 7 kilometers, you reach a cruising altitude, and you got to travel for, let's say, 1,000 miles. You're going to London or whatever, and then do you ever gotta dip your plane down to account for the curve of the Earth?
No, because of centrifugal force.
Well, no, because the Earth is flat. That's why. That's also, you don't gotta account for the Earth rotating. You're not gonna account for the Earth rotating 1,000 miles or 700 miles around you. That's why you don't. It doesn't matter if you're landing from east to west or north to south.
Well,
when you're landing,
it does actually matter.
You don't take all that into
if you're going north to south or south to
for the wind.
north, then no, then you have to account for the Earth's rotation.
So if you're landing an aircraft in London from Australia, doesn't matter if you're coming from the west or from the south. Are you going to take that into account? Like, the Earth is spinning 700 miles per hour under you. You're not going to take that into account either. But it doesn't matter, guys.
Well, normally it's the shortest distance. The shortest distance is quite.
The true reality for me right now is I don't really care what you guys think of this. If you think you live on a spinning ball, it's irrelevant to me, honestly. For me right now, what matters to me is this vaccine mandates and the one world economy that's trying to take over the world with the corporations.
Can I ask you, from Sydney to South America on a flat Earth model, how do you fly?
You would go from Sydney to South America. You would just go west, bro. And it helps if you catch one of the jet streams, which is funny how it's mentioned in the Bible. There's four winds, 4 corners to the earth, 4 winds, because there's actually 4 jet streams.
So what about jets flying from South America to Sydney?
They will fly east, bro. Everything works the same on the flat Earth as it does on the globe, bro. Nothing really changes. It's really just
are there winds? Do these winds collide as the jets are passing by each other?
Say that again.
Do these winds collide when the jets pass each other?
They're separate. The jet streams are.
Yeah, so there's a jet going west, and then there's a jet going east. One going from Sydney to South America, one going from South America to Sydney.
That's like saying there's
It's like two waves.
That's like saying I'm on a highway and there's cars going east and there's cars going west. Do they collide?
Yeah, because you're saying there's a jet stream that helps them.
They wouldn't catch the jet stream if they're going on the opposite direction. They wouldn't catch.
But they do. So that's the thing. If you go up to altitude and you're in the jet stream in the opposite direction, it lengthens your flight time by sugar honey iced tea loads.
And that's all you take into account. You're not taking into account the curvature of the Earth or the spin of the Earth.
So not only is that hilarious, but basically you're saying on a flat Earth model, you're traveling at a much greater distance than on a globe Earth, when a globe Earth shows that South America and Sydney are quite close compared to a flat Earth.
I think you're broken.
Yeah, I'm broken, bro.
It's alright, Igo, man. I respect you, bro. I respect you, man.
Because the shortest distance on a flat Earth map between Sydney and South America is literally a straight line from Sydney to South America, not some weird curve over the ocean.
It does help if you catch the jet streams. Xbox.
The jets
save some fuel.
So there's a wave from one end, and then there's a wave from the other, and they, yeah.
Where did Bob go?
And Rob just doesn't like this insanity.
Rob's gone.
He's like me.
Oh,
I would sort of just leave this.
No, I'm about to leave, bro. Y'all can stay and talk about, the new order taking over your freedoms and rights.
Oh, Rob's back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, but we don't support that stuff, dude. Come on.
Support what stuff?
This new world order crap.
Yeah, but that's
we spent hours talking
that
about
should
it.
be the focus. I think the flat Earth was laid out on purpose, even though it's true. But because it is true, bro. It is true. It's flat.
Another question? Do we see the backside of the moon, Iga?
Nobody has ever seen the backside of the moon. Show me a picture.
Then
Show
that
me a picture.
basically refutes.
Show me a
That
picture.
refutes your
Show me a
model, then.
picture of the backside of the moon.
No, I'm saying if you're saying that we've never seen the backside, but we should see
show me
the
the picture,
backside
bro.
on.
I've seen like
pictures of
Again,
NASA taken,
I'm
so you won't
saying
accept it.
on a flat Earth you should see the backside.
On a flat Earth, you wouldn't see the backside.
You would.
You wouldn't.
You would, because where's the
You
sun
would
and the
not.
moon?
That's
On a
like
flat Earth
saying
model.
if I point a laser at the ceiling, you will see the backside of the reflection. You wouldn't see it
No, where are the sun and moon positioned?
in the firmament.
Yeah, but where on a flat Earth?
I'm honestly not convinced that the moon's spherical. I think it might be flat, bro. We only see one side of it, no matter where you are on Earth. If you're in
Do the
New
sun
York
and
or
moon-
Australia, if you're
do the sun and
in New
moon
York,
orbit each-
if you're in New York or Australia, which we are. I mean, I'm in the northern hemisphere. We got plenty of people from Australia here. You will see it different, but we don't. We see the same side to the moon. That's why I'm not convinced.
Yeah, but
it's
on a
spherical.
flat Earth map, the sun and the moon rotate around each other like a dance, right?
Yeah, they catch up to each other every 28 days. That's why we have.
And so the
you
sun
know.
and the moon come at a head near the North Pole on a flat Earth map, and then
They never
the ring of
go near
ice
the North Pole,
around
bro.
the edge, the sun and moon sort of then go like they go outwards towards the ring. But the point is, when they come really close to each other at the North Pole section, those near
They
the
never-
edge of
they
the
never
flat
go
Earth
near the
map
North Pole.
should be able to see the backside of the moon.
You never see the backside of the moon.
Then you've just disproven flat Earth.
I didn't disprove flat Earth.
You
didn't-
just did.
We're talking about the moon. We're not talking about the Earth, bro. I'm telling you, on the flat Earth model,
You
you don't
just
see the backside of
admitted
the moon.
we don't see
You're
the
just
backside,
asserting
so-
that you will
so
see
we're
the
on a
backside of the
globe
moon. I'm asserting that if you're in New York and you're and somebody in Australia like yourself, you will see a different side to the moon, because if it's spherical, any sphere, you should see a different angle to it if it's 237,000 miles away from you.
This
But
is just
we don't. We see the exact
it
same
just
side
breaks
to
my
the
heart
moon, no
to see
matter.
this insanity.
Okay,
Listen,
so
hey,
if all right, so if you say
we
that
see
the
the
way that you
same
just
side to the
no,
moon
the
in
way that you
Australia
just
as I do
describe
here.
it, the way that you just describe it makes it impossible for a full lunar eclipse or a solar
Exactly.
eclipse. So how can
like
you
what- exactly.
can you explain how that's possible?
We
Yeah,
see the
sure,
Earth's
bro.
shadow on the moon, and it's spherical.
I'll
What is
explain
that?
the moon, the eclipses if you want on the flat Earth. Why not?
Yes, I would
So,
love
yeah,
to hear
I'm-
it, please, because
All right, you got
based
it.
on what you
That
just
one
gave
held me back.
me, makes it impossible. So I will mute and I will listen to your response.
All right. You ever heard of a Selenian eclipse? Well, anyway, so Selenian eclipse is when you can see a lunar eclipse and the sun is still above the horizon, which would be impossible on the flat, on the spherical spinning ball Earth model. So it's called a Selenian eclipse, and you can look it up. We had one this year.
So then, what is the shadow then? Where's the shadow?
I'm
coming
sorry,
from?
but that did not answer my question.
Yeah, it
I'm
doesn't
asking
answer
you
the question either.
specifically how a full lunar or a full solar eclipse is possible in the flat Earth model. Please don't move the goalpost.
A solar eclipse works the same way. It's probably the moon moving in front of it. However, there is something that held me back from accepting the flat Earth, because I wasn't born a flat earther. I was born with the spinning ball Earth, just like everybody else. For
Oh, you
35
knew
years
that
of
at
my
the
life.
time you were born? You were cognizant at that time? That's impressive.
Well, when I was 5 or 4, probably I was watching.
Oh, okay. So now you
movies, and
change it. Be very careful with your
every
words, okay?
Universal Studios movies, or every Universal Studios movies that you see has a ball model right before it. So I grew up believing I lived on a.
Hey
spinning
Rob,
ball Earth as well.
is it possible you can put in the private chat some form of contact?
Yeah, roger that.
Roger that. But yeah, anyways, there's something called the seleniline eclipse that it's when you can see a lunar eclipse and you can still see the sun, which wouldn't make sense if what you're claiming is that the Earth blocking the sun is what's causing the eclipse. That wouldn't be possible. Now, if you look through history, there was something called the Hindus had something called Rahu and Ketu, and then there's other objects that we can't see that block out the moon. That's why that happens. That you can see the sun and there's a lunar eclipse. It doesn't make sense on the heliocentric model. And also the Jesuits call it the black sun. So yeah, that's it. That's my explanation for lunar and solar eclipses.
Yeah, that was not a very good explanation. Can you give me an actual scientific
Can you explain the
measurement?
seleniline eclipse to me then? They call it the impossible eclipse.
No,
even-
first off,
even in the
I
heliocentric model.
can explain this after you, but you haven't actually explained anything to me.
I
You
already
just
told
said
you, there's other things in the
no.
sky that we can't see that block out the moon and the sun. In the Hindu cosmology, they were called Rahu and Ketu. The Jesuits and other folks call it the black sun. That's
That
not an
you-
explanation.
That's not an explanation of
That's
how
not an explanation. There's
how
other
is it
objects in the sky that we can't see that block out the sun and the moon.
okay.
That's not
you
an
need to-
explanation.
You need to answer how it is possible that a lunar eclipse happens on a flat Earth model.
It could be the sun. It could be.
I didn't ask for
lunar
a
eclipse.
probability. I asked how it happened specifically.
Yeah, whatever, bro. I already
Yeah,
told you.
see, this is what happens. So I want the people on YouTube to notice that when people are actually confronted with a question that they don't have an answer to, they usually cave and do some sort of mysticism, or they just say, "Well, I don't have an actual answer for you, so I'm just
I
going
told you
to
an
ask
actual
you
answer.
a
You just don't want to
question."
accept it.
No,
That's
you
the
didn't
problem
give
when
a
you're
logical
brainwashed.
response. You didn't
That's
give a
the problem
logical
when you're
response.
brainwashed.
I'm open
A
to your
logic-
answer, but you didn't give one.
Lunar eclipse happen when the sun's still
All right,
above your
I'm out,
head.
guys. This is just okay.
No.
So Rob,
Hey,
I
you
think
stay,
I got
Rob.
you on
You
Discord.
can
so-
brainwash everybody
Yeah,
else.
cheers,
to do
man.
Whatever.
Uh,
I
by
gotta
the way,
go. It's almost 4 a.m. for me, so you should
by the
probably
way,
stay.
that eclipse works because of refraction. Just so you know.
Yeah. So then, if you're claiming refraction, then you're saying either the sun or the moon are not there. That's what you're saying. They're not
Or
really
I'm
there.
saying
We see 'em.
you need to have
Well,
a curved
no,
surface
hold
for
on.
refraction to
Actually,
work.
say you are actually presupposing that the moon is its own illuminating source, and that's why you're saying that's not possible. In the globe model, the Earth, or sorry, the moon is not itself. It's not self-illuminating.
Dang, LPP left too, bro. Yeah, I know. It's a reflection of the sun, which is kind of weird because we have a full moon tonight all over the world. You can go outside, check it out. And the moon, the moon's light is actually cold. So if it was actually sunlight being reflected, then it would be hot light that's being reflected from the moon, but it's not. It's cold light. You can go outside and test it for yourself.
What
So,
about
yeah,
the
that's
UV
cold.
light?
That's why we say it's its own light source, because it's a different type of light. It's a cold light, not a hot light. Like
What about the
sun.
UV light?
I'm sorry. If you're saying it's a cold light, you're saying so you said that it's its own source. So does the moon generate its own light or no?
Whatever you see the moon is,
Does the
it's
moon
independent from the sun.
generate
It's
its
a different
own
type
light?
of light.
Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay,
It's not
so
from
then
the
therefore
sun.
it can't be reflecting. Okay, so then what is it?
The source
So then,
actually comes up from above, which it sounds like you're an atheist, so you wouldn't believe in God or heaven, but actually God is the
no,
one
I
that
actually am.
lets you
I
see
I
more.
actually am a Christian, but this is a different
All right,
conversation.
good.
Now
more
that's called an
important, bro.
ad hoc.
Salvation through Jesus Christ is
That's
more
an ad
important than
hoc
anything else.
argument. And what I think is really funny is that it's my second language, and I'm owning you right now because you can't answer the questions. You have to resort to
I
fallacious
already
types of
answered all your
argument.
questions.
No, you
I
go to
already
ad
answered
hoc.
all your
And then you
questions.
made assumptions.
What was your question?
Which
What was your
is
question that
also
I didn't answer?
I asked you. Okay, is that if the moon is its source of its own light, how is it and where is it coming from? How is it
From
the case?
God.
Okay,
Okay,
where?
so everything's a frequency, right?
So
Check this
now,
out. God
okay,
spoke
that's
everything
great.
into
Great.
existence.
You have made a claim. Now you said it has it from God, so that means that
Are
the
you gonna
moon has
let
an
me
inner
finish?
logic.
Can I get
No,
more than one
if
word
the
to
moon
respond?
has an if the moon has an inner logic that allows it to.
So, anyways, so the sun was spoken into existence,
Oh,
so it's a
wow.
type of frequency. Then
This
the
is
moon was spoken into existence, so it's a
this
type
is
of
what
frequency.
happens when you have
Then the
people
stars were
when
spoken
you
into
ask people
existence, so
to
it's a
come on
type of
here that are
frequency.
childish and don't
Yeah.
actually know how to create an argument. So what he's basically saying is that he
you don't know
doesn't
how to
have
listen.
an
You don't know how
answer
to
for
let me
this
respond.
whatsoever. Though we actually have a
I do have an
logical
answer.
and then give me a logical
What's your
response
question?
and just if the
What's your
moon
question?
has its own source of light, okay, if it is producing its own light, how is it
That's
doing
correct.
so?
Okay, God spoke everything into existence, the sun being its own frequency, the moon being its own frequency, the stars being their own frequency. And where is it coming from? From God. God spoke it into existence. He's speaking even now. That's why we can see it. Go on. What's the next question?
So the moon has an atmosphere.
The moon has. Who knows what the moon is, bro?
Okay.
It's not what they tell you on your when you're 5 years old and you're watching whatever TV show. It's not. It's the opposite of that.
Well, that's the problem. We can't actually use any information we've gathered because every time we say anything about information, you say that that information's been distorted. So we can't actually use anything. Because you just deny the source every time. Like they've taken a picture of the other side of the moon, you just say no, that's NASA. We can't trust anything that they've said or done ever because it's NASA. Now,
But if it's a
There's
source
like
of
only two
generating
pictures
its
of the
own
moon,
light,
from
then
the
I don't
backside of the
understand
moon.
how the phrasing how the phases of the moon will work if it's if it's generating light. Is only one side generating?
Like I said, God controls that. That's my worldview. It's a type of frequency. So I'm not.
So you
in
have
my,
a
in my play with the
miraculous
sun,
event. You have a
it might have
miraculous
something to do
event
with the
constantly happening.
Yeah. It's just like you do. You're spinning 1,000 miles per hour right now, but you're not flying off the ball that you think you live on. So you have a miraculous event happening every second of your life. Also, you're moving around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and you're not flying off the ball. So there's some type of miraculous event happening. And, there's a 14 billion year old nothing explosion that happened. And, that's a miraculous event. And that's happening. That we're still expanding, according to you, at the speed of light, probably. And nobody feels
I really don't like it when people try to say what I believe. And
Yeah,
did I make those claims that I believe those things?
Me neither.
Okay, so did
Me
I
neither,
do that
bro.
to you? No, I did not. I only asked
Yeah,
questions.
you did.
So
Actually,
again,
you would
now
ask
when
me a
did I do
question,
that?
you said 2 words, and then you wouldn't let me finish my sentence.
Because you didn't answer the question.
I answered all your questions.
No, you didn't. Your answer was that you could have just been more honest and say that it's a miraculous event happening in all
Well, I
eternal
even
past.
went further than that and told you that God not only spoke it into existence, but every frequency, like the sun has its own frequency, the moon has its own frequency, and even the stars have their own frequency. So I went that far into it.
Is it testable, demonstrable, and repeatable?
Of course it is. You can do experiments with solar luminescence, and you can run different frequencies through water, and they create little star bubbles in a jar. It's called star in a jar. Look it up.
Just to clarify, I actually agree that certain videos that we see are doctored. Like, I agree that certain things that we see from NASA may have been manipulated. I don't think everything has been manipulated, but I think certain things have been
manipulated.
Well, I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying, you can't be so cut and dry with it.
I lived in Florida for 30 years. The other guy was here. He worked for the military. So you're telling me you in Australia are still putting trust in NASA, RAXA, JAXA, and here we live. I live like 30 miles away from the Kennedy Space Center. I've been there many times, and I'm telling you everything they're telling you is a lie. So if you want to put and the Bible's true on top of that.
No, I agree with you. I agree the Bible's true. I always take the Bible's word. All right,
the Bible's
I agree
true.
with you there.
That really the first page of the Bible is true, where they tell you where the sun, moon, and stars were made on day 4, and the earth was already here. So
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I agree with all that.
I would like to see.
But that doesn't disprove the world's round.
I would like to hear a good explanation how the sun, moon, and stars weren't made till after the Earth was already made in the heliocentric model explanation from a Christian. From you, Bugsy, what's your explanation for the Earth being already here before the sun, moon, and stars? How do you explain that? The first page of the Bible.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Is that what you're referring to? And the earth was void.
I'm referring to day 3. The trees were made, and there was still no sun, moon, and stars.
Because God was the light, and also the trees didn't really need a lot of light because they were just freshly made.
So you're saying
they got light the very next day, dude?
You're saying the spinning ball Earth was here before the sun, moon, and stars. That's what the Bible says.
Yeah.
How do you explain that? How do you reconcile that?
Why does it make any difference if the Earth is round or flat at that point in time?
That's what I'm trying to get to you. I mean,
it makes
how
no
do you
difference.
reconcile that, though? How do you reconcile that in your head? That the sun, moon, and stars weren't made till, especially the sun. Just think of what they tell us, that we were little. The Earth was a combination of little rocks orbiting the sun. That's what they tell us, that the sun was already here.
No, I believe in what the word says.
Earth. So it's backwards, is what I'm trying to tell you. The heliocentric model is backwards.
It doesn't matter. God can create things in any order he wants. But it doesn't make any difference if the Earth was made flat or if the Earth was made round. It all still fits the same. I don't understand what you're getting at.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. But it doesn't. It really doesn't. If you really examine the spinning ball Earth model, then the sun had to be here first.
Why?
Because that's what they tell you, that the sun was here first, and the Earth formed, and then it started raining for billions of years. So that's how the story goes, bro.
Why do you keep bringing up evolution? I don't believe in that. I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory.
Right, but so you're saying the Earth was here, spinning 1,000 miles per hour before the sun was made? How do you reconcile that? It doesn't make any sense, bro.
It was one day.
How does the spinning ball Earth come into existence before the sun?
How does the flat Earth come into existence before? It's the same question. No one knows. Were you there? Did you see it happen? How did God make every little thing?
Right,
it doesn't. There's a lot of things it doesn't mention, dude. It doesn't need to mention.
And you don't need a sun to generate heat and kinetic impact to make the sun.
So you guys are all saying that the Earth was here before the sun. That's what you guys are saying, right?
Or unless you've got a timestamp on the sun that it sent you on Twitter, you don't really know, do we?
Oh, you can just look it up, bro. They have an answer to that. NASA figured it all out for you for the spinning ball Earth model. I'm sure it has an age. And that's the whole thing with the flat Earth debate, bro. It's basically questioning the heliocentric model and the geocentric model.
Just a question, bro. When God said, "Let there be light," was that when He created the sun?
No, He didn't make the sun till day 4.
So that light that He created, what was it?
That was Him speaking. Again, that's Jesus. You would call it the Word.
Yeah. So
that's the light. Everything was made through Him. So even light was made through Him. So.
Yep. And God saw that the light was good, and divided the light from the darkness, and called the light what? Called the light day.
Day.
So He was the light. He created the light required at that point in time.
Darkness. That's right.
Yeah. So there's your light.
That's it.
Yeah, there's your light. You've got it. Got it before day 1. Or day 2, rather.
Yep. Day 2, 8. That's the other question I got for you, bro. Day 2, He made the firmament. That's all He did on day 2. Can you Google up firmament and see what you come up with? Click images.
There's a lot of different interpretations
What is
of
day two?
firmament.
What is day two on your model, on your spinning ball Earth heliocentric model? What is day two? What do you make? What's the firmament?
I don't really care.
Well, it's the
I
first
just
page
read.
of the
I
Bible.
just read the Bible,
You don't
right?
care about
If
the
God-
first page of
Waters
the
above from
Bible,
the waters
then
below. Separated the waters above from the waters below. And
where's the waters above that?
Rakia. Right?
Rakia, firmament, firm, solid, like glass, like metal, even.
No, there's two interpretations. That's one.
Exactly.
There's that, and then there's the idea that Rakia is like hammering out metal, like you would hammer out like a metalsmith or whatever. And so there's a connotation there of him, and you see all the other verses that would go along with the concept of stretching out, laying out, because the birds fly in it. And so you can't really fly inside.
Well, the
firm
birds
structure.
fly in the open firmament, so which will be, the
Oh, come
thing
on.
basically is.
Come on.
No, well,
So the
for
hard
me-
firmament
for me
open,
now,
but I thought it was
for me
solid.
now, the firmament is a dome, bro. It's a dome. It's an actual dome built over the earth, right?
I'm
That's for
actually
me what
okay
the
with
firmament
that.
is.
I'm okay with that being a part of the story or the concept in the
Well,
minds
that's
of the
what
original
what the
readers.
Bible says. And you even
Well, yeah,
said
because you see in
that's
Revelation, there's a sea
melted.
of glass that the saint, and that's part of what I was trying to get at with the stars thing. The stars are in the
Yeah, it's
firmament.
on top of that.
Okay, but listen, but
Wherever
check this out.
the Revelation saints are, bro, that's on top of the firmament. It's the sea of glass.
Yeah, but it's a theme. That's my whole point. It's a theme. So like, okay, if you want to make it like
theme.
really like not scientific and it's okay, that's what it's saying, like you're saying. I say, fine, that's fine. I say the Bible's doing that conceptually. Maybe more than one view is supposed to be in the idea there, and it's borrowing that theme to kind of prophetically suggest this idea that you see culminating in Revelation, where the saints that are like this, like the sun or like the stars, shining in heaven forever, kind of a thing, and you see them on the great multitude on the sea of glass. So I mean, it's a thematic conception, but both interpretations are there in history, so it's just providence.
Yeah,
I
firmament's
don't know. I
mentioned
feel
a
like you're
lot.
correlating Revelations to Genesis. Like you're like it's just
It's
a
the
theme.
same
It's just a
word.
theme. But I mean, in reality, it's real. The firmament is an actual thing. You know what I mean? It's a really solid bolted ceiling, and it's right there, bro. It's really. How far you guys think that blue sky is when you're looking at it? When you're driving around that blue sky, how far do you think it is?
Educate me.
Okay, so they got something called the Kármán line, and it's 100 kilometers away. And that's according to mainstream science. That's where the blue sky is at. That's where the atmosphere meets the infinite vacuum of space that for some miraculous reason doesn't suck out all the air out of the earth, but or the air disperses into the second law of thermodynamics even talks about, you got to have gas contained within a container. If not, it's gonna dissipate and become
Hang on.
But we have this vaulted ceiling, bro, and there's waters above that, and that's where the stars twinkle.
So you're saying that at like 40,000 feet, which is way before your 100 kilometers, you can breathe just fine?
Well, no, because up there probably all you got is hydrogen and oxygen, the lightest chemicals or gases out. That's probably all you will have up there.
So why do you need a firmament then?
do. Yeah.
Well, it works the same way even if you look at a lighter, where if it's contained, there's still gas there, but some of it liquefies, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, but if there's already hardly any oxygen and nitrogen at 40,000 feet, well, do the math. By the time you get to 100 kilometers.
That, and you know where hail comes from, very high up. It'll be ice, it wouldn't be water.
Yeah,
but in his model,
you know what? I always wonder what the firmament is made out of, and I don't have I don't have an answer to that. I know they back in the 50s they had
Well,
something
glass.
called
The Bible says glass. You have to believe glass. It's
well,
the
it
same.
also says melted. It's like glass. It's like melted
I'm
metal.
just joking.
So,
The thing
it could
is,
be
the
ice.
Hebrew
It could be
word.
ice. I don't know what the firmament is made of. You know, back to
Thing is,
Job.
in Genesis. Sorry. The Hebrew word for what we call firmament is rakia, which is basically just translated to an expanse. That's all it is. It's literally just a way of saying the rest, just expanse.
Yeah. And that's actually what would make sense in Genesis 1:14. Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens and divide the day and night. It's an expanse that was stretched. You see it all through the scriptures. The heavens were stretched. Let the lights of the firmament of the heavens give light on the earth, and it was so.
Yeah, I think there's 17 verses that suggest it's like stretched out. Which
Yeah.
would you'd probably think like, so like in history, like Genesis would be like the ancient story, right? And then the writers would be like that would be like their muse or whatever, their like influence or whatever. So they would be like considering that when they write these other passages and you know, I believe they're being inspired, obviously too. I think it's a mutual thing going on.
Totally.
Jamie, where do you live at, Jamie? You said like close to Canada.
Idaho, North Idaho. It's like
let me ask you guys, because Blue is in Australia and you're in Idaho. So where's heaven at? Is it on top of Australia or is it on top of?
Oh, you mean like where God
There's
is?
three heavens.
Well, there is.
Bible says there's three heavens.
Yeah. There's also
I think
something
heaven
called
might be a
seventh
physical
heaven.
place. Actually, I have probably a weird view compared to everybody else, but I don't know.
Where's heaven at? If it's not on top of the stars,
Yeah,
where's
but
heaven at?
which heaven, dude? The Bible says there's three heavens. Which one are you talking about?
There's a heaven where the birds fly. There's a heaven where the sun and the moon star, and then there's a heaven where God is at, which is it's the same on the
Amen.
planet, obviously.
Amen. Okay,
But
cool.
It's more like common sense. Like you're not gonna even when you fly aircraft. That's why the pilot left. Or actually, Rob, you're still here. But you don't take any spin. You don't take any curvature. None of that comes into account when you're flying aircraft, building buildings, or even making a cup of tea.
All right. Well,
you don't take that into account.
When I was shooting at targets at 1 kilometer, trust me, I had to take into account the rotation of the Earth.
No, you didn't. Stop lying.
Yeah,
You took
no,
into
I did.
account. Listen, because I shot guns before myself. So what you're taking into account is the bullet dropping because it's losing
gravity,
momentum.
yeah.
And you're taking into account wind. That's it.
Okay, so even on a totally still day,
you don't take it.
Totally still day in a fucking canyon, you still will get it.
Like I said, all you're taking into account is bullet drop and the wind. That's it. You're not taking into account no spin of the Earth. Stop lying, because if you did,
at least I'll be safe from you at a very long distance. That's fine.
It has to be very long distance.
Rob, if you did you train for Ecuador or did you train for Australia? Because this Earth is spinning at different speeds at the equator and Canada. You wouldn't shoot a gun different. Also, you will shoot the gun different if you're shooting south or east or west. And like I said, all that is wind speed.
I think I can help you with the whole thing, like with where you're not taking that into account. What you said right before that, you said, what'd you say, Edgar? You're talking about like why you don't have to account for the Earth's turning or something.
I'm going to jump out in a minute.
Never, not once, bro.
Right.
No matter
But
what.
dude, it's because of that's how like momentum works. So right, like if you're on a moving train, right, and you're inside of it, and you like jump up in the air, you just land back where you were jumping because your momentum is moving along with the thing you're inside of. It's like that. Like we're all moving with the Earth as it turns. So like if the Earth's
on an aircraft that's flying 1,000 miles per hour,
right, it has the momentum of the Earth's spin already in it.
No, if you try that on an aircraft, bro, the thing would hit you under your face, bro. But
no, because you're moving with
works
the
with
Earth
certain
when you take
speed, bro.
off.
It doesn't work infinitely.
So when you're on a train and you like bounce a ball on the train, it goes flying off the train.
You're talking about like 60, 50 miles per hour here at most.
Or a Shinkansen at, a lot.
You know what's interesting? Do that with the window
You can
open.
do it on an aircraft going 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, do that with the windows cracked open, bro, and see how that works out for you. Or try sticking your head out the window and flip a coin and see if you can catch it in your hand.
Yeah, we're talking about totally different effects, but yeah, okay, whatever.
The coin's still moving at the same speed as the car, but it doesn't.
Yeah, so is the wind in the opposite direction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You have.
This is nonsense, bro.
You have an object moving
No, it's
through.
not nonsense. It's obvious. If you jump inside the train, you land where you started, just like if you're on solid ground, like you are on the Earth. If you jump off the moving train, it's a totally different
hurt
story.
yourself. Don't do it.
Yeah.
What? Huh?
You're gonna hurt yourself if you jump off a moving train.
Yeah, don't do it.
That's the same idea. The plane takes off with the momentum it has with the Earth moving. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't. I don't get what you're trying to say. It wouldn't affect. It's like the ground's moving underneath of you. You already have the momentum. That's how it works. I mean, that's why to get into orbit.
You got to make so many excuses for the ball.
That's not an excuse, dude. It's empirical.
I'm just saying you got to make so many excuses for the ball.
This isn't an excuse, dude. It's basic. Like,
what if the Earth was flat? It would work the same way, bro. So what difference does it make?
No. What do you mean?
It doesn't prove anything either way.
No, it disproves your objection.
You were talking about rotation of the Earth.
Yeah, and what do they call that?
Back to the guns, bro. Back to the guns. I mean, for real, I like to know, like, when you're shooting.
Well, just promise me you'll never make that objection again.
I'll make all the objections I want, bro. Whenever I feel like it, at any time.
You know what, dude? I respect you, man. You can believe in a flat Earth if you really want. I respect you, dude, and I respect that you don't attack other people that don't necessarily hold to your exact same doctrine interpretations of Genesis and other variants.
Let
It doesn't mean that everybody else is demon possessed.
I appreciate that, Louis, man. I respect you too, bro, because I honestly,
Thanks, man.
Before we started talking about this, we were all on the same page, bro. So we were.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
I ruined it. I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah,
all I meant is if you don't make the argument if you want to be consistent, you can do whatever you want, man. That's all I meant. I just meant if you want to be consistent, I think you shouldn't make the argument, but you can do whatever you want, of course.
Yeah. I personally like debating pilots. I've debated a couple, and I like it because they don't count for where they're landing. If they're landing at the equator or New York, they don't account for that, and then they don't dip down every mile or 10 miles to account for the curvature. So even the NASA there's NASA documents because they build aircraft. They don't count for any of that, bro, when they're flying aircraft. So it's all nonsense. The only time you're gonna account for that is if you believe in the heliocentric model. That only the 6 government space agencies have to account for any motion, rotation, anything like that. Or if you're landing at the equator or at the South Pole because the Earth is spinning at different speeds, or if you're landing from east or west or south. Like I said, all you really take into account is the wind and your momentum. That's it. It doesn't matter which direction you're coming from. The wind could be blowing the opposite direction one day, and it has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
The thing is, though, if you don't continually dip down, but you don't continually have to pull up either. Like, if you just aim in the right direction, you just stay flat.
Say that again.
Basically, I'm saying the way aerodynamics works is if I pull up to like even, so like fucking pointing at the horizon, right? Whatever. Like when I'm at 0 degrees, if I just pointed at 0 degrees, assuming fuel and all the other bullshit, then it's just not going to change. But
that's right.
It doesn't mean that I'm not flying perpendicular to the Earth. That's right. If you get what I mean, it's parallel. It doesn't mean
you obviously want to stay perpendicular to it. And if it was curving downwards, then you would account for a downward curve because that's how it works.
The thing is,
I'm gonna tell you why you can see further on the horizon, and I'm gonna make it real simple. Imagine there's an ant on the ground right under your feet right now. How far can they see? Maybe a feet, maybe a meter. But if it's up on top of your head, wherever you're sitting at right now, you can see all the way to the end of the room. And that's just how the horizon works. Exactly the same. So the higher you are, the further you can see, but that's just how it works. Look at that ant. If there was an ant on your feet, or if there was an ant on your feet, you could see maybe a meter ahead of itself. And if you got that ant and raised it up on top of your head, it could see the wall at the end of the room. So that's just how it works. And same thing on when you're flying aircraft, you can see further. And there is a curve around you because you can see in a 360 degree circle around you. So you see a circle around you, and that's what people think they see a curve when they're flying aircraft. But all that is just that's how far your eyesight can see.
Because your eyes are
it's nice and flat.
Yeah, your eyes are governed by NASA. Didn't you know that they curve?
Well, they're globes.
They're trying to govern it, bro. They're trying to microchip you as we speak right now with nanotechnology that they've been developing for a long time.
Do they have deflate? Can I deflate my eyes?
They're trying to stick into your yeah, bro. They really do.
We can only see in 2 dimensions.
They really do wanna. They want to monitor your heart rate. They want to
in 2
monitor your
dimensions.
oxygen levels. They want to
Hey,
see
Iger.
everything you're doing.
The thing with the horizon thing, there is something to what you're saying, I think, as far as like how perspective works. But the thing is with the idea that I was saying about the laying down on the beach and then right when the sun disappears, you stand up. It's not perspective bringing the sun back. You still only see the sun's still the same size and you're only seeing the top part of it reappear, not the whole sun. So it's not like it's disappearing because it's far away. You literally bring back the top edge and you watch the sunset set again, like 2 seconds right before it'll set again because you're only 6 feet tall.
I think
if you had a drone and went up, you
bringing it back.
You could see it even again, bro. So yeah, you're
no,
right.
but not the whole thing. You're seeing a sunset again, just the very top of the edge of the sun, which can only happen if it's disappearing behind a curve. It's not like you're bringing the whole round sun back. You're just seeing the top of it again.
It goes back to the perspective thing, Jamie. Again, if you're on the ground, you're not going to see as far as if you stand up, or if you went to the top of a building, you're going to see even further. And that's all you're saying.
So if our eyes have a limit on how far we can see, how can we see the stars?
Exactly, that's another great point, bro.
Like, surely they are far further. They're far further than the edge of the
light
earth.
years away. How can you see 400 light years away? How can somebody that needs glasses see the North Star?
Well, you quite obviously can't see through a solid object.
Yeah, there's no atmosphere out there, and the suns are really bright and really big, even though they're far away. But there's nothing obscuring. That's why stars. Why stars, twinkle more when they're lower at the horizon, because there's more horizon. There's more atmosphere.
There's more diffraction.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree that the stars twinkle more when they're closer to the horizon. I can agree that there's more atmosphere, because that will work the same way. When they're right on top of your head, they're closer to you. And when
sure. I'm just saying,
away from you.
Yeah, right. I'm just saying my point was just that you can see stars because there's nothing distorting them except for atmosphere, and that's why they twinkle more when they're lower. And yeah, that would work on a flat Earth model with atmosphere as well. I'm just saying that's just an example of how even clear air can obscure what you see a little bit, but out in space, presumably, if it's like we say,
vacuum.
The other issue is that
it works the same on both models, anyways, Jamie. So I agree with you with that.
The other issue is with stars, because you have the whole northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, and like if I'm at the bottom of the planet looking out one way, I'm seeing a completely separate set of stars that you're saying. On a flat Earth, we should be able to see the same stars.
Well, let's do it this right now. I can see the Big Dipper right now, just in my I think it's western horizon right now.
And I can't see it.
Actually, I'm looking at I can see the Orion here right now, Jamie. But anyways,
because I'm on the other side of the Earth, I can't see it.
That's one thing that held me back, the whole southern hemisphere. So I actually had to go out and buy 3 planispheres, one for the North Pole, one for where I'm at, and one for the southern hemisphere, which I've never been to. But I noticed that for starters, there is no South Star that never moves. So and then people talk about the cross, the Southern Cross, and that thing is so far off the middle that it's nowhere close to the middle.
I've never seen it.
Well, back to you see the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper is basically kind of like their Southern Cross, where it's kind of like not in the center, but up to the right, so they see it rise, and they can always see it.
Who does?
But
I do. I do.
They can always see the Southern Cross, basically, but
Who's they?
The people in the Southern Hemisphere.
We could do a test right now, dude. I'm in North Idaho. If you want to go outside,
I know. You always see the North Star. You can see it never moves, Jamie.
Yeah,
just like me.
The Big Dipper's like right outside to my west, like kind of close to the horizon.
Yeah,
but
and the
we
flat Earth model, bro,
see.
just to make it all kind of like the same again. It all really works the same. The only difference is the sky is moving. The sun, moon, stars, they're the ones moving, and we're standing still. You know.
Well, that's how everybody sees the moon on the same night, right? Because it goes like it's all the planets and all that. Or
everything's moving. Yeah, everything's moving in clock like.
It is kind of weird how the moon.
Clocks were designed to keep track of the stars and the sun and the moon. The hour hand represents the sun. You can download an app for this. It's the one I've been showing it over here. But yeah, the sun tells you the time of the day. The moon tells you the time of the month. And then the stars tell you the time of the year. So you're going to notice now in the wintertime, as the winter approaches, we're going to see Orion predominantly above our head. It don't matter where you live, Australia or whatever, or here in the U.S.
I see
and
it
in the summertime, you're going to see Scorpio. That's going to be the prominent constellation. So that's just how it works. It works the same way.
Right, because the Earth turns, right?
But it's because instead of the Earth,
this actually poses a lot more complications for you guys. Honestly, the whole stars and star charts and stuff are a lot more harder for you guys.
Yeah, you're in Florida. He's in Australia, and I'm in northwest United States. Exact opposite. That's like really good places to do a test right now. I can see. I have a clear night right now.
Yeah, me too, bro.
We could do a test right now.
Well, what test you want to do, Jamie?
I can see the Southern Cross. Can you see it?
No. But I can't see the light bulb above your head either. And you know, imagine the stars are only 100 kilometers away, bro. How can
100 kilometers?
5,000 miles away when Go ahead.
How many stars do you think there are?
Nobody knows exactly, but I will tell you, if you get
our
a
star's better than
planisphere,
that.
listen, if you get a planisphere, and like I said, I got all three, you could probably buy a big one. I would imagine there's one for the whole world, universal one, but the way I bought them is 3 different planispheres based on the time zone, and there's only about 88 constellations. So if you figure there's about 10 stars per constellation, you're looking at about 1,000 stars, bro, that we can actually see. Now there's more stars than that, bro, because there's more stars than that, but they're not what they're telling us they are.
I'll tell you what I see outside right now. It's the moon is directly south at about 30 degrees, and directly east for me right now is about the same as the moon, maybe a slightly lower to the horizon is Orion, directly east, and the moon is south.
Yeah,
and I can see the North Stars right above me too.
Here's something interesting for you, Jamie, just so for the people in Australia. But if you're looking south, the moon rose on your left, right? And it's gonna set on your right.
Right now it's like due south, basically, maybe slightly west.
Yeah, but
what I'm saying, that's moving, obviously.
Just like there's a sunrise and a sunset, there's a moonrise and a moonset. So
well, tell me where. Go outside and tell me where the moon is from you. East, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be about the same because
obviously Bluey's in the sun. You're in the daytime, aren't you?
Actually, it's nighttime here now.
Okay. Is it just what time is it there?
It is 20 minutes past 7 p.m.
It's just got dusk, huh?
yeah. Just after dusk. So we can see the night sky here.
Can you see Orion?
But it just said what I'm getting at. What I wanted to tell you, bro, is if you're looking south, you're gonna see the moon moves in a clockwise direction. Jamie Russell, you look at the moon. It is if you're looking south, it's gonna rise on the east and set on the west. Now, if you look at the Big Dipper, that thing goes counterclockwise. So you can even see that here because the one of the big things that held me back was the stars are spinning on the different direction the other way. But you can literally go outside right now and see that it's not in the southern hemisphere. It works the same. You just got to turn the opposite way, and the stars are going to move in the. When you're looking at the stars to your south, they move in a clockwise directions, and when you're looking at the stars on the north, they move in a counterclockwise direction. That's just how it works. It don't matter if it's flat or round.
That's not right.
All right, guys.
It is right.
We've got a storm here anyway, so I can't see a damn thing outside.
Yeah, even if Huey goes outside and he looks north, the stars he's looking north, they're going counterclockwise directions, and if he turns around and looks south, those stars are going to move in the clockwise directions, and that's
but he's not. He should see the same shell of.
Not if the firmament is only 100 kilometers away, where the Kármán line begins.
Sorry, guys, I gotta go as well.
You can't see something 5,000 miles away.
Sorry. Cheers, guys. Cheers for having us.
Cheers. All right, stream. I guess I'll play this song real quick, and then we'll call it a night.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Take a journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up, my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on, man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide. They'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and buzzing through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom. It's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise through the roof.
Politicians. Better get to the idea that you have free choice. You have no choice. You have owners, and they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. You don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
All right, guys, just want to say, God, please grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the strength to change things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. In your son, Jesus' name, amen. And yeah, good luck out there, man. You know, grow your own food, water, learn what plants you can eat that grow wild. And yeah, good luck out there. God bless y'all. Peace. See you tomorrow.